It was like a small group. Oh yeah, no, it's just a couple. It was just a couple of guys. I think they own JP and maybe some ski halls somewhere else. But yeah, it was like. No, they're from the U.S. Yeah. Where was it? Well, the state. I think the state Department of Labor about this project started like, you know, if you own JP, I live in the market, but I want.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're taking a live look at the White House, at the West Wing. We are awaiting the arrival of the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. So we will be showcasing that to you live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And President Trump and the Canadian Prime Minister will be having a joint press conference happening at 2 p.m. Eastern. Of course, we will carry that for you as well. It's going to be, once again, another busy week at the White House. Another dignitary coming.
Yeah, it's not like Mexico where you just zip over to Canada.
Yeah. Oh no, most definitely.
I don't think there's no fence anywhere, right? There's not.
Though, on the way, they can like, you need to have some, they can stop you on the way.
Oh, and like, yeah, ask for your papers and shit.
There's like Coast Guard kind of guys that come out, and like, they don't really,
Today's meeting will be a roundtable discussion about women in the workforce between President Donald Trump and the Canadian Prime Minister, an early sign of cooperation as Trudeau seeks to have good relations so Canada is not targeted in trade talks. This is the first face-to-face meeting with the new U.S. President. Trudeau will also meet with Trump to talk about trade and participate in a working lunch. A White House official and a senior Canadian government official said the two countries plan to launch a new task force called the United States-Canada Council for the Advancement of Women Business Leaders, Female Entrepreneurs. The officials agreed to confirm the move only if they were not quoted by name because they were not authorized to make the information public. Ivanka Trump, the president's daughter, who has been an advocate for policies benefiting working women, was involved in recruiting participants and setting the agenda for the roundtable discussion today. Female executives from the United States and Canada are expected to participate today.
Well, maybe Trump's going to meet him. Trump had, what's her name?
Trudeau's close cooperation with Trump and the first daughter could ease some worries among Canadians that the U.S. president will enact protectionist measures that could hurt the Canadian economy. It would also alleviate some fears that Trump will be as combative with Trudeau as he has been with the leaders of Mexico and Australia.
This will be right there. Fellow Canadian.
Just tell them at the White House it's easier to ask for permission.
That's everywhere.
he's a Canadian, so he gets free reign. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, when I had my citizenship test, he asked me all these softball questions.
Oh really?
Yeah, because my family was Canadian. He's like, oh. There were stupid questions like, who's the president of the U.S. and what are the two people referred to? Such easy questions.
Just real well.
And I had worked for C-SPAN.
I was gonna say you worked for
forever.
C-SPAN. Yeah. I was gonna say, have you ever seen $1 million baby?
Yeah, but no discussion. Cape Breton, yeah, they probably told me.
Is that where Trailer Park Boys is said?
Yep.
I've heard that about Nova Scotia.
Well,
I've
outside
never
of
seen it.
Halifax, in Sackville, Old Halifax. Yeah, Trailer Park is big in England, I think.
Don't.
Guy with the glasses. I think could be cooler. I mean, if it was 20 something and it was like this,
Oh,
it would
forget
be
it.
brutal.
Forget it. Yeah.
So who do you work for? NBC? Oh. Yeah, Dan.
Yeah.
So basically, well, you know, Shelley.
I had never met him. He had retired by the time I got here. But that was, I've heard nothing but good things before. Of course. He's the best.
Paul Rick.
And if anyone says any
Brian Ivanka.
Iacone and Scritches in there and Rodney and all those guys, they're all the
Oh, Jim Long.
Jim Long. I just want to work with them.
I agree.
More because I know how good they are.
Well, I think it's an NBC what's it?
Well, Al.
No, Al, no, Bear. Just
Oh, Dave. But Dave was permanent. Dave was good people, but I felt bad.
maybe there's somebody probably a little embarrassed. Maybe you'll get some.
Just hoping. Oh, no, another one.
That's right. The kid just.
Yeah. I can't tell what state that is, but the honor of that state requires.
I bet you Trump. Why else would he? Seriously. Unless they're waiting for us to talk.
Why would they bring him through the outside?
There we are, taking a look at the Canadian Prime Minister, waiting to get a little bit closer to the West Wing entrance.
There they go.
And hopefully there's the shot now of motorcade making its way here.
Trump's like, your hands are so soft.
Oh boy.
Was it hard news, wasn't it? What?
All right, everybody, and a little bit later, like I said, about 2 p.m. Eastern, the joint press conference is going to be happening. We'll see if we'll get some tape playback of their working lunch and the roundtable discussion for women in the workplace, that special council that is being set up between the United States and Canada. We'll have much more here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream regarding this visit to the White House from the Canadian Prime Minister. But let's now take you out to California, where the real big story of the day, the Oroville Dam, hundreds of thousands have been evacuated, and you are watching live right now on the Fox 10 and News Now stream as a mass evacuation is ordered for residents near this Oroville Dam, as officials frantically try to get an ease on the situation. And today, state officials are going to be inspecting the erosion scar on the potentially hazardous emergency spillway at Northern California's Oroville Dam. California Department of Water Resources Action Director says officials in helicopters overflew the spillway Sunday night to visually inspect it. Evacuations for at least 188,000 people living below the dam were ordered Sunday after officials warned the emergency spillway was in danger of failing and unleashing uncontrolled amounts of floodwaters to the towns below. Water levels at the huge dam are continuing to drop and stopping water from spilling over the emergency spillway. California Department of Water Resources officials says flows into the lake are just under 45,000 cubic feet per second. Outflows remain high at nearly 100,000 feet per second. And see, we just lost the visual here. We'll try to see if we can get that back here for you. Folks, we are part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be with you for the morning hours here and early afternoon as we get started here. We just saw moments ago the Canadian Prime Minister making his way into the White House. There we go. There is another live shot here for you that we are able to get for you. It's a big story in California, especially Northern California here, as nearly 200,000 people had to evacuate as this possible failure could happen at any moment. And if you're just joining us, everyone, at least 188,000 people have been ordered to evacuate their homes today as crews race against time to keep an emergency spillway at the country's tallest dam from failing and potentially unleashing uncontrolled floodwaters to those towns below. Lake Oroville, about 150 miles northeast of San Francisco, is one of the state's largest man-made lakes. Sunday's evacuation order came after engineers discovered a hole that he was eroding near the top of the 770-foot tall Oroville Dam's emergency spillway, sparking fears that it could fail. Water levels at the dam were dropping today. California Department of Water Resources officials says flows into the lake were just under 45,000 cubic feet per second. Outflows remained high at nearly 100,000 cubic feet per second. Still, state officials said they would have to inspect the erosion scar on the spillway themselves before determining the next steps. What's more, forecasters have predicted another round of rain that could soak the area and put new pressure on the dam and spillway. The sites of Oroville, Gridley, Live Oak, Wheatland, Yuba City were all under evacuation orders. Emergency officials stressed that the dam was structurally sound. Hundreds of cars carrying panicked and angry people were sitting in gridlock traffic last night. This is very serious, said California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection spokesman. I'm just trying to get through traffic, he said. The erosion at the head of the emergency spillway threatened to undermine the concrete weir and allow large, uncontrolled releases of water from Lake Oroville. The California Department of Water Resources said these potential flows could overwhelm the Feather River and other downstream waterways, channels, and levees. Unexpected erosion chewed through the main spillway earlier this week, sending chunks of concrete flying and creating a 200-foot long, 30-foot deep hole. Engineers don't know what caused the cave-in. And we just keep on losing that shot. Hopefully we'll get it back in just a little bit, everyone. Just keeps on going just a little bit in and out. Stay here right with us as we get another shot established. In the meantime, we're watching a stinky situation here on the Arizona highway as well. There's a skunk there right on the side of the highway. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Take you back now, live looks of the Oroville Dam here. Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, taking you live coverage here of Oroville, California. Our shot, though, goes a little bit in and out, so we ask you to please be patient here as we try to always reestablish that feed there for you. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Nearly 200,000 people had to evacuate late Sunday and into this morning. The unexpected erosion chewed through the main spillway earlier this week, sending chunks of concrete flying and creating a 200-foot-long, 30-foot-deep hole. Engineers don't know what caused the cave-in, but a spokesman for the State Department of Water Resources said it appears the dam's main spillway has stopped crumbling, even though it's being used for water releases. As of late Sunday, officials said the evacuations orders remained in places despite the fact that water was no longer spilling over the eroded area. And the California Department of Water Resources says it will be releasing as much as 100,000 cubic feet per second from the main spillway to try to drain the lake. And that is what we are looking at right now. Here you can see in the upper right corner of your screen, just in relation where Oroville is to Chico and Paradise there in California. We'll take that screen off there so you can see the flowing water being released from Lake Oroville to try to ease some of that pressure right now. Now, residents of Oroville, it's roughly a town of about 16,000 people, are advised that they should head north toward Chico. So you can see there on the map. And other cities should follow orders from their local law enforcement agencies. That's what the local sheriff's office said. The Yuba County Office of Emergency Services asked residents in the valley floor, including Marysville, a city of about 12,000 people, to evacuate and take routes to the east, south, or west and avoid traveling north toward Oroville. The California Department of Water Resources said it was releasing as much as 100,000 cubic feet per second from the main heavily damaged spillway to try to drain the lake, and that's what we're looking at right now, live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Now, this all started when water began flowing over the emergency spillway at the dam on Saturday after heavy rainfall damaged the main spillway. About 150 miles northeast of San Francisco, Lake Oroville is one of California's largest man-made lakes, and the 770-foot-tall Oroville Dam is the nation's tallest. The lake is a central piece of California's government-run water delivery network, supplying water for agriculture in the Central Valley and residents and businesses in Southern California. Water levels dropped today at California's Lake Oroville, stopping water from spilling over a massive dam's potentially hazardous emergency spillway after authorities ordered the evacuation of nearly 200,000 people from towns lying just below the lake. California Department of Water Resource officials were preparing to inspect an erosion scar on the spillway at the Oroville Dam, which is the nation's largest. Authorities ordered the evacuation Sunday for people living below the lake after authorities warned that failure of the emergency spillway could send a 30-foot wall of water into those communities. A resident said, "We grabbed our dog and headed to higher ground away from the river," said Kimberly Cummings, who moved with her husband Patrick and 3-year-old daughter to Oroville from Fresno a month ago because of a new job. They were eating at a restaurant when the evacuation order came. A driver with a large vehicle and 3 children of her own gave them a ride to the Red Cross Evacuation Center at the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds. "You can't take a chance with the baby," Patrick Cummings said of their decision to flee. Lake Oroville also serves as a reservoir, and levels rose significantly in recent weeks after a series of storms that have dumped rain and snow across California, particularly in northern parts of the state. Once again, folks, that shot going just a little bit in and out. Just stay right here with us as we are having viewers from all over the world now watching live here of this Oroville Dam. The high water levels forced the use of the dam's spillway or overflow for the first time in the dam's nearly 50-year history on Saturday. The threat appeared to ease somewhat Monday, which officials saying water flows into the lake stood at about 45,000 cubic feet per second, with outflows at 100,000 cubic feet per second. Sunday's afternoon evacuation orders came after engineers spotted a hole on the concrete lip of the secondary spillway for the 770-foot tall dam and told authorities that it could fail within the hour. With more rain expected Wednesday and Thursday of this week, officials are rushing to try to fix and patch things up and hoping to significantly reduce the dam's water level by about 50 feet ahead of the storms. The sudden evacuation panicked residents who scrambled to get their belongings into cars and grew angry as they sat in bumper-to-bumper traffic for hours after the evacuation order was given. A manager at a Shell station where anxious motorists got gas and snacks said his boss told him to close the station and flee himself, but he stayed open to feed a steady line of customers. "You can't even move," he said. "I'm trying to get out of here too. I'm worried about the flooding. I've seen the pictures. That's a lot of water." A Red Cross spokeswoman said more than 500 people showed up at an evacuation center. The shelter had run out of blankets and cots, and a tractor trailer with 1,000 more cots was stuck in the gridlock of traffic from fleeing of the potential flooding on Sunday night. A California Highway Patrol spokesman said 2 planes would fly Monday to help with traffic control and possible search and rescue missions. At least 250 California law enforcement officers were posted near the dam and along evacuation routes to manage the exodus of residents and ensure evacuated towns don't face looting or other criminal activity. Department engineer and spokesman told the Sacramento Bee that an emergency spillway was rated to handle 250,000 cubic feet per second, but it began to show weakness Sunday after flows peaked at just 12,600 cubic feet per second. The California National Guard notified all of its 23 23,000 soldiers and airmen to be ready to deploy, the first time an alert for the entire California National Guard has been issued since the 1992 riots in Los Angeles, after a jury acquitted 4 police officers in the beating of Rodney King. The sudden decision Sunday to evacuate tens of thousands of people was a departure from earlier assurances when officials had stressed that the Oroville Dam itself was structurally sound. Also, folks, as this shot just goes a little bit in and out for us, stay right with us as that shot's going to get established in just a little bit. Coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern, we will have the Canadian Prime Minister and President Donald Trump in their first joint press conference live at the White House. We'll have that for you. Of course, we just saw them about an hour ago meeting at the White House, so we'll have that for you coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern. And then I have a stack of stories that I want to get to, including, you know, we all heard about this bizarre story. Maybe you didn't hear about it, but this bizarre story about this United Airlines pilot. Really bizarre story. We'll get to that a little bit later in the show. And then some other coverage as well. That's what you can expect here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And of course, talking a little bit about the Grammys from last night, but not about the awards that were given. What one artist was wearing, and it was pro-Donald Trump, and now she's getting extreme backlash, but her sales have skyrocketed. So we'll get into that a little bit later as well here on the stream. You're all being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. And right now, estimates of repairing the main spillway could cost anywhere between $100 and $200 million. That's coming from the Department of Water Resources acting director saying on Saturday, but the damage costs appear to be mounting with the additional erosion damage to the emergency spillway. Repairs can last longer than this summer and go into the fall and maybe even next year. It would be a massive blow to the state's water system if they lose Oroville, said Peter Gleich, a water researcher at the Oakland-based Pacific Institute. The question is, will it erode away the emergency spillway? You can take a look there at some of that what we've been talking about with the erosion, and that is what engineers are deeply concerned about, especially if it continues to rain like they are expecting on Wednesday and Thursday. That's why they're trying to alleviate some of the stress and dump water from Lake Oroville out, because they don't want that pressure and have the whole thing blow. All right, everybody, welcome. Just joining us now on the Fox 10 Facebook live stream. We are taking a live look here of the Oroville Dam, where nearly 200,000 people had to evacuate on Sunday and earlier this morning. At least 188,000 people are under evacuation orders today as crews raced against time to keep an emergency spillway at the country's tallest dam from failing and potentially unleashing uncontrolled floodwaters on towns below. Lake Oroville, about 150 miles northeast of San Francisco, is one of the state's largest man-made lakes. Sunday's evacuation order came after engineers discovered a hole that was eroding near the top of the 770-foot tall Oroville Dam's emergency spillway, sparking fears that it could fail. Water levels at the dam were dropping today. California Department of Water Resources officials say flows into the lake were just under 45,000 cubic feet per second. Outflows remained high at nearly 100,000 cubic feet per second. Still, state officials said they would have to inspect the erosion scar on the spillway themselves before determining the next steps. What's more, forecasters had predicted another round of rain Wednesday and Thursday that could soak the area and put new pressure on the dam and spillway. The cities of Oroville, Gridley, Live Oak, Marysville, Wheatland, Yuba City, Plumas Lake, and Olivehurst were all under evacuation orders. Emergency officials stressed that the dam was structurally sound. Hundreds of cars carrying panicked and angry people were sitting in gridlock traffic yesterday afternoon and evening. This is very serious, said the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection spokesman. The erosion at the head of the emergency spillway threatened to undermine the concrete weir and allow large, uncontrolled releases of water from Lake Oroville, the California Department of Water Resources said. Those potential flows could overwhelm the Feather River and other downstream waterways, channels, and levees. Unexpected erosion chewed through the main spillway earlier this week, sending chunks of concrete flying and creating a 200-foot long, 30-foot deep hole. Engineers don't know what caused the cave-in, but a spokesman for the State Department of Water Resources said it appears that the dam's main spillway has stopped crumbling, even though it's being used for water releases. Now, our shot goes a little bit in and out sometimes. Just stay right here with us for continuing coverage of this Oroville Dam situation that is happening live right now, where almost 200,000 people had to be evacuated. Think about that. You know, you're just going through your weekend and then you're hearing these massive evacuation orders through all those towns right below the dam there. So it's very scary situation for those residents as they had to flee and seek shelter, many going to the American Red Cross, churches, anywhere that they could go. If they have family and friends in the area, that's even better because they'll at least have some comfort in knowing the people that they are surrounded with. But wow, that is a situation that nobody wants to be in. And you know, people that are going to work today that are from that area, you know, if something were to happen, they might not have a home to go back to. So that's the situation that people are dealing with there in California as we continue to provide live coverage here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Sometimes that shot just goes a little bit in and out. We're working to reestablish it to give you some more aerials of the dam and more insight what exactly is happening. Now, Lake Oroville is just about 150 miles northeast of San Francisco, so we're just keeping an eye on that emergency spillway there, trying to get the very latest here for you. This is just a map of what we are talking about here. The California Department of Water Resources said it was releasing as much as 100,000 cubic feet per second from the main spillway to try to drain the lake ahead of the expected storms that are supposed to be going through that area Wednesday and Thursday, and that could dump a lot more water on the area. So they need to try to drain that lake as much as they can in preparation for that. There you go with the erosion. Perfect shot there of what engineers are going to be looking at. They're finally getting a clear shot of it today. And there will be a lot of concentrated efforts on this area as structural engineers will all come together to try to figure out a plan to keep this dam supported. Stay right with us, as sometimes that shot just goes a little in and out here, folks. You are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Water levels dropped today at California's Lake Oroville, stopping water from spilling over a massive dam's potentially hazardous emergency spillway after authorities ordered the evacuation of nearly 200,000 people from towns lying just below the lake. California Department of Water Resources officials say they are preparing to inspect an erosion scar on the spillway at the Oroville Dam, which is the nation's largest. Authorities ordered the evacuation Sunday for people living below the lake after authorities warned that failure of the emergency spillway could send a 30-foot wall of water into the communities. We grabbed our dog and headed to higher ground away from the river, said Kimberly Cummings, who moved with her husband Patrick and 3-year-old daughter to Oroville from Fresno just a month ago because of a new job. They were eating at a restaurant when the evacuation order came. A driver with a large vehicle and 3 children of her own gave them a ride to the Red Cross Evacuation Center at the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds. You can't take a chance with the baby, Patrick Cummings said of their decision to flee. Lake Oroville also serves as a reservoir, and levels rose significantly in recent weeks after a series of storms that have dumped rain and snow across California, particularly in northern parts of the state, where the lake lies just about 150 miles northeast of San Francisco. The high water levels forced the use of the dam's spillway or overflow for the first time in the dam's nearly 50-year history on Saturday. The threat appeared to ease somewhat today, which officials say water flows into the lake stood at about 45,000 cubic feet per second, with outflows at 100,000 cubic feet per second. Sunday afternoon's evacuation order came after engineers spotted a hole on the concrete lip of the secondary spillway for the 770-foot tall Oroville Dam and told authorities that it could fail within the hour. With more rain expected Wednesday and Thursday, officials are rushing to try to fix the damage and hoping to significantly reduce the dam's water level by about 50 feet ahead of the storms. The sudden evacuation panicked residents who scrambled to get their belongings into cars and then grew angry as they sat in bumper-to-bumper traffic for hours after the evacuation order was given. A Red Cross spokeswoman said more than 500 people showed up in an evacuation center. The shelter had run out of blankets and cots, and a tractor trailer with about 1,000 more cots was stuck in the gridlock of traffic. A California Highway Patrol spokesman said 2 planes will be flying today to help with traffic control and possible search and rescue missions. At least 250 California law enforcement officers were posted near the dam and along the evacuation routes to manage the exodus of residents and ensure evacuated towns don't face looting or other criminal activity. Acting Director of the Department of Water Resources said officials will be able to assess the damage to the emergency spillway now that the lake levels have come down. The erosion at the head of the emergency spillway threatens to undermine the concrete weir and allow large, uncontrolled releases of water from Lake Oroville. Those potential flows could overwhelm the Feather River and other downstream waterways, channels, and levees and flood towns in 3 counties. Department engineer and spokesman Kevin Dawsey told the Sacramento Bee that the emergency spillway was rated to handle 250,000 cubic feet per second, but it began to show weakness Sunday just after flows peaked at 12,600 cubic feet per second. You can see there, that are the communities affected. You can see just how close it is to that dam, and that's why that people did have to leave their communities as a 30-foot wave would come gushing.
Right. So, Adam, any word on when people may be able to return home, see how things are there, and get back to life as normal if they can?
Yeah, I mean, some people were complaining that they had to evacuate, and now that may not have needed to. And as officials said last night, and even the authorities we spoke to here overnight said, hey, it's better to be safe than sorry. Some good news, though, we've seen in the last couple of
water coming into it, there would be capacity for that. We have been monitoring this situation very closely, and the information that we had earlier in the day was that things were progressing and that there wasn't an imminent danger or threat to public safety. When I was advised of this hole that had formed, the engineers and experts from the Department of Water Resources advised that the hole was eroding back towards the face of the alternate/emergency spillway at a rather significant rate. They estimated that it would reach the face of that within about an hour. And beyond that, there was significant concern that it would compromise the integrity of the spillway, resulting in a substantial release of water. Unfortunately, they couldn't advise me or tell me specifically how much time that would take. So we had to make a very, very critical and difficult decision to initiate the evacuation of the Oroville area and all locations south of that. The time frame that we were dealing with at that point was mere hours. And I couldn't risk the lives of thousands of people. So we took this rather significant step. There are efforts, and I will let the representative from the Department of Water Resources add to this, but there are efforts being made to hopefully avert the crisis. Again, I would rather be safe than sorry. I would rather have people moving out of the area, hopefully to safety, than to rely upon or potentially sit and hope for the solution. About 10 minutes ago, I got another briefing. In that briefing, the Department of Water Resources staff, who were monitoring the situation closely, the experts, told me that the erosion that caused all of this concern was not advancing as rapidly as they thought. That's a very good thing. Secondly, there is a plan currently in place which would hopefully plug that hole. That would include using helicopters to drop bags of rock into the crevice and prevent any further erosion. I'm told that the amount of water still coming over the alternative auxiliary/emergency spillway is about 2 inches of water. That is significantly down because one of the other important measures that was taken was to increase the flow of water out of the primary spillway to 100,000 cubic feet per second. That has helped reduce the level of the lake rather quickly. It is hopefully going to reduce the pressure on that alternative/emergency spillway and stabilize the situation so that we can find a repair for it and hopefully prevent it from a complete failure. I'm going to turn it over to my counterparts in CAL FIRE, and I will add that from this point forward, we are in a unified command in terms of managing this operation. Chief?
Thanks, Sheriff. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Lawson, I'm an incident commander with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3. Give you a brief little rundown. Sheriff is absolutely correct. We are in unified command. CAL FIRE is currently mobilized and activated another incident management team to be mobilized to the Chico Fairgrounds. That is one measure that has been taken and put in place. We are additionally mobilizing 20 CAL FIRE hand crews to be placed on both sides of the river to assist with any potential flooding that may result from what we're currently being faced with. We are, in addition, staffing CAL FIRE engines and assets both in the central northern region as well as in the central southern region, and making sure that those are mobilized as well and staged and ready to be put to work as well. We have additional CAL FIRE command teams that are being mobilized and stood up and stand fast and ready to be activated to assist in whatever way possible. We have both the CAL FIRE director and deputy director at the Sacramento Operations Center assisting in coordinating efforts from a regional perspective as well. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over to the Department of Water Resources, Eric C., to give an update.
Thank you, Chief. Sheriff Honey actually provided a very good summary of the points that I was going to make about the current condition of the structures in question, the auxiliary spillway and the primary spillway. I did want to make one addition to that. We have monitors on the primary spillway. This is the gated spillway, the concrete line spillway, and they have not detected upstream migration of the head cut on that spillway. So that's another thing that we're monitoring. And with the increased flows up to 100,000 cubic feet per second, they have not detected a change in that head cut as of about 15, 20 minutes ago. That was all I had to add.
I want to, now that you have been briefed on what the situation is and what the rationale or reason for taking this rather extraordinary measure was, I want to tell you just a little bit about what our ongoing efforts are. So, as I told you, we declared an evacuation of the Oroville area. We sent out media releases, we sent out a mass notification, and we have deputies and other law enforcement personnel focusing on those areas of our community, first in close proximity to the river, because those would be the areas that would be affected soonest. So they are going into those areas and trying to make sure that all of those residents have been notified and are able to evacuate. We recognize that this has caused a significant problem with traffic in terms of exiting the area. Our counterparts from California Highway Patrol are working to deal with that. Again, the importance here for me was that I didn't have the luxury of waiting to see if all was okay. We needed to get people moving quickly in order to protect the public and save lives if the worst case scenario did come to fruition. Chief?
I would just reiterate, public safety is our #1 concern in making sure that we have a well initiated, coordinated effort between the sheriff and ourselves that is being implemented. The other thing is we've been able to mobilize additional swift water teams that are readily available to assist where we can. And one other key component that I did leave out is we have additional CAL FIRE helicopters that are readily available both in the north and south that can be mobilized and are ready to be mobilized should we be mission tasked for additional assistance with that.
I'll just add one other thing in terms of what is the commitment support that we have gotten has been overwhelming. As you might imagine, in a scenario like this, there is a lot that has to be done very, very quickly. We've been working to do that. As we get those tasks taken care of, we can move on to other issues. But I have received, I've been in contact with the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. They are sending resources and committing to sending additional resources as this situation develops if we need it. I have been contacted by our local legislators in California. Some of Gallagher's office have all reached out to me, committed their support and aid in getting any kind of report of Cal Fire. We have a full support of the Board of Health and Highway and all other safety partners. Emergency spillway at a rather significant rate. They estimated that it would reach the face of that within about an hour. And beyond that, there was significant concern that it would compromise the integrity of the spillway, resulting in a substantial release of water. Fortunately, they couldn't advise me or tell me specifically how much time that would take. So we had to make a very, very critical and difficult decision to initiate the evacuation of the Oroville area and all locations south of that. The time frame that we were dealing with at that point was mere hours. And I couldn't risk the lives of thousands of people. So we took this rather significant step. There are efforts, and we'll let the representative from the Department of Water Resources add to this, but there are efforts being made to hopefully avert the crisis. Again, I would rather be safe than sorry. I would rather have people moving out of the area, hopefully to safety, than to rely upon or potentially sit and hope for the solution. About 10 minutes ago, I got another briefing. In that briefing, the Department of Water Resources staff, who were monitoring the situation closely, the experts, told me that the erosion that caused all of this concern was not advancing as rapidly as they thought. That's a very good thing. Secondly, there is a plan currently in place which would hopefully plug that hole. That would include using helicopters to drop bags of rock into the crevice and prevent any further erosion. I'm told that the amount of water still coming over the alternative auxiliary / emergency spillway is about 2 inches of water. That is significantly down because one of the other important measures that was taken was to increase the flow of water out of the primary spillway to 100,000 cubic feet per second. That has helped reduce the level of the lake rather quickly. It is hopefully going to reduce the pressure on that alternative / emergency spillway, and stabilize the situation so that we can find a repair for it and hopefully prevent it from a complete failure. I'm going to turn it over to my counterparts in CAL FIRE, and I will add that from this point forward, we are in a unified command in terms of managing this operation. Chief?
Thank you, Sheriff. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Lawson, I'm an Incident Commander with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3. Give you a brief little rundown. Sheriff is...
All right, everybody, taking a look at the White House right now. In just 1 minute, we're going to have our very own Ron Hoon to talk about the upcoming week in politics. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, joined by Ron Hoon right here. And, you know, yesterday, it was kind of like almost, you know, very depressing. First Sunday with no football. What's going on?
Yeah.
That was a little depressing.
Yeah, I know. And then we got in this morning and we launched our 4:30 show. We have Jude LaCava, who tapes a news sportscast for us every morning in that 4:30 show. It's a great way if you missed a bunch of the headlines over the weekend. And his topic was, what does the future hold for the Cards?
Oh, there we go.
And there's some real question this morning if one of maybe probably their number 2 biggest star on defense, maybe number 1, Calais Campbell. If he's going to stay with the team.
Wow.
Or not. So there's always, I mean, even though the season's over, there's stuff to get us through.
Yeah.
Big Mike.
Well, I'm just hoping they don't have too much hype going into the season, because we saw what happened last year.
I know.
They had too much hype
I know.
and they totally flatlined and they went down.
If Amazon calls and says you guys want to be on Prime again, you say no.
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 Definitely not. Well,
we're talking politics, and I love how when we first popped up, the first thing I saw on the screen was Trump and Trudeau. Go ahead, look right in the camera there. And I thought, so it's almost like we're doing the Trump and Trudeau thing. But that's next.
Yes.
Right now, we're a
next.
very effective political combination.
Yes.
We're just, we're not as powerful as those two guys. Well, it's interesting because you really have 2 different generations going there.
Definitely.
You know, I mean, Justin Trudeau, what is he, 42 or something?
Very young, yes.
Very young. And if you've been around a long time covering the news business like I have, you remember that his dad, I think his name was Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Anyway, Pierre Trudeau was prime minister. So here we are now, fast forwarding some 40 years, and his son is running the show, running the country. But it's going to be interesting to see. They have already established different positions on this travel ban. Remember, Trudeau came out and he said, this is not the approach we take. He actually took one step further and said, we will welcome the people that the United States is not welcoming.
Okay. Yep.
So, that's not like a direct type confrontation to Donald Trump or anything. I mean, he runs his own country. He can make whatever policy he wants. But isn't it interesting? Think about this for half a sec. That as the cost for the border wall with the U.S. and Mexico keeps growing, the latest number we heard was $21 billion. Remember, first it was $15 billion. Now it's grown to $21 billion. Isn't it interesting that the people who the president is trying the hardest to keep out as a result of this travel ban would go to Canada, and we have a 4,000-mile border with Canada.
That's
with
interesting.
With no wall.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Not that I'm saying people, if they felt like they weren't welcome in the U.S. and they went to Canada, why would they want to come back into the U.S.?
Yeah.
But nevertheless, if you're looking at it strictly from a security standpoint, you think, wow, man, we built this wall here.
Yes.
And so.
And Donald Trump yesterday tweeted that there's the cost of $21 billion that he's hearing on these media reports, but he says, but I haven't got into the negotiations yet. It's going to be much lower than.
Yes. Did he tweet that?
Yeah. So
well, that is one really interesting thing about him. I mean, before he was even in office, he was ripping some defense contractor for the cost of a plane, and I think that I do think money-wise, I think he has a sense for when you're getting a good deal and not getting a good deal.
Sure.
I mean, that's sort of the mark of a successful businessman, right?
Yes.
And so everybody's known that for a long time, and I guess everybody back in Washington, they just sort of wink and nod, and yeah, it seems expensive. I mean, if you really were to step back and realize the price tag on some of these planes, it's crazy. But, we're able to work a lot of these costs.
And I've also been...
It's business not as usual anymore.
No, it's definitely different. I mean, the whole campaign was different.
Yep.
But I've been seeing these memes across the the internet and Twitter that people have been posting. And I don't know, is it true? They said,
is it true?
Is it true?
I like when you take the Perry Mason approach.
Yes.
Is it true?
So
that
they're showing that $21 billion for the cost of the wall,
right?
And then they're saying $100 billion for the cost every year of illegal immigrants in our country.
Well, now,
is that number overinflated, or is that?
I hadn't seen that.
Okay,
where did you catch that?
I've been seeing these memes that people have been tweeting.
Oh, it's a meme.
So,
okay.
Yeah, so I'm like, is it true? Or?
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, so here's the thing. All the talk is about fake news.
Yeah.
The way it really works in our business is we have to know what the source is.
Yes.
Before we're gonna go with the story. So I would never go with that as a story unless there's a little asterisk on at least one of those memes that says source, U.S. News and World Report, or source, University of California, Los Angeles study, 2012, or something.
Sure.
So that you can get in and look at it. I mean, I have a couple of friends who like to send me email chains, that claim to have all kinds of information on them. I'm like, so you don't get any of your news from an email.
Yeah.
That's your first thing. Secondly, we really do need, in our business, we really do need to know what the sources are. So I would love to, there is an argument that could be made that, and it is being made by those who are more supportive of a looser immigration policy, that people are coming into the country willing to do jobs that the average American maybe isn't willing to do. And so, I don't know. I mean, if in fact this really does proceed and you get the wall built, it'll be interesting to see in some of those areas that traditionally have been more transient and migrant oriented, what exactly happens there?
Oh, I know.
I mean, do you get to the point where you say, well, at the wages we were paying, we can't get any American workers to do that, so we'll double the pay or whatever you have to do,
yes.
And then we'll see the price. I'm not passing judgment on one way or the other, but you'll see the price of various items at the grocery store then potentially go up a fair amount. So where the cost of the $100 million comes from, I guess, would be loss of tax revenues. If you're in the country illegally and you're not paying income tax or contributing, in other ways, there's that loss there. But I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
I would like to see a little bit more detail on that before I would go too strongly with it.
Oh, and I'm surprised we didn't get this in, but let's show everybody. This is, let me just minimize this for a minute. This is being live streamed from Donald Trump's official handle here. Let's see, did he just... Oh, he just ended it. So we'll get the video probably in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
But it was
on his Twitter? His Facebook?
Yeah, a roundtable discussion with the Canadian Prime Minister and a group of leading businesswomen to discuss women in the workforce. And that's interesting because Ivanka, his daughter, put that roundtable discussion together.
Okay.
Yeah, so she invited some women business leaders from United States and Canada to be there as well.
Yeah. Okay, so let me ask you something about Ivanka. The big story this last week was that Nordstrom dropped her line. And then I read online somewhere this weekend a reporter who was sent out to try to shop for Ivanka Trump line of products all across New York City. Did you read that?
No, I didn't read this article.
Really fascinating.
And could they not find them? Or?
They were saying it was really hard, really tough to find them. And then I think we, let me make sure I've got the stories right. I believe we announced on our newscast this morning that Kmart and Sears had said they were going to discontinue the brand. Now, here's my question for you, Big Mike.
Yep.
Do you know, is there a concerted, is there any type of concerted effort aimed at these stores, because they all seem to be doing it at once, to boycott them or to get people who might not be fans of Donald Trump to organize and not buy Ivanka Trump stuff, or go even further and say, I'm not going to shop at a store that carries Ivanka Trump's line. Have you heard any of that?
No, but I'm just really surprised that these brands and stores are doing this, considering the fact that, I mean, what was it, 63 million people voted for Trump. So you want to alienate like a half of the American people as well. So I don't know if that's what this business rationale is.
I'm always skeptical just by nature in this business. And one of the things I'm skeptical about, and maybe as you guys have been watching that story unfold, so, you know, the president brings it up, I believe that was last Wednesday, and then the next thing you know, it goes beyond Nordstrom, and other department stores and other retailers are saying we're going to get out of it too. I'm skeptical about the timing of it, because if politics is not playing a role, and all it is that sales are down or not good, how does everybody all at once suddenly decide to drop it within 4 days of each other? You know? It's like everybody all woke up on last Wednesday or last Thursday and said, hey, come to think of it, sales are down. And so I just feel like there's more to that story, and I don't know if there's any type of boycott type thing, but I know stores are sensitive to any effort that could potentially hurt their business. I don't know what's going on. The political undercurrent that, you know, me coming from the Northwest, Mike, I can tell you, and Nordstrom is headquartered up there. Fantastic company. They're always on the list of the top 100 companies in America. But Seattle is a liberal city. I think I'm not telling you anything new. Right?
Yeah. So, I mean...
So, you know, it's probably very popular up there to make a move like that. But then we see these other retailers.
Well, I was just surprised like Sears and Kmart would want to do this. I mean, they're already crumbling as it is. I mean, you really want to get more people against you?
Yeah, I know.
I don't get it.
Right. So, we'll see how that one plays out. But interesting that Ivanka Trump... it's just going to be fascinating to see these next 4 years.
Oh, sure, definitely. And
to see what role will she really play. I mean, we're all aware of the rule that says you can't hire a family member at the White House, but, of course, Jared Kushner is technically, you know, not blood, but he's an in-law. So he's there working, but apparently, nevertheless, the president can't hire his daughter, but he can sure take advice from her, and she still seems to be one of the most influential.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, if you go to my Twitter page, and I know you were going to talk about that as well.
Yes.
I really do wonder if Ivanka's ever had any conversations with her father about Twitter.
About him doing it too much.
Yeah. You know, or off topic. That kind of
and you posed the question there, and you ran a poll. Let me just lower it just a little so we can see it here.
Yeah.
Let me just show you the results here. 54%, 46%. You can see it right there.
Come vote on that. It's Ron Hoon, Fox 10. And right now, 54% saying yes, it is time to get off Twitter, just govern. But no, 46% say I like what he's doing. So I'm going to real quick just encourage people to come to my Twitter page. That's Ron Hoon Fox 10, because I understand we're about to get that info.
Yeah, we will get that playback now
out
of
of the White House.
that business meeting.
Yeah. You said 5 minutes ago, you said, give us about 5 minutes and it'll be coming down. So it looks like that's set and ready to go. Yeah, give me your feedback too in terms of whether you do think he should get off Twitter. I mean, the whole thing results in all these votes, but it started, or the reason I got to thinking about it was because he took on Mark Cuban.
Sure.
And said he's not smart enough to.
Yeah.
He didn't even say he's not smart enough to be president. He said he's not smart enough to run for president, which is one notch lower on the insult scale.
Yeah.
Not only can you not be president, you don't even have the marbles upstairs to run for president.
I know. I read this story over the weekend though, while President Trump was at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
On Saturday, he did find time to crash a wedding that was being happening at his resort.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, so he goes in and makes an announcement and says that this is a beautiful couple and they've been members here for years. And then he ends it by saying, and they paid me a lot of money over the years. Typical, Donald Trump, getting a little business venture in there as well.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. We'll see. We'll see how. It's interesting. I think I saw those poll numbers just move just a little bit now up to 47%.
Oh, there we go.
No, I like what he's doing. So plenty of people do. That's for sure.
Oh, sure.
Although right now it's really running. I always think a poll question, Mike, is a good poll question when it's getting close to 50-50.
Yes. Yeah.
In our business, when a guy puts a poll question up and it's like a 92% one way. Well, it's sort of a waste of time.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I ran
that. Are you in favor of Valentine's Day?
I ran a similar poll yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I'll show you this, and I'll show you kind of what you were talking about. Here was my poll question yesterday.
Okay.
No doubt the Grammys will turn political tonight because of this. Will you be watching? And then 85% said no.
Wow.
And that was 332 votes.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I don't have a lot of time for award shows.
No.
I way prefer just getting
the
2-minute
wrap
recap.
Up. Yeah.
Because I know we'll be talking about it the following morning on our morning show.
Definitely.
That's a good question, though. No doubt the Grammys will turn political tonight, and they did.
Yes.
Can you imagine with the Academy Awards?
Oh.
Is Meryl Streep going to win another award?
Wow.
That's coming up soon.
That is coming up at the end of the month, and that should be interesting. And you know what? It's interesting. It'll be interesting to see how that all plays out again, because we'll know it'll turn political again.
Yeah.
But don't you think people just, after a while, they...
I think they're tired of it, even if they agree.
Yeah, because you figure watching a movie or an award show, it's kind of like a... you want to go away from your life for a little bit. You want to you want to get into something else, and you don't want to be reminded.
You know what? That's why every time ESPN does ESPN exclusive, we're digging into this story or whatever, I'm like, I watch you guys for the games.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all well and good, that you're doing some undercover investigative thing on whatever, how much coaches get paid, or Deflategate, or what was the one before that? Spygate.
Mm-hmm.
But I just watch them.
Just play the
Get a good ball game. Which, by the way, there's a small college basketball team. Before I worked here in Phoenix, I was working in Spokane. I was anchoring, for those of you who are watching us up in the Great Northwest, I was anchoring at KXLY, the ABC station there in Spokane. Well, there's a little college out of Spokane that's the #1 basketball team in America.
Look at that.
Gonzaga.
Yeah.
Did you see that? They're #1.
I know.
in the polls. I watched them this weekend. They're pretty fantastic.
And I watched a little Villanova yesterday.
Have you figured out who have you figured your brackets out
No,
yet?
not yet.
That's something we're going to have to talk about.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Because, as we always say, there's a local angle. The Final Four is going to be right here in Phoenix, AZ.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Yeah.
That'll be great. All right, well, it looks like our playback is coming. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Ron, follow him on Twitter, Ron Hoon, Fox 10.
Thanks, Big Mike.
Yes.
Okay.
And there we go. We'll send you right now to that playback.
Again.
everybody. Please sit down. Let me help you here. These are very heavy chairs. These are seriously heavy. Hold it, I have to. You have to be strong for these chairs. There you go. This is the cabinet room. We have to have strong people.
Strong women. Strong women are here.
Strong women are definitely here. There's no question about that. Thank you all very much. This is a great honor. Very nice. I have recognized some of you. Great success. So important. I'm honored to be here with Prime Minister Trudeau, whose father I knew and respected greatly. And he gave me a picture of myself and your father, and what a great picture. I will keep that in a very special place at the Waldorf Astoria together. We're going to launch the Canada-United States Council for Advancement of Women Entrepreneurs, of which we have some of the great ones in this room, and business leaders. We have so many great women leaders around the table today, and we're going to go through your names and exactly, because many of you I know, some of you I don't. I want to find out all about you. Women, as you know, and I can say that from my past life, I had so many women executives that were phenomenal, and really helped me a great deal in business. So that was really fantastic. They play a tremendously important role, women, in our economy. Women are the primary source of income in 40% of American households and households with children under the age of 18. In order to create economic growth and lots of very good, well-paying jobs, we must ensure that our economy is a place where women can work and thrive. And I think that's happening in the United States much more so. And Ivanka is very much involved in this, and I appreciate you being involved in it. And I know, Justin, in Canada, it's happening big league, and that's very important. We need policies that help to keep women in the workforce and to address the unique barriers faced by female entrepreneurs, and they are unique. We need to make it easier for women to manage the demands of having both a job and a family. And we also need to make it easier for women entrepreneurs to get access to capital. And I guess pretty much all entrepreneurs, we have to help them out, because the system is not working so well for entrepreneurs getting capital, but it's in particular difficult for women. So we're going to get access to markets and access to networks. And I look forward to hearing your advice. We're going to go around the table, and I want to really learn something today. And again, it's a great honor to be with you. And Justin, I can say on behalf of our country, it's an honor to be with you.
Well, thank you, Donald, for welcoming us. And I'm really excited about launching this. Sitting around table here with a number of successful executives who just happen to be women. One of the things that I've been lucky enough to do over the past year in New York and Beijing and across Canada is sit down with women CEOs, women executives to talk about both their successes and the challenges they're facing that are particular, but also how, of course, we create more paths to success for women across our community and across our society. Whenever I sit down with a woman executive, I know that she has had to overcome significant barriers that exist, and therefore is likely to have greater insight into help reduce those barriers for others, but also be a formidable contributor to the success of the business and her economy. So I think for me, it's not just about doing the right thing. It's about understanding that women in leadership positions is a very powerful leverage for success, for business, for communities, and for our entire economy. Alors c'est un grand plaisir de pouvoir vous écouter aujourd'hui, entendre les différentes perspectives et souligner le rôle important que les femmes ont dans la réussite qu'on va bâtir dans ce monde. It's a great pleasure to sit with you now and to hear from your extraordinary leadership.
Thank you. Well, how about we start with Ivanka? We go around the room. Ivanka, you might just want to say a couple of words.
Welcome, and I'm honored to be here, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from each of you who
serve as tremendous role models for me and so many other business leaders across both of our countries, and can lend some tremendously valuable perspective as we think about the unique challenges that entrepreneurs, women in the workforce, female small business owners are confronted with each and every day. And as we think about how we level the playing field for this generation and for the next. So thank you for being here, and I look forward to hearing from each of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dawn Farrell, and I'm from a company called TransAlta, which is located in Alberta, where you're going to build the Keystone Pipeline.
There's a big chunk of it, that's right.
So thanks for the opportunity to contribute to this important dialogue, and a dialogue that we've had for over hundreds of years. My company is in the business of making electricity. We generate electricity from coal, natural gas, and also from renewable sources, wind, hydro, and solar. We have operations in Canada, the United States, and in Australia. And really, for us to excel, we have to be excellent in operations, engineering, finance, and trading, and we have to excel in the public policy dialogue that happens around energy. And I'll talk about that as part of today, because we've done some excellent work with the Trudeau government. Now, future jobs in our space absolutely depend on growth. There's no question of that, and I truly believe for there to be future opportunities for women, we have to have growth, because the more jobs there are, the more opportunities. And collaborations like this, where we break down barriers and simplify and build trust and build confidence, because I think businesses invest when there's confidence, and my hope is that's what comes out of here. Now, for us, having operations in Canada and the United States makes us absolutely more competitive. Our Centralia operation, which is in Washington State, is one of the most competitive plants. They've twice won our most coveted award for Plant of the Year. But the reality is, teams of people from the United States and teams of people from Canada cross the border often to work with each other, to share and to so that we can excel as a company overall. So it's huge.
That's good.
And we're just going to
Well, we're going to go around.
Go
Thank
around
you.
and then
Good
we'll
job.
get
Boy, she did a hell of a job. Wow. No wonder she's successful. Monique, thank you.
Monique Leroux. I am the chair of the board of the Quebec Investment Fund and the chair of the Economic Council of the province. I'm also a board member of large global corporations like S&P Global, Michelin, and Couche-Tard, which is a very interesting Canadian company. Each of those organizations, of course, have significant businesses in the US and also employs a lot of people in this country. I feel really honored and privileged to be part of the council. I would like to thank you for this great opportunity.
Thank you.
We have a long history of cooperation, and I think that the women agenda will contribute a lot for our great country.
Thank you, Monique. Appreciate it.
My name is Tina Lee. I'm CEO of TNT Supermarket. We're Canada's largest Asian supermarket chain. I employ 5,000 staff and serve 500,000 people across the country every week.
Wow, fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Carol Stevenson. I'm on the board of directors of General Motors, and I don't think General Motors needs any introduction.
No, we had Mary Barrow was here last week.
Yes.
And she's terrific.
She is.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm Tamara Lundgren. I'm the president and CEO of Schnitzer Steel Industries, which is one of the world's largest recyclers of metal products sold to steel mills around the world. I also sit on the board of Parsons Corporation, which has been a big participant in the public-private partnerships in Canada. And I sit on the board of Ryder, which goes back and forth between the U.S. and Canada over 400 times every day. And lastly, I'm the chair of the board of the Portland branch of the 12th District Federal Reserve Board.
Very good. Very impressive. Thank you very much.
Hello, Elise Allen. I'm vice president of GE. As well, I lead GE's operations in Canada, and we're a digital industrial company doing business in 190 countries in the world.
Right, that's true. Great, thank you.
I'm Annette Verschuren. I'm the CEO of NR Store, which is an energy storage development company. Half of my career I've worked with US-based companies, Home Depot, where I rolled out 19 to 179 stores in Canada, and Michael's here at the craft stores. I think that our countries are so absolutely bound together by our people, our resources, our trade. Linda Hazmat and I worked for many years on North American competitiveness and found ways in which we could get products and services and people through the border efficiently because, as you know, we're the biggest trading partners in the world.
And we're going to be working on that very closely over the next very short period of time. There's some new things happening that can be very good.
It's great.
So we're going to work. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Julie Sweet. I'm the CEO of North America for Accenture, responsible for both our U.S. and Canadian businesses.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Linda Hassenkratz. I'm CEO of Linamar Corporation. We're a diversified manufacturing company. We have 57 plants and 25,000 employees around the world, including right here in the U.S. and, of course, also heavily invested in Canada. We've doubled our workforce in the U.S. over the last 5 years. We've also doubled our workforce in Canada over the last 5 years. And have a lot of exciting opportunities for growth. We're mainly in the auto parts and access equipment sectors.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, folks, that was a live look-in of the round table discussion with women leaders from both Canada and the United States. And coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern, we will have the joint press conference of the President and the Canadian Prime Minister. Now let's take you out to the Senate floor for live debate of President Trump's nominee for Treasury Secretary.
Movie Avatar were funneled to an offshore web of entities and investors, giving him the chance to skirt a U.S. tax bill. At a more recent point in his career, Mr. Mnuchin's bank was up for a merger. The deal had the potential to be a personal windfall for him and a small circle of others. A foundation Mr. Mnuchin chaired reportedly used tax-exempt dollars to fund a write-in campaign pushing for the deal's approval. During the public comment period on a potential merger, this is pretty much the equivalent of stuffing the ballot box. Now, as a nominee for a cabinet position, Mr. Mnuchin could be in line for a special, elective federal tax deferral on money made by selling stocks and bonds. That, Mr. President, is the very definition of getting to pay what you want when you want to. Mr. President and my colleagues, you hear a common defense, a frequent and common defense, when these kinds of tax tricks are brought into public view. It's true that the people who use them are following the laws on the books. But the outrage in our tax system, as I have said on this Senate floor, is what is legal. That is the real outrage with the American, tax system. And it is outrageous that the Senate has allowed obvious gamesmanship to stay legal. It's outrageous that the administration and its chosen nominee for Treasury have shown no interest in changing it. When you're the Treasury Secretary, one of your paramount obligations is overseeing taxes. And the last time the United States overhauled its tax code, this was 1986, the Reagan Treasury Department played a huge role in that effort. And one of the core principles of that reform was treating wages and wealth the same way. Democrats and Republicans came together to pass a tax reform bill based on fairness. And it said that the wage earner, that nurse in Louisiana or a welder in Portland, that their income and the income of those who made their money with finance and on Wall Street and the like, that they would be treated the same. I see no indication that this administration is prepared to repeat that formula. The campaign promised to fix the broken, dysfunctional tax code. Donald Trump's campaign promise lured in a lot of voters. And I'm telling you, when I heard that Mnuchin rule the first time, I said, that sounds pretty good. No net tax break for those who are the most fortunate. That sounds pretty appealing. But the tax plans that the administration and Republicans in Congress have on offer now will not undo the disgusting unfairness that is right at the heart of the American tax code. In fact, it's only going to get worse. This issue has to be at the center of the debate on Mr. Mnuchin's nomination. I'm particularly troubled by the fact that the evidence shows that the Mnuchin rule is already on the ropes. I intend to oppose this nominee. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I note, Mr. President, the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
And folks, while we are waiting for more coverage on the Senate floor, stocks around the world continue to push higher today, and U.S. indexes again hit major records. Bond yields climbed today as well, helping to send banks and other financial companies higher. Citigroup rose 2.2% in deal news. Phone companies fell after Verizon announced an unlimited dated plan. The S&P's 500 index rose 9 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 119 points so far. Bonds fell. The yield on the 10-year Treasury note rose to 2.4%. And folks, we are just now 1 hour away from the joint press conference between President Donald Trump and the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. That is coming up in just 1 hour. Of course, we will have it here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, folks, while we are waiting for the Senate floor to reconvene here, we're going to take you right outside the West Wing where women CEOs from both America and Canada are now speaking right after their roundtable discussion with President Donald Trump.
Importance of infrastructure and leveraging the skills of women in Canada and the U.S. to improve the ability to grow infrastructure, grow jobs, which are the cornerstones of both President Trump's and Prime Minister Trudeau's platforms. Thank you very much.
Could you ladies tell us, did the President make any commitments on policy, childcare, maternity leave?
And we just got the very tail end of that. Take it back out to Senate floor. And we're seeing just playback of that.
Hello, I'm Julie Sweet, the CEO of Accenture for North America. I was honored today to join the President and Prime Minister Trudeau and these great women leaders today in the very first meeting the President has held in the Cabinet Room, which I think signifies the importance.
President Donald Trump says he is looking forward to today with Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to ease access to capital for women entrepreneurs. Trump and Trudeau have been taking part in a roundtable discussion about women in the workforce as part of their first official meeting. Trump says the system is not working so well for entrepreneurs, particularly for women. Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, attended the meeting and helped recruit participants and set the agenda. In other news, the UN Secretary General is strongly condemning North Korea's latest ballistic missile launch ahead of an urgent meeting of the Security Council. The meeting was requested by the U.S., Japan, and South Korea. The missile test, which was conducted early yesterday, is seen as an implicit challenge to President Donald Trump. He has vowed to take a tough line on North Korea, but he hasn't yet released a strategy for dealing with that country and its nuclear ambitions. And Sears and Kmart have removed some Trump-branded items from their online stores, but they aren't saying how many, and they emphasize that hundreds of products are still available through its third-party online marketplace. It's another sign of how companies are trying to tread a careful line after President Donald Trump rebuked Nordstrom publicly for deciding to stop selling his daughter Ivanka Trump's clothing and accessory line. Ethics experts say that as a threat to companies who carry the brand.
This is the cabinet room. We have to have strong people.
Strong women. Strong women are here.
Strong women are definitely here. There's no question about that. Thank you all very much. This is a great honor. Very nice. I have recognized some of you. Great success. So important. I'm honored to be here with Prime Minister Trudeau, whose father I knew and respected greatly. And he gave me a picture of myself.
All right, we are just going to be showing you some tape playback of President Trump and Trudeau. Walking on the White House grounds. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are taking a look at the live Senate floor where just in a few moments, senators will once again be debating President Donald Trump's Secretary of the Treasury nominee. That's coming up in just a little bit. In about 45 minutes away, we are expecting that joint press conference between President Donald Trump and the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. That's coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll have it for you right at the top of the hour.
Let me help you here. These are very heavy chairs. These are seriously heavy. Hold it, you have to be strong for these chairs. There you go. This is the cabinet room. We have to have strong people.
Strong women. Strong women are here.
Strong women are definitely here. There's no question about that. Thank you all very much. This is a great honor. Very nice. I have recognized some of you. Great success. It's so important. I'm honored to be here with Prime Minister Trudeau, whose father I knew and respected greatly. And he gave me a picture of myself and your father. And what a great picture. I will keep that in a very special place at the Waldorf Astoria together. We're going to launch the Canada-United States Council for Advancement of Women Entrepreneurs, of which we have some of the great ones in this room, and business leaders. We have so many great women leaders around the table today, and we're going to go through your names and exactly, because many of you I know, some of you I don't. I want to find out all about you. Women, as you know, and I can say that from my past life, I had so many women executives that were phenomenal. And really helped me a great deal in business. So that was really fantastic. They play a tremendously important role, women, in our economy. Women are the primary source of income in 40% of American households and households with children under the age of 18. In order to create economic growth and lots of very good, well-paying jobs, we must ensure that our economy is a place where women can work and thrive, and I think that's happening in the United States much more so, and Ivanka is very much involved in this, and I appreciate you being involved in it. And I know, Justin, in Canada, it's happening big league, and that's very important. We need policies that help to keep women in the workforce and to address the unique barriers faced by female entrepreneurs, and they are unique. We need to make it easier for women to manage the demands of having both a job and a family. And we also need to make it easier for women entrepreneurs to get access to capital.
The senator from Maine.
I guess pretty much all
Mr.
entrepreneurs,
President,
we have to help them
I
out.
ask unanimous consent that proceedings under the call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to express my strong support for the nomination of Dr. David Shulkin to be the next Secretary of Veterans Affairs. I believe that his impressive record of service in both the public and private healthcare sectors, as well as his firm grasp of VA healthcare issues, make him extraordinarily well qualified to lead the department through the coming period of major reforms and continuing transformation. Dr. Shulkin has served in numerous executive roles at hospitals across the country, including Beth Israel Medical Center in New York City, the University of Pennsylvania Health System, and the Atlantic Rehabilitation Institute. In fact, Mr. President, he's been named one of the top 100 physician leaders of hospitals and health systems and one of the 50 most influential physician executives in the country. In 2015, Dr. Shulkin brought his extensive experience in the private sector to the Department of Veterans Affairs to serve as the VA Undersecretary for Health. Mr. President, last year I had the opportunity to host Dr. Shulkin in my hometown of Caribou, Maine, as he toured the community-based outpatient clinic and our local hospital, Carey Medical Center, to see the innovative work being done there to provide veterans with top-quality health care closer to where they live. Carey Medical Center partnered with the VA through the Access Received Closer to Home, or ARCH program, to provide veterans in northern Maine with high-quality care, including specialty care, close to home and close to their families, rather than forcing them to drive 250 or more miles to receive their care at the Togus VA Medical Center in Augusta, the location of Maine's only VA hospital. Mr. President, this partnership between Carey Medical Center and the VA has been a huge success, with an approval rating from our veterans exceeding 90%. Last spring, when we were faced with the potential expiration of the ARCH program, Dr. Shulkin, at my invitation, came to Maine and announced his commitment to ensuring that veterans using this innovative program in our state would maintain seamless community care. And Mr. President, he has kept his word. During his visit to Maine, Dr. Shulkin also toured the Togus VA Medical Center, the oldest VA facility in the nation, and the community-based outpatient clinic in Bangor. I would note that he drove the 4 hours from Augusta, where the VA hospital is located, to Caribou to get a better sense of the distances in our state. And right now, when we're in the midst of a fierce blizzard, you can imagine how important it is for veterans in need of care to be able to access that care close to home in an emergency. I was truly impressed and remain truly impressed with Dr. Shulkin's understanding of the needs of rural veterans and the challenges of providing health care in rural settings. While in Maine, Dr. Shulkin listened to veterans, health care providers, VSO advocates, and the VA staff alike to ensure that our veterans receive the care that they have earned through their service to our nation. In fact, he remained in Caribou and had a town meeting in which he heard from people representing a variety of views, but all of whom encouraged him to continue this wonderful program. Mr. President, Dr. Shulkin's nomination to be VA Secretary has drawn support from our veterans service organizations throughout the country, including the American Legion, the VFW, the Disabled American Veterans, the Paralyzed Veterans of America, AMVETS, and the Vietnam Veterans of America. That does not surprise me, because he has demonstrated in very concrete ways his commitment to the veterans that we are serving. Mr. President, at a time when bipartisan consensus, unfortunately, has been all too rare in this chamber, Dr. Shulkin's nomination has been one of the few areas where Republicans and Democrats have found common ground. His nomination was approved unanimously by the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee. During this time, when crucial reforms and organizational changes are necessary to ensure consistent, high-quality care for our nation's veterans, it is critical that the VA have a talented, experienced, and committed leader to spearhead the department's transformation as we seek to improve the quality and timeliness of health care for our veterans. Dr. Shulkin is an excellent nomination, and I urge all of my colleagues to support his confirmation. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, seeing no one seeking recognition, I would suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Once again, folks, you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. In the latest news, advocacy groups and the White House say that people suspected of living in the United States illegally are being rounded up in large numbers as part of stepped-up enforcement under President Donald Trump. Advocates cited what they call heavy-handed raids in Atlanta, Chicago, New York, Texas, and North Carolina. Yet officials from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the agency conducting the raids, say the efforts are business as usual, no different than what happened on a regular basis during the Obama years. So which is it? The truth lies somewhere in between. Here are some of the facts surrounding what's happening with immigration enforcement. Trump versus Obama. As a candidate, Donald Trump vowed to take a hard line on immigration. 5 days after taking office, he signed a sweeping executive order that made clear that just about any immigrant living in the country illegally could be a priority for deportation, particularly those with outstanding deportation orders. The president's order also said enforcement priorities would include convicted criminals, immigrants who had been arrested for any criminal offense, those who committed fraud, and anyone who may have committed a crime, including immigration violations. Under President Barack Obama, the government focused on immigrants in the country illegally who posed a threat to national security or public safety and recent border crossers. But despite the narrower focus, more than 2 million people were deported during Obama's time in office, including a record of more than 409,000 people in 2012. At one point, his critics dubbed him the deporter-in-chief. The record was reached with the help of the Secure Communities program that helped the government identify immigrants in the United States illegally who had been arrested. In the latter half of Obama's tenure, the Secure Communities program fell out of favor with the administration and local jurisdictions, and deportations plummeted to lows matching those during President George W. Bush's term. And right now we are taking a live look now of the East Room where President Donald Trump and the Canadian Prime Minister will be doing their joint press conference. Moments ago, we were just talking about immigration enforcement, illegal immigration enforcement. Are the latest raids a direct result of Trump's order? Immigration officials said they weren't, but a White House senior policy advisor, Stephen Miller, said Sunday that the arrests were a direct result of Trump's executive order. In other news, Betsy DeVos got off to a rocky start with families of disabled children when she acknowledged being confused by a question at her confirmation hearing about a federal law that has governed special education since 1975. Now that DeVos is on the job at the U.S. Education Department, advocacy groups say they will be watching closely to see how much the billionaire school choice champion has learned and how her philosophy will affect the more than 6.5 million public school students who need special support in class. It's fair to say that there's a high level of anxiety from our members, said Denise Marshall, executive director of the Council of Parent Attorneys and Advocates, which opposed DeVos's nomination. As Education Secretary, DeVos leads the department charged with enforcing the federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. The 42-year-old law entitles children who struggle to learn or have a medical or development challenges to a free, appropriate public education aligned with their state's academic standards. It includes services tailored to each child's need and in the least restrictive environment where those needs can be met. To help states meet the excess costs, the federal government supplied $11 billion in funding in 2016. And in other news, embattled National Security Advisor Michael Flynn's fate as one of President Donald Trump's senior aides remained uncertain Monday following reports that he discussed U.S. sanctions with a Russian envoy before Trump's inauguration. For a fourth straight day, White House officials would not say whether Trump had confidence in Flynn. The president has not publicly commented on Flynn's status, nor has Vice President Mike Pence, who previously denied that Flynn had discussed sanctions with the Russian ambassador to the U.S. Pence and Flynn spoke twice on Friday, according to an administration official. Trump has told associates he is troubled by the situation, but he has not said whether he plans to ask Flynn to step down, according to a person who spoke with him recently. And we will get you back out to the East Room, but now more on the Senate floor.
It isn't worth rehashing this devastating economic history, but I disagree. Because today, we will be asked to vote for a Treasury nominee whose questionable business practices earned him the title of Foreclosure King. The Foreclosure King. As a senior executive at Goldman Sachs for 17 years, Steve Mnuchin was an evangelist for the types of financial transactions, credit default swaps, and collateralized debt obligations that crashed the economy in 2008. He said these instruments were, and I quote, an extremely positive development in terms of being able to finance different parts of the economy and different businesses effectively. End quote. So what was essentially just business to him devastated the economy and the lives of millions of people. As the CEO of One West, Mnuchin was deeply involved in subprime lending and was responsible for tens of thousands of foreclosures across the country. Under Mr. Mnuchin's leadership, One West was among the worst offenders in robo-signing foreclosure documents. And while he denied this fact during his confirmation hearing, a vice president of One West admitted to signing 750 documents per week while spending less than 30 seconds on each one. In other words, he was very busy robo-signing these documents. Under Mr. Mnuchin's leadership, a One West subsidiary, Financial Freedom, foreclosed on more than 16,000 seniors living on fixed income and who had reverse mortgages with that company. In one case, the company foreclosed on a 90-year-old woman's home over a 27-cent debt. Hundreds of families across Hawaii who had mortgages with One West felt the impact of Steve Mnuchin's business practices personally. In 2013, I received a letter from Suzanne on the Big Island. Suzanne is a retired Navy civilian. She depends on her disability and retirement income to afford her modest home in Hilo. She had her mortgage through One West. When she wrote to me, her home was in court-ordered mediation pending foreclosure. Suzanne went into mediation in good faith, assuming that One West would assist her with a loan modification. Well, she was wrong. Suzanne and One West agreed that before she signed any modification, she would receive a written offer that included the full terms of the agreement. But during their second mediation meeting, in violation of the agreement, One West told Suzanne that she owed $30,000 more than her records showed and made a unilateral offer without disclosing any of the terms, contrary to what they had agreed to. Suzanne wisely refused to accept this so-called offer. At the time that she wrote to me, One West was pushing a judge to proceed with her foreclosure. I quote her, "I can afford my home," she wrote. "I want to keep my home, but the difference between a $1,300 a month and $1,500 a month is huge. One West has billions and is considering going public this year." She went on to say, "They have made unreasonable offers, lost paperwork, ignored requests, all the nightmares you hear about on the news. Well, consider me a poster child." Suzanne asked us to write to Steve Mnuchin on her behalf, even though she knew that One West had a record of hanging homeowners like her out to dry. She said, "It seems to me that Mr. Mnuchin was one of the architects of our meltdown," unquote. She's right. There are tens of thousands of stories from One West customers like Suzanne's across the country. And Mr. Mnuchin is responsible for each one of them as CEO of One West. Now, President Trump is asking us to confirm Mr. Mnuchin to serve as Treasury Secretary. Throughout his campaign, President Trump made it clear that he wants to dismantle Dodd-Frank, eliminate the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and roll back financial regulations that would prevent another financial crisis. As Treasury Secretary, Mr. Mnuchin would be charged with implementing this agenda. Credible economists have warned that we could end up in another financial crisis. My question is, who would a Secretary Mnuchin try to save? Wall Street or the millions of people who will be adversely impacted? His record shows which path Steve Mnuchin would choose. And this is why I call on my colleagues to oppose this nomination. I yield the floor. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, folks, now we are going to take you back to the White House East Room. We are just about 10 minutes away from the joint press news conference between President Donald Trump and the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And we're just lowering the audio until John Roberts does go live there. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are just moments away from the joint news conference. As soon as John Roberts is going to be going live, we will, of course, turn on the volume so that we can all hear.
Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1,
Well, their politics are definitely different. There's no question about that. I mean, Justin Trudeau comes from a rich family history of liberal politics in Canada. His father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, was the Prime Minister of Canada for a long, long time through successive U.S. presidents, and now he is here as the prodigal son, as the Prime Minister of Canada. But the two of them did appear to get along well. There was a warm welcome at the West Wing door when the president came out to meet him. They seemed to have a nice time in the Oval Office. There was a very interesting meeting that the two of them had together with a lot of business leaders who were women. They were striking a task force called the U.S. Canada Council for the Advancement of Women's Entrepreneurship and Business Leadership. So they had some common ground on that. There's common ground on trade as well. And they tried in a joint statement to put out as much common ground as they could on Homeland Security as well. Now, don't forget, they do differ a little bit in terms of allowing refugees into the country. The president wants to put a 120-day pause on the entry of refugees from everywhere in the world to the United States. At the same time as that executive order went into effect, the Prime Minister of Canada put out a tweet to say refugees are welcome here. But there is a long shared open border that they have to secure, and they have taken steps during their bilateral meeting to further enhance security along that border. There's something called pre-clearance in Canada, and at 8 airports across the country, if you're entering the United States, you actually clear customs and immigration there in Canada, which raises some questions about whether or not the president's executive order on extreme vetting, the immigration ban, might run afoul of Canadian law. Canada has very strong anti-discrimination laws, and to subject people to an immigration ban as they're entering actually through Canadian ports may be problematic. So that's something that they discussed. We'll see if we can get some answers from them in this press conference coming up here, Melissa, about what they've decided to do on that front. Well, you know, when you're having your first meeting with somebody like that, there is definitely going to be a little bit of tension. There's going to be some anticipation. You know, one other thing, we're talking about security and the immigration policies. We do know that the White House is working on crafting another executive order on the immigration ban. We're not sure exactly which direction they're going in, whether they're writing an entirely new executive order or if they're writing something that's sort of an addendum to the one that's mired in the courts right now. But my understanding of it is, at least at this point, the DOJ lawyers who are crafting this are not thinking of pulling back the order that's out there already. So we should find out maybe later today or in the coming days how all of this is going to dovetail together, Melissa.
Right, that was Fox's John Roberts there, and we are just moments away from the joint news conference. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Canada.
Thank you. Prime Minister Trudeau, on behalf of all Americans, I thank you for being with us today. It is my honor to host such a great friend, neighbor, and ally at the White House, a very special place. This year, Canada celebrates the 150th year of Confederation. For Americans, this is one of the many milestones in our friendship, and we look forward, very much forward, I must say, to many more to come. Our two nations share much more than a border. We share the same values, we share the love, and a truly great love of freedom, and we share a collective defense. American and Canadian troops have gone to battle together, fought wars together, and forged the special bonds that come when two nations have shed their blood together, which we have. In these dangerous times, it is more important than ever that we continue to strengthen our vital alliance. The United States is deeply grateful for Canada's contribution to the counter-ISIS effort. Thank you. And we continue to work in common and in common cause against terrorism and work in common cooperation toward reciprocal trade and shared growth. We understand that both of our countries are stronger when we join forces in matters of international commerce. Having more jobs and trade right here in North America is better for both the United States and is also much better for Canada. We should coordinate closely, and we will coordinate closely to protect jobs in our hemisphere and keep wealth on our continent and to keep everyone safe. Prime Minister, I pledge to work with you in pursuit of our many shared interests. This includes a stronger trading relationship between the United States and Canada. It includes safe, efficient, and responsible cross-border travel and migration. And it includes close partnership on domestic and international security. America is deeply fortunate to have a neighbor like Canada. We have before us the opportunity to build even more bridges and bridges of cooperation and bridges of commerce. Both of us are committed to bringing greater prosperity and opportunity to our people. We just had a very productive meeting with women business leaders from the United States and Canada, where we discussed how to secure everything that we know the full power of women can do better than anybody else. We know that. I just want to say, Mr. Prime Minister, that I'm focused and you're focused on the important role women play in our economies. We must work to address the barriers faced by women and women entrepreneurs, including access to capital, access to markets, and, very importantly, access to networks. In our discussion today, we will focus on improving the ways our government and our governments together can benefit citizens of both the United States and Canada, and in so doing, advance the greater peace and stability of the world. Mr. Prime Minister, I look forward to working closely with you to build upon our very historic friendship. There are incredible possibilities for us to pursue Canada and the United States together. Again, thank you for joining us, and I know our discussions will be very, very productive for the future of both countries. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us.
I'd first like to start by extending my sincere thanks to President Trump for inviting me down to Washington. Any day I get to visit our southern neighbors is a good day in my books, particularly when it's so nice and warm compared to what it is back home. We are suffering under a significant winter storm that's hitting our Atlantic provinces particularly harsh, so I just want to send everyone back at home my thoughts as they shovel out and impress on everyone to stay safe. Le président et moi avons eu une première rencontre très productive.
Myself have had a very productive first meeting today. We had the opportunity to get to know one another better, and more importantly, we had the opportunity to talk about the unique relationship between Canada and the United States.
Citizens on both sides of the 49th parallel have understood that the bond between our nations is a special one. No other neighbors in the entire world are as fundamentally linked as we are. We've fought in conflict zones together, negotiated environmental treaties together, including 1991's historic air quality agreement, and we've entered into groundbreaking economic partnerships that have created good jobs for both of our peoples. Canadians and Americans alike share a common history, as well as people-to-people ties that make us completely and totally integrated. Our workers are connected by trade, transportation, and cross-border commerce. Our communities rely on each other for security, stability, and economic prosperity. Our families have long lived together and worked together. We know that more often than not, our victories are shared. And just as we celebrate together, so too do we suffer loss and heartbreak together. Through it all, the foundational pillar on which our relationship is built is one of mutual respect. And that's a good thing, because as we know, relationships between neighbors are pretty complex, and we won't always agree on everything. But because of our deep, abiding respect for one another, we're able to successfully navigate those complexities and still remain the closest of allies and friends. Make no mistake, at the end of the day, Canada and the U.S. will always remain each other's most essential partner. And today's conversations have served to reinforce how important that is for both Canadians and Americans. As we know, 35 U.S. states list Canada as their largest export market, and our economies benefit from the over $2 billion in two-way trade that takes place every single day. Millions of good middle-class jobs on both sides of the border depend on this crucial partnership. Maintaining strong economic ties is vital to our mutual success, and we're going to continue to work closely together over the coming years so that Canadian and American families can get ahead. Comme nous le savons, le Canada représente le plus grand.
As we know, 35 U.S. states list Canada as their largest export market, and our economies benefit from the over $2 billion in two-way trade that takes place every single day. Millions of good middle-class jobs on both sides of the border depend on this crucial partnership. Maintaining strong economic ties is vital to our mutual success, and we're going to continue to work closely together over the coming years so that Canadian and American families can get ahead.
I'd like to highlight just a few of the specifics that President Trump and I discussed today. At the end of the day, the President and I share a common goal. We both want to make sure that hardworking folks can go to work at a good job, put food on the table for their families, and save up to take a vacation every once in a while. That's what we're trying to do here. Today, we reiterated that our nations are committed to collaborating on energy infrastructure projects that will create jobs while respecting the environment. And as we know, investing in infrastructure is a great way to create the kind of economic growth that our countries so desperately need. In that same vein, we know that ensuring equal opportunities for women in the workforce is essential for growing the economy and maintaining American and Canadian competitiveness on the world stage. As such, the President and I have agreed to the creation of the Canada-United States Council for Advancement of Women Entrepreneurs and Business Leaders. This initiative is more than just about dollars and cents. This is about ensuring that women have access to the same opportunities as men and prioritizing the support and empowerment of women who are senior business leaders and entrepreneurs. In doing so, we'll grow the Canadian and American economies and help our businesses prosper. Et finalement, le président Trump et moi.
Finally, President Trump and myself have agreed to work together to fight against the traffic of opioids across our border. The rise of illegal use of opioids in our society is nothing less than a tragedy. We will do everything we can to ensure the safety of Canadians and Americans. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump, I know that if our countries continue to work together, our people will greatly benefit from this cooperation.
Time and again, that in order to tackle our most pressing issues, both foreign and domestic, we must work with our closest allies, learn from each other, and stand in solidarity as a united voice. With a level of economic and social integration that is unmatched on the world stage, Canada and the United States will forever be a model example of how to be good neighbors. Winston Churchill once said, "That long Canadian frontier from the Atlantic to the Pacific Oceans, guarded only by neighborly respect and honorable obligations, is an example to every country and a pattern for the future of the world." That, my friends, is the very essence of the Canada-US relationship. I look forward to working with President Trump over the coming years to nurture and build upon this historic partnership. Once again, it's a tremendous pleasure to be here in Washington. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll take a couple of questions. Scott Thurman. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
You just spoke about the desire to build bridges, although there are some notable and philosophical differences between yourself and Prime Minister Trudeau. I'm curious, as you move forward on issues from trade to terrorism, how do you see this relationship playing out, and are there any specific areas with which, during your conversations today, you each decided to perhaps alter or amend your stances already on those sensitive issues like terrorism and immigration? And Prime Minister Trudeau, while only in its infancy so far, how do you see this relationship compared to that under the Obama administration?
Well, we just began discussions. We are going to have a great relationship with Canada, maybe as good or better, hopefully, than ever before. We have some wonderful ideas on immigration. We have some, I think, very strong, very tough ideas on the tremendous problem that we have with terrorism. And I think when we put them all together, which will be very, very quickly, we have a group of very talented people, we will see some very, very obvious results. We're also doing some cross-border things that will make it a lot easier for trade and a lot better and a lot faster for trade. We have, through technology, we have some really great ideas, and they'll be implemented fairly quickly.
One of the things we spoke about was the fact that security and immigration need to work very well together, and certainly Canada has emphasized security as we look towards improving our immigration system and remaining true to the values that we have. And we had a very strong and fruitful discussion on exactly that. There's plenty that we can draw on each other from in terms of how we move forward with a very similar goal, which is to create free, open societies that keep our citizens safe. And that's certainly something that we're very much in agreement on. Tonna McCharles.
Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, and Mr. Prime Minister, could you answer in English and French for us, please? A little bit of a follow-on on my American colleague's question. President Trump, you seem to suggest that Syrian refugees are a Trojan horse for potential terrorism, while the Prime Minister hugs refugees and welcomes them with open arms. So I'd like to know, are you confident the northern border is secure?
Can never be totally confident, but through the incredible efforts already, I see it happening, of formerly General Kelly, now Secretary Kelly, We have really done a great job. We're actually taking people that are criminals, very, very hardened criminals in some cases, with a tremendous track record of abuse and problems, and we're getting them out. And that's what I said I would do. I'm just doing what I said I would do when we won by a very, very large electoral college vote. And I knew that was going to happen. I knew this is what people were wanting. And that wasn't the only reason. That wasn't my only thing that we did so well on, but that was something that was very important. And I said we will get the criminals out, the drug lords, the gang members. We're getting them out. General Kelly, who's sitting right here, is doing a fantastic job. And I said at the beginning, we are going to get the bad ones, the really bad ones. We're getting them out, and that's exactly what we're doing. I think that in the end, everyone's going to be extremely happy, and I will tell you right now, a lot of people are very, very happy right now.
Canada has always understood that keeping Canadians safe is one of the fundamental responsibilities of any government, and that's certainly something that we're very much focused on. At the same time, we continue to pursue our policies of openness towards immigration and refugees without compromising security. And part of the reason we've been successful in doing that over the past year, welcoming close to 40,000 Syrian refugees, is because we have been coordinating with our allies, the United States and around the world, to demonstrate that security comes very, very seriously to us, and that's something that we continue to deal with. C'est clair que
it is clear that if you want to have a healthy and secure society, or safe society, you have to make sure that you maintain, that you focus on security. And we have welcomed refugees from Syria. We have been very successful, but we have always taken our responsibility towards security very seriously. And our allies, including the United States, understand this focus very well, and they have done so since the very beginning.
Please.
Thank you. President Trump, now that you've been in office and received intelligence briefings for nearly 1 month, what do you see as the most important national security matters facing us? And Prime Minister Trudeau, you've made very clear that Canada has an open-door policy for Syrian refugees. Do you believe that President Trump's moratorium on immigration has merit on national security grounds?
Okay, thank you. Many, many problems. When I was campaigning, I said, it's not a good situation. Now that I see it, including with our intelligence briefings, we have problems that a lot of people have no idea how bad they are, how serious they are. Not only internationally, but when you come right here. I mean, obviously, North Korea is a big, big problem, and we will deal with that very strongly. We have problems all over the Middle East. We have problems just about every corner of the globe, no matter where you look. I had a great meeting this weekend with Prime Minister Abe of Japan, and got to know each other very, very well. Extended weekend, really. We were with each other for long periods of time, and our staffs and representatives. But on the home front, we have to create borders. We have to let people that can love our country in, and I want to do that. We want to have a big, beautiful, open door, and we want people to come in and come in our country. But we cannot let the wrong people in, and I will not allow that to happen during this administration. And people, the citizens of our country, want that, and that's their attitude too, I will tell you. We are getting such praise for our stance, and it's a stance of common sense. Maybe a certain toughness, but it's really more than toughness. It's a stance of common sense, and we are going to pursue it vigorously. And we don't want to have our country have the kinds of problems that you're witnessing taking place, not only here, but all over the world. We won't stand for it. We won't put up with it. We're just not going to let it happen. We're going to give ourselves every bit of chance so that things go well for the United States, and they will go well. Thank you.
Canada and the United States have been neighbors a long time, and Canadians and Americans have stood together, worked together at home and around the world. We fought and died together in battlefields in World War I and World War II, in Korea, in Afghanistan. But there have been times where we have differed in our approaches, and that's always been done firmly and respectfully. The last thing Canadians expect is for me to come down and lecture another country on how they choose to govern themselves. My role and our responsibility is to continue to govern in such a way that reflects Canadians' approach and be a positive example in the world.
Okay.
Richard Latendresse.
Richard Latendresse. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
We'll ask my question in French first, and then for you, I'll ask it again in English. Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Mr. Prime Minister, I heard you correctly. You said that Canadian businesses, Canadian workers are concerned for their businesses and for their work and jobs concerning the renegotiation of NAFTA. So what guarantees did you get from this government that we will keep our jobs and our businesses in the renegotiation of NAFTA? Mr. President.
Again, during the last 3 months, you have denounced NAFTA. You have talked over and over about the Mexican portion of the agreement, very little about the Canadian one. My questions in two short part is Canada a fair trader? And when you talk about changes to NAFTA concerning Canada, are you talking about big changes or small changes? Thank you.
D'abord, Richard, merci.
First of all, Richard, thank you for your question. It is a real concern for many Canadians because we know that our economy is very dependent on our bonds, our relationship with the United States. Goods and services do cross the border each way every single day, and this means a lot of millions of jobs for Canadians and good jobs for Canadians. So we are always focusing on these jobs, but there are also good jobs, millions of jobs in the United States that depend on those relationships between our two countries. So when we sit down, as we did today, and as our teams will be doing in the weeks and months to come, we will be talking about how we can continue to create good jobs for our citizens on both sides of the border. And during this exercise, we continue to understand that we have to allow this free flow of goods and services, and we have to be aware of the integration of our economies, which is extremely positive for both our countries. And this is the focus that we will have in the coming weeks and months to come.
Aware of the fact that much of our economy depends on good working relationships with the United States, good integration with the American economy. And the fact is, millions of good jobs on both sides of the border depend on the smooth and easy flow of goods and services and people back and forth across our border. And both President Trump and I got elected on commitments to support the middle class, to work hard for people who need a real shot at success. And we know that by working together, by ensuring the continued effective integration of our two economies, we are going to be creating greater opportunities for middle-class Canadians and Americans now and well into the future.
I agree with that 100%. We have a very outstanding trade relationship with Canada. We'll be tweaking it. We'll be doing certain things that are going to benefit both of our countries. It's a much less severe situation than what's taken place on the southern border. On the southern border, for many, many years, the transaction was not fair to the United States. It was an extremely unfair transaction. We're going to work with Mexico. We're going to make it a fair deal for both parties. I think that we're going to get along very well with Mexico. They understand and we understand. You probably have noticed that Ford is making billions of dollars of new investments in this country. You saw Intel the other day announce that because of what I've been doing and what I'm doing in terms of regulation, lowering taxes, et cetera, they're coming in with billions and billions of dollars of investment and thousands of jobs. General Motors, likewise, is expanding plants and going to build new plants. Fiat Chrysler was at a meeting where they're doing the same. Jack Ma, we have so many people that want to come into the United States. It's actually very exciting. I think it's going to be a very exciting period of time for the United States and for the workers of the United States, because they have been truly the forgotten man and forgotten women. It's not going to be forgotten anymore, believe me. So our relationship with Canada is outstanding, and we're going to work together to make it even better. And as far as the southern border is concerned, we're going to get that worked out. We're going to make it fair, but we are going to make it so that everybody is happy. It's very important to me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
There you have it, folks. The joint news conference just wrapping up there. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We'll have that in full on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page in just a little bit. Now take you out live to the Senate floor. All right, well, we'll get back to the Senate floor when there is a little bit more action. You just saw President Donald Trump and the Canadian Prime Minister do their joint press conference. Earlier in the day, they met with CEOs, women CEOs from the United States right here and Canada, and they had a roundtable discussion that was all brought together by Ivanka Trump. She was one of the leaders of that summit there. So that's on our YouTube page as well. All right, now I want to break it up just a little bit. We're going inspirational here. We're going totally inspirational and motivational. We're going to hear from a man that totally just transformed his life. He went from zero, not 0 to 100 real quick. He went 0 to 60 real quick. And take a look at what I mean here. My buddy, my colleague, Courtney, she has the story. Take a look at this.
Hey Mike, we are at a gym I believe you go to, Lifetime Fitness here, where there's been a challenge going on. But before we talk about the challenge, I just want to mention we're talking to a guy, I'm about to bring him in, who lost a pound a day, 60 pounds total. Just truly incredible. So here he is, the new and improved William Warren. How do you feel?
I feel amazing.
Yeah, that is just incredible. Walk us kind of through the journey and how you felt in the beginning to now.
Well, when I started this contest, I had a lumbar spine issue. I had some herniated discs, and I was feeling miserable. I spent almost the entire month of October in bed, and I gained a bunch more weight. I was already out of shape and struggling, trying to get back into shape, and nothing seemed to work for me. I would make an attempt and fail and get discouraged, and I was in the club, and I was getting swimming lessons from my son, and I signed up my wife and my son to my membership, and I was given 50 LT bucks. And my account manager said, hey, you should sign up for the 60-day challenge. It'll help you get in shape. And boy, he was right. Yeah. So that kind of is what brought me in. And I went from feeling miserable to really immediately starting to see great results when I changed my diet, when I changed, the fact that I was actually coming in and working out. And when I got services to help with the pain that I had in my lower back and in my hips and my joints. So I went to Pilates, which really helped strengthen my core, lengthen my spine. I got assistance from trainer Jeremy on how to use correct posture, how to foam roll. And I started doing massage therapy here in the Life Spa with Joshua, and he was absolutely amazing at really getting in there and working on my back and helping alleviate the pain.
Wow, just incredible. You said you had a lot of factors that get you motivated, but what was your main motivator, would you say?
Well, my main motivation was my son, Sterling. I was really feeling like I was failing as a father because my son was getting heavier. He was about 16 months at this time, and he always wants to play with me. He always wants to be picked up, and with my back, it was just excruciating, And I felt like, I'm not giving my son the attention that, he deserves, and I really wanted to not only be healthy enough to have fun and play with my son now, but in the future, I want to take him skiing and summit 14ers and paddle out in the surf, and I couldn't do that now, and I was thinking when he gets older, right, how am I going to do that? I have to get back in shape. It's so important.
And here you are. Let's talk a little bit about the diet. I know sometimes for people, if they have, a big sweet tooth, it can be really hard to stick to a clean diet. Was that difficult for you?
Surprisingly, it really wasn't. All you have to do is really, if you cut out processed foods, if you cut out sugars, if you cut out refined carbohydrates, and you take some good supplements, right? So I'm doing this time around a strength stack. I'm doing some whey protein, doing some glutamine, some creatine, right? If you get some good supplements and you stick to a diet that's leafy green vegetables, the right kind of fats like avocados, right? Olive oil, walnuts, and you do great proteins. I eat a ton of wild-caught salmon, chicken breasts.
What about bacon?
No.
No bacon? What about sausage?
There are people that eat bacon. I try to limit sodium, and so sausage got a lot of sodium, and those are processed meats too. So everything I tried to eat was natural and fresh.
Alcohol?
Not a drop during the contest.
Not a drop?
I did celebrate with some craft beer after the contest with one of my running partners.
Well, you deserve it. So really quickly, let's talk about this other challenge that now you've started. You've come so far and you're not done yet, you said.
Yeah, I felt like I achieved some great goals, but the kind of image in my head of how I want to look and how I looked at the end of the contest, I wasn't quite there yet. So this time around, rather than doing weight loss, they have two different categories. I'm doing transformation. So that's going to focus on building muscle and decreasing my body fat. So I'm training 6 days a week with a trainer, really working out a lot harder, and I'm having more food actually than I did last time. I'm eating more protein.
And it ends April 9th. Your birthday is April...
It ends April 8th, and I turned 47 April 9th.
Ooh, that's going to be quite a birthday. Really quick before we wrap up and send it back to you guys, I want to show the little prize that he also won. All right, William, if you want to come up here, we can't forget this. This is pretty big. Are you ready for this? What is this?
That is the grand prize that Lifetime gives out every one of these contests. They actually have 4 winners nationally. I was the male winner for weight loss, and I received $10,000 for my performance in the contest.
Well, where is that money going to go, you think?
So half of it's going in my son Sterling's college fund, since he was my inspiration, and the other half is for a down payment for an SUV for my wife, so she can drive my son around in style.
Very selfless. Look at that. Well, thank you so much for sharing your story, and good luck. You're going to continue your success. He has $10,000 in the bank. He's on his next challenge, ends the day before his birthday. Can you believe it? This guy is incredible. Mike, I guess we better start working out harder.
Yeah, that is, yeah, I'm definitely going to be going to the gym today after that. That is an amazing transformation. Look at that. 60 pounds lost, but then you're gaining some money there. $10,000. Let's I want to show you before and after there of this amazing transformation. Take a look at this. Yep. That's awesome. So good for him, and hopefully that motivates so many others. What an amazing story there. All right. Thanks so much, Courtney. And now we have some live aerials here back in California, Oroville, California, looking at that dam there. Situation's going a little bit in and out right now. Let's see if we could get a better feed for you in just a little bit. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everybody watching live with us on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, taking a live look here. Stay right here with us as the shot goes a little bit in and out with that connection feed, but at least 188,000 people were urged to evacuate over these concerns from the Oroville Dam. Lake Oroville is about 150 miles northeast of San Francisco. It's one of the state's largest man-made lakes. Sunday's evacuation order came after engineers discovered a hole that was eroding near the top of the 770-foot tall Oroville Dam's emergency spillway, sparking fears that it could fail. The entire California National Guard was put on alert to help in case of flooding, according to a Pentagon spokesman. Some 23,000 members of the Guard were prepared to respond should the dam break. This was the first time since the early 1990s where the entire California National Guard was put on alert. And you can see their engineers on the ground. They are taking a look at the erosion, taking a look at, all right, are we going to be okay for Wednesday and Thursday? Because Wednesday and Thursday, they're expected to get heavy rain still this week. So they want to know if it'll be able to hold up for the extra water that will be rushing in Wednesday and Thursday. You are continuing to follow live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Samia is going to be coming up next for you to provide coverage as well.
Again, guys, you're looking at live images coming in from Northern California of the Oroville Dam. Hundreds of thousands have been forced to evacuate. The latest information coming from the Associated Press tells us that the chief executive of the Oroville Hospital says it's operating normally, but that 100 patients have been moved to the hospital's second floor. The hospital CEO says the hospital took the step Monday morning out of an abundance of caution. The hospital is outside of the flood zone below the dam on Oroville Lake and sits on a hill. Now, the CEO says evacuating acutely ill people is difficult, so it's usually better for them to stay where they are. He says patients will not go back to the hospital's first floor until authorities tell the hospital it's safe to do so. Again, water levels at Northern California's Lake Oroville are continuing to drop and stopping water from spilling over a big dam's potentially hazardous emergency spillway. Evacuations for at least 188,000 people living below the dam were ordered yesterday after officials warned the emergency spillway was in danger of failing and unleashing uncontrolled floodwaters on towns below. California's Department of Water Resources says flows into the lake are just under 45,000 cubic feet per second. Outflows remain high at nearly 100,000 cubic feet per second. Officials ordered the evacuation because possible failure of the emergency spillway could send a 30-foot wall of water into nearby communities. State Fire and Rescue Chief says at least 250 California law enforcement officers are in the area of the dam and evacuation routes to manage the exodus of residents and ensure evacuated towns don't face looting or other criminal activity. Now here's a story about one family that just moved to Oroville from Fresno with their 3-year-old daughter Elizabeth a month ago. This is the story of Kimberly and Patrick Cummings, who moved to Oroville because of a new job. They were eating at a restaurant when the evacuation order happened and ended up in an evacuation shelter without their belongings. A driver with a large vehicle and 3 children of her own gave them a ride to the Red Cross Evacuation Center at the Silver Dollar Fairgrounds in Chico, where they stayed the night last night. They say they thought about waiting it out, but decided against it. They left all of their belongings at the hotel where they were staying. They said they'd rather be safe than sorry. Another update from the Associated Press. The water levels dropped Monday at the nation's tallest dam, easing slightly the fears of the catastrophic spillway collapse that prompted authorities to order nearly 200,000 people to leave their homes. However, with more rain expected later in the week, time was running short to fix the damage ahead of the storms. Authorities from California's Department of Water Resources were considering using helicopters to drop loads of rock on the eroded spillway at Lake Oroville, which is about 150 miles northeast of San Francisco, in the Central Valley of California North, of Sacramento. Now, authorities ordered mass evacuations yesterday for everyone living below the lake out of concern that the spillway could fail and send a 30-foot wall of water roaring downstream. One resident described a scene of chaos on her way out of Oroville, including drivers abandoning cars as they ran out of gas. Nancy Borsdorf said, "People were just panicking. We've always loved and trusted our dam. I'm really hopeful Oroville wasn't flooded." Now, Nancy was at the shelter in Chico today. She's lived in Oroville for 13 years. Now, the water level in the lake rose significantly in recent weeks after storms dumped rain and snow across California, especially in the northern parts of the state. The high water forced the use of the dam's emergency spillway, or overflow, for the first time in the dam's nearly 50-year history on Saturday. Now, the threat has appeared to ease somewhat today as the water levels fell. However, officials said water was flowing out of the lake at nearly twice the rate as water flowing into it. Sunday afternoon's evacuation order came after engineers spotted a hole in the secondary spillway for the 770-foot tall Oroville Dam and told that authorities that it could fail within the hour. Obviously, that warning prompted mass evacuations as residents did not want to take a chance. Keep in mind that more rain is expected later this week, Wednesday and Thursday. Officials rushing to try to fix the damage and hoping to reduce the dam's water level by 50 feet ahead of the storms. Obviously, the sudden evacuation panicked residents who scrambled to get their belongings into cars and then grew angry as they sat in bumper-to-bumper traffic hours after the order was given. One man who manages a Shell station where anxious motorists got gas and snacks said his boss told him to close the station and flee himself, but he chose to stay open and feed a steady line of customers. Raj Gill said, "You can't even move. I'm trying to get out of here too. I'm worried about the flooding. I've seen the pictures. That's a lot of water." A Red Cross spokeswoman said more than 500 people showed up at an evacuation center in Chico, California. The shelter ran out of blankets and cots, and a tractor trailer with 1,000 more cots was stuck in gridlock traffic, fleeing the potential flooding Sunday night. A CHP spokesman said that 2 planes would fly Monday, that's today, to help with traffic control and possible search and rescue missions. Now, almost 200,000 residents in Yuba, Sutter, and Butte counties were ordered to evacuate yesterday. Now, Lake Oroville is one of California's largest man-made lakes. Again, yesterday, almost 200,000 people were told to evacuate after engineers discovered a hole that was eroding near the top of a 770-foot tall dam. Sparking fears that the emergency spillway could fail. Fortunately, water levels at the dam were dropping today. Still, state officials said they would have to inspect the erosion scar on the spillway themselves before determining the next steps. Also, keep in mind, forecasters have predicted another round of rain Wednesday, which could soak the area and put new pressure on the dam and spillway. Now, the cities of Oroville, Gridley, Live Oak, Marysville, Wheatland, Yuba City, Plumas Lake, and Olivehurst were all under evacuation orders. And it looks like we are going to get a press conference update on this Oroville Dam situation now. An update, a press conference coming in momentarily.
First thing that I want to make very, very clear, because it's been an important milestone in this situation that we've been dealing with, is that there's no water is flowing over the emergency spillway at this time. That's an important thing, because our primary goal is to ensure safety of our community and the residents that we serve, and that is a big step forward towards that. The lake levels are continuing to fall. That's also an important point. Our objective is to lower the lake level by 50 feet in order to prepare for future inflow of water due to storms and precipitation. We're continuing to monitor, with the Department of Water Resources staff, continuing to monitor the spillways for erosion. As you know, we issued an evacuation order because of a situation that we thought was significant to public safety or posed a threat to public safety. I understand that there are a lot of rumors out there suggesting that the evacuation is going to end at 4:15 today. That is not accurate, folks. This is still a dynamic situation. It's still a situation we're trying to assess the damage, and we need to have time to make sure that before we allow people back into those areas, it is safe to do so. So I want to make it clear. The evacuation is still in effect. Now, that said, I also want to make it very clear that we're working on a repopulation plan to allow for the safe and orderly repopulation or return of the citizens to their homes. When it is safe, based upon the evaluations from DWR and our state and federal partners, then we'll be in a better position to make the decision as to when to lift that evacuation. But again, I want to make it clear, evacuations are still in place. I recognize that this is displacing a lot of people. I recognize what a hardship it is placed on our community. But again, as I told you last night, we did this because our primary purpose is to ensure public safety. It was a hard decision to make, but I can tell you that the decision to release the evacuation and allow people to return to the evacuate area is an equally difficult decision to make, and it's one that has to be based on analysis that we're receiving from subject matter experts in the field. So, thank you very much, and I'm going to now turn it over to my colleague from the CAL FIRE.
Thank you, Chief Honey. Kevin Lawson, I'm an incident commander with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3. I wanted to share with you guys that we are in close cooperation and in unified command with Butte County Sheriff and the Department of Water Resources. As the Sheriff had stated, it's very much a fluid and dynamic operation that is going on out there. When you try to factor in what we're dealing with Mother Nature, it's hard to look at a crystal ball and predict how that's going to evolve. So with the close communication and cooperation amongst these agencies, as well as our state and local counterparts providing us with the resources that we're getting, and we are getting the resources that we request and the resources that we need. So I assure you, it's working seamlessly amongst the three of us, and I expect that to continue.
And if I could just add, now that we've discussed that, I just want to talk briefly about a press release that you should have received from my office a little while ago. Reference the actions we took to protect the inmates housed in the Butte County Jail. It was necessary for us to evacuate those inmates when we issued the evacuation order for the general public. At the time, I did not disclose the location where those inmates were going to be housed because it would have posed a security risk while they were in transit. They have now arrived safely, and we are very fortunate to have the assistance of the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. Those inmates, all in excess of 500 of them, were transported down to Alameda County Jail, and they're arrived safely, and they're currently being housed. Sheriff Ahern was gracious enough to do that, and they will remain in that location until such time as we determine it is safe to return them to the Butte County Jail. The press release that you received gives family members the information they need to make contact with their loved ones. It provides a number that they can contact so that they can check on their loved ones and perhaps contact them and visit them.
So, my name is Bill Croyle, acting director of the California Department of Water Resources. So, as indicated, we are not water is not flowing over the emergency spillway. Our efforts to continue to monitor our situation on the flood control structure that was damaged earlier in this week continues. We're using a wide variety of monitoring techniques, including 24/7 people on the ground, live feed video, and drone resources to make sure that we understand the dynamics behind our existing system. We're moving 100,000 cubic feet per second down that spillway. We've been doing that for about the last 16 or 17 hours. We bumped the flow up when this situation occurred late yesterday afternoon to mitigate the impact of that erosion that was occurring. That solution worked to reduce the threat. It took a while for that water to come down and for us to get in and assess that condition at the downstream side of the emergency spillway. We're going to continue to work on the challenges that we have with this facility. As indicated, we're working to really dig down into the reservoir and move as much water out of that reservoir, and so we have space for the storms that we expect to come in, as well as the snow runoff later this spring. People are working very hard to deal with some of the challenges that we have. As indicated, we have a pretty diverse multi-agency and contractor resources are being deployed to address a whole number of things that are popping up, including implementing protective measures or corrective measures to make sure that we're not only dealing with what's occurring now, but have a little longer perspective on what may occur with our spring runoff period. Thank you.
We're now open to take questions, but again, we'd like to limit those to a very few questions. Our emergency managers have a lot of work to do, and we'd like to get back and do what we can to protect the citizens of Butte County.
What is the current inflow into the lake, and how do you expect to hit the 50-foot target by the storm time the storm hits on Wednesday?
Yeah, so the question is, what is the inflow? I'm sorry, I should have covered that. It's an important part of the dynamics within the reservoir operations. So this morning about 9 o'clock, we had approximately 37,000 acre-feet of water flowing into the reservoir. So we're on the kind of the back side of the hydrograph, which is good. We're discharging, again, 100,000 cubic feet per second. So we have a net or a delta of storage coming out. more than 60,000 feet. That will continue to increase in the coming days. We do have a storm coming in later Thursday, Friday. However, the forecasted hydrograph on that looks quite a bit smaller than the event we went through here in the last 3 or 4 days. So we will continue to develop storage, except for maybe about 12 or 15 hours it's being forecast. And then we have a couple more storms forecasted to come in after that time, but we still need to get a little closer to those weather conditions to see how that affects our storage. We expect to continue to make significant progress on developing that required flood storage here in the coming days and hopefully the coming weeks.
Can you hit 50 feet at this rate? That's the question.
It all depends on the runoff, on the weather systems, the air temperature in the upper basin. These storms look like they're coming in a little cooler at about 4,000 foot elevation, which is good. But frankly, this watershed has plenty of snow and rain in it. But we're going to deal with that comes in. So when or how long this is going to take kind of depends on the dynamics within the watershed. It could be 10 to 15 days. It could be a little bit longer. But our infrastructure is holding up very well, even though it's been damaged. And if we can keep up this discharge rate of 100,000 CFS here in the coming days, we will make good progress on that.
Right here, Dale. Bill, how did the emergency structure, which I was told was supposed to be able to handle 250,000 CFS, come close to failing with just a few thousand CFS? What went wrong there?
Well, I'm not sure anything went wrong. I think, it's a that system's been installed since the early 1960s. It's been looked at, it's been monitored. I'm not sure the cause of the damage itself. This is the first time it's ever taken water over the system. Part of that is designed for actually a much higher flow event. Sometimes, amazingly, lower flows can cause more energy and cause the condition. But frankly, we don't know exactly why this erosion occurred. The key for us is that we did have our monitoring people in place. This was a new, never happened before event. When we do that, we're going to err on the side of having multiple monitoring strategies so that when something comes up, like we saw yesterday, we see a problem, we look at that rate, we consult with our technical experts, inform our emergency managers, and we make a decision, and that's what we did.
Question right here, Price.
Thank you. In 2005, there was talk from critics saying that the emergency spillway should be lined with concrete. Do you agree with that? And do you feel like it actually will support more water?
I'm not familiar with the 2005 documentation or conversation.
Do you think it should have been lined with concrete?
I'm not aware of the findings or what that was based on, so I can't respond to that.
Right over here.
Listen, I know you guys have been up for a long time, but I have a tough question for you, sort of on behalf of a lot of the evacuees, what they've been saying. And what they've been, that you can understand some frustration. What they initially heard was, hey, there's some erosion, but don't worry about it. Then all of a sudden yesterday it was run for your lives, you have 1 hour to live. How can you make sure that they trust you and your messages here? Because now there's hasn't been any flooding, it hasn't gone over. They're worried about the trust issue here.
Let me take that. Okay. So first off, throughout this entire incident, we have been very clear to keep the public informed based on the information that we were provided. And you need to understand that this is a dynamic situation. There are a lot of variables, a lot of factors. And so when the information comes in, it's given to us, and we utilize that to formulate our message to the public in an effort to keep them informed. When this incident occurred, it became apparent that we needed to act quickly. What's important here, as Bill said, we were monitoring this very, very closely. The fact that we were monitoring it closely allowed us to respond very quickly when that was the appropriate thing to do. Now, as I've said before, I recognize and absolutely appreciate the frustration that the people who have been evacuated must feel. That was not a decision that I made lightly. That was a decision that I made based on the best information provided to me by the subject matter experts in consultation with other public safety officials. And we determined that although efforts to mitigate potential failure needed to take place, we couldn't guarantee that they would be completed in the time frame necessary to ensure that people could be evacuated. And so I decided to issue the evacuation because I felt that protecting lives was the most important thing to do. I think the fact that DWR's efforts to mitigate or prevent a failure at that time by by increasing the flows so that no more water was coming over the top of that is a success. And quite frankly, what I see this is as a double success. Public safety professionals did their job to protect the public, and we were able to get people evacuated out of the community in a fairly timely fashion, and for such a chaotic event in a fairly orderly manner. And at the same time, our partners at the Department of Water Resources were working to save that structure and prevent further damage so that we could go on. That's a double success. Now, as I said earlier, getting those people home is important to me. I want that to happen as absolutely soon as possible. But I have to be able to sleep at night knowing that they're back into that area. And if it's raining and there's more water coming into the lake, if I can't in good conscience believe that those people are safe, I haven't done my job. And so that's what I'm going to do. And to the people displaced, I apologize, but I'm doing it to
Case
protect
area
you.
front, and then we'll work our way back.
Vic Gonzalez, KCRA. How is the state unaware of a motion that was filed more than a decade ago warning federal regulators of the deficiencies of the dam, particularly the emergency spillways and stabilities in the event it's used?
So I personally am not aware of the question that comes over, and so that's part of our vetting process. I myself, in this incident command post, working with my partner agencies, is focused on addressing the challenges that we have at this very time. It's complicated, it's dynamic as indicated. We can't do this without our whole incident command team and a multi-layered government approach. We have our federal agencies, our state, and our local agencies teamed up side by side, along with our third-party contractors, both technical experts and our contract crews. And so we're going to get into recommendations or concerns that were voiced in the past, but right now we're focused on maintaining public safety, not just during this event, but during this upcoming spring runoff period.
Is it concerning to you that there were concerns issued over a decade ago that maybe more proactive measures could have been taken to prevent this from happening?
Yeah, again, I feel like before I can answer a question like that, we need to do the homework and we can have a better conversation regarding that.
Yeah, hi, Bill. Jim Carlton with the Wall Street Journal. Could you talk about the hole itself, and maybe is there any way to quantify how much rock has been put in there so far, and what do you plan to do today? Just talk a little bit about what's being done to that hole again.
Are you talking about the hole or the little erosion that occurred?
Well, yeah, the erosion, yeah.
Okay, because there was another hole.
Well, in the emergency
spillway,
right.
Yeah, the emergency. That's what we're focused. I mean, we're focused on the whole facility. Let me reiterate: the dam itself is sound. The dam and its historic full is doing its job. We have some little pieces that are critical to the operation of the dam that has been impaired. So we are constantly, again, monitoring that and responding to those threats. So as I understand it, again, this kind of erosion scarp has made its way close to the foot of the apron of the spillway. Frankly, I'm still being briefed on the scope and the scale of that. I'm here instead of there, but from here I'm going to go there, and then we're going to be able to work with our incident command management team to vet out how big, how small, and the appropriate response actions to mitigate that.
Here, over here, and then in the back.
Are you expecting the evacuation order to remain through this next rain?
So at this point, I can't answer that question because we still need information that is being gathered by subject matter experts, as I said, from DWR as well as state and local agencies. We need that information to understand the risk, and then perhaps from there, as Bill has indicated, repairs may need to be completed in order for us to determine that it is safe to remove the evacuation order and allow people to be back in. As I said earlier, we are working on a repopulation plan that will get people back to their homes as soon as possible, as long as we can preserve the public safety.
Right back over here.
With the damage at the bottom of the main spillway, what's the potential for that to ruin your plans to let water out of the lake?
The damage at the bottom of the spillway below, again, backing up a little bit to Tuesday, where we had the hole form in the spillway chute, about 3,200 feet or 250 feet from the dam itself. So that hole, of course, with the continued, we had to put the spillway back in use, so again we could start releasing water with the oncoming weather that we had. So that process has caused an erosion and put a kind of a spoil pile within that channel at the bottom. So our goal here, so it's running clean right now, which there's not a lot of dirty water, which means it's carrying sediment off that hill, which is good. So in other words, it's not continuing to erode based on the latest intel that's been provided to me. We do have a large soil and rock pile at the bottom. We're actively working on that now to remove that so we can allow those flows to continue to come down that spillway chute and then on down the river.
With two parts of this system compromised, how secure can people be right here?
At this point, I'd like to give Congressman Doug LaMalfa the opportunity to speak.
Appreciate it. I've had multiple media inquiries myself here, so I would have an opportunity to address those that may have inquired with my office on that. But leading off here, first of all, I think Sheriff Honey has done a tremendous job in communicating and making the right call on a very unknown factor up here. All the different groups involved here with CAL FIRE and Office of Emergency Services as well as DWR have pulled together, notwithstanding the quality of the spillway, of the engineering of that, or what happened with the emergency spillway, putting the parts together to make this crisis work through, they've done a pretty darn good job with that. So, some areas of communication, maybe missed a couple spots here and there, but that said, they're doing the best they can, and I think stability is what is being sought, and they're a long ways towards attaining that. So the people of the community have pulled together. It was pretty orderly getting out of town for the most part. I saw the highways flowing slowly at times, but pretty well. Our emergency folks made the right call, making the lanes all going one direction out of town. And then so many people have been outpouring of help from Redding and Red Bluff all the way up to Grass Valley, people offering homes and places for people to stay. So the community has pulled together very well. My office, we've been in contact with the Army Corps of Engineers to get the right kind of declaration for this district for helping the flood control districts as well as on hand up here at the dam. Going forward, we'll be having those conversations long term to have immediate results. Now, what's Army Corps' role, and what does this make my role part of it? The federal nexus to this is that 20% of the dam was paid for by the federal government through the Army Corps. 20% of that, meaning 750,000 acre feet, belongs to the Army Corps for flood control mitigation. That's their charge. The rest of it is a state responsibility. So there's a partnership there. So we'll be working. We're looking for Governor Brown's declaration current to this dam, as well as we're in contact with the White House on this to get the declaration moving there. I've already worked with our House leadership on that. Our House leader is engaged on this. So we're marshaling our resources. One of the end goals here, get through this crisis with obviously no loss of life or undue harm, but also to immediately, when this is over with, to move forward and restore the function of the spillway and the dam, because we'll have till next November to have something that works, depending on what next year's rainfall is going to be. So everybody's pulling together pretty well behind this. They're achieving stability with this, and so we need our constituents out there to continue to pay attention to these folks, to Sheriff Honey's especially with his call on public safety, and adhere to that, because we don't want to be doing unnecessary risks since we've already gotten people out of the risk zones. So any questions to that?
Have you heard back from the White House?
Not yet. We're still, they're aware of what's going on here, and they're making their decisions now. So but at least we wanted to have that inroad for when we get back to work. I'm supposed to be there this week, but it's pretty important here right now.
Next in the back.
Can somebody elaborate on the findings about the damage to the auxiliary spillway? And there was talk earlier yesterday about a possible failure of the very top of the structure, which would allow the top 30 feet of water to come cascading down. How likely is that? How possible is that? And what investigation do you know just after just a little bit of sunlight that about the structural integrity of the underlying formations underneath the auxiliary spillway?
Yeah. Okay, so we've done quickly. So last night, as soon as this happened, so we got the water. As soon as the water stopped flowing over the weir, we were able to use, again, resources here provided by law enforcement to put our resources in the air to be able to fly over that area, go down quick to see if we had any continuing emerging conditions. Based on that monitoring and assessment last night, we felt the situation was stabilizing, and we could wait until first light this morning, which is part of our press brief last night. We said that we need to get in at first light through our consultant teams, our technical experts from state and federal agencies, really, frankly, in the hole, to look at what happened, develop the appropriate control strategies, and at the same time, we already have brought in materials to implement those control strategies. So this morning, our team developed a safe plan, again, with agreement with all the various technical experts, both government technical experts, state and federal, as well as our private contractors that are on site, some of which have been on site throughout the duration of this event. That work, the assessment, the plan was approved, the safety plan's approved, they've deployed, they've now come back, and so they have briefed a little bit. I haven't been briefed myself, and that'll happen right after this meeting.
You've not been briefed on the damage to the auxiliary spillway yet? Like what the latest assessment is what you're saying?
I personally have not.
That concludes today's briefing.
Ballpark,
Excuse me. That concludes today's briefing. Some of our principals will be available afterwards for individual questioning. We'll make every attempt to have an additional briefing at this time tomorrow, or as anything appears from this point on. Thank you.
So the next briefing isn't until this time tomorrow?
It's scheduled at this point, unless something else occurs, and we schedule between now and then.
Okay, guys, that wraps up that press conference out of Northern California regarding the Oroville Dam. I know many of you guys watching are hoping to get those live pictures back of the Oroville Dam. If we do get those back in for you, we will carry that for you live here on News Now, Oroville Dam Watch, here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Alright guys, we're going to go back to this Oroville situation in a little bit, but we do have some disturbing news out of Arizona. We want to take you to these live images now. This is a Skyfox feed over a home. Let me go ahead and pull this up for you. A Skyfox feed over a home where a disturbing discovery has been made. Horrible conditions of animal abuse. Viewer discretion is advised. We know Pinal County Animal Care and Control has responded to this scene after reports that there were dead dogs on the property. This is in the town of Maricopa, Arizona. Several witnesses have reported this to police. This is also apparently reported to County Animal Control. There are apparently dead dogs lying there, stiff corpses, decaying. One dog is described as seemingly with the head completely gone due to the decaying. Other dogs are bloated, living in feces in horrible conditions alongside the decaying dogs. A very disturbing scene in Pinal County. Conditions only being described as horrible. A scene where there are decaying animals and animals alive that are living in feces. These are live aerials coming in, courtesy of Skyfox, over the scene of this home where officials have learned about a terrible case of animal abuse in Pinal County. Again, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at live aerials from Pinal County. Pinal County Animal Care and Control has responded to this home after several witnesses reported this home to authorities. There are reports of dead dogs lying there, stiff corpses decaying. One witness described it as a dog where it seems the head is completely gone. Other dogs are bloated, living in feces in horrible conditions alongside the decaying dogs. Pinal County officials are investigating at this Maricopa property after hearing reports of at least 2 dead dogs. Now, this is in Maricopa, near Hidden Valley and Bolin Roads, for those of you familiar with this part of Pinal County. According to Pinal County Sheriff's Office spokeswoman Paula Pollock, deputies responded to the same property regarding reports of the dead animals. Animal Control has since taken over this investigation. Again, the scene only being described as horrible conditions, decaying animals, other animals living in feces. It's a very disturbing scene. Viewer discretion is advised. We'll work to get you guys more information on this very disturbing story. Okay, and for those of you just joining us, I do want to give you an update as to what information we know right now. Right now, we have very limited information. Skyfox is at the scene over this property where Pinal County Animal Care and Control has responded to after many witnesses reported this scene to police. Witnesses told authorities there were dead dogs lying on the property, stiff corpses decaying. One dog being described with its head completely gone. A very tragic scene there on this property in Maricopa, Arizona, in Pinal County. Now, this property is near the intersection of Hidden Valley and Bolin Roads, for those of you familiar with this part of Pinal County. Witnesses described the scene as a mix of dead dogs and other dogs, bloated, living in feces and horrible conditions alongside the decaying dogs. Animal Control is investigating. Now, we're learning that because the dead dogs were on private property, Pinal County Animal Care and Control were unable to remove the carcasses. They were also unable to check on the dogs that were alive due to the fact that these dogs were extremely aggressive. Now, this is information we're getting from Pinal County. You're looking at live aerials coming in from Skyfox of the property where this alleged abuse, has taken place. Again, viewer discretion is advised. The way witnesses have described the scene, it's quite disturbing. We want to remind viewers that discretion is advised while watching this live stream. Alright guys, and looks like the Skyfox chopper has left the scene of this alleged animal abuse in Pinal County. This is a very disturbing story. I'm sure our newscast will be following it closely, and I encourage you to tune in to our Fox 10 News at 5 p.m. for an update on this disturbing situation. You can watch it on fox10phoenix.com at 5 p.m. In the meantime, we are going to take you now to the Senate floor in Washington, D.C.
We should not go along with it. It's not proper economics. It's not conservative. It's nothing except traditional, old-fashioned, special interest, special pleading. It is no different than any other polluter who wants to be able to dump their waste into the river or onto their neighbor's yard or wherever it is, rather than have to pay for cleaning up the mess that they made. You can go on through the report. The world is rapidly using up its carbon budget, says BlackRock. The damage from climate change could shave 5 to 20% off global GDP annually by 2100. Up to a fifth of global GDP gone. That is a massive economic correction. That is massive economic pain. The economic impacts, it goes on to say, are not just in the distant future. More frequent and more intense extreme weather events, such as hurricanes, flooding, and droughts, are already affecting assets and economies. For anybody just tuning in, this is not me making this stuff up. This is BlackRock Investments. Now, they talk about global fossil fuel subsidies, 4 times as large, they say, as renewable energy support. Here's an interesting thing. Scrapping energy subsidies could save government some $3 trillion a year, more than they collect from corporate taxes, according to BlackRock. So there you've got the fossil fuel industry over there. They're getting the biggest subsidy in the world, by IMF calculations, $700 billion a year. And the party that says it wants a more efficient government and that ordinarily would like to reduce corporate taxes is defending that subsidy, even though that's taking money out of government more than corporate taxes. It's quite astonishing. This BlackRock report gives such a window into Congress by comparison, frankly. And they conclude here by giving some pretty dire warnings about where this goes if people aren't preparing for climate change. Risk for the long-term investor, they say, could lead to a permanent loss of capital. The effects of climate change need to be part of that equation, we believe, and even short-term investors would do well to integrate climate factors into their portfolios. So from Goldman Sachs on to BlackRock, some of the most powerful and intelligent financial firms in the country, in the world, are telling their investors, get ready for climate change. The last page of the BlackRock report says that current market prices arguably do not yet reflect the social costs of burning fossil fuels, and this externality is at the core of the climate challenge. The externality, of course, being that you take a harm that you cause, and instead of putting it in the price of your product, you make everybody else pay for it around you by being a polluter. And then they ask the question, what is the correct price of carbon? It is hard to say. A 2015 U.S. government study estimated $36 of economic damages, that's the social cost of carbon right there, for each metric ton of carbon emitted. Yet, the BlackRock report continues, estimates are rising. A 2015 Stanford University study points to $220 per metric ton. I believe that our United States social cost of carbon is running at about $45 per metric ton right now. And by the way, it's been upheld twice, at least twice, by federal courts. In fact, one court rather insisted that the social cost of carbon had to be baked into the underlying rule. Otherwise, the underlying rule couldn't pass the test of being logical and fair and not arbitrary and capricious. So there's the case from some of our leading financial institutions about climate change. They've got real money at stake. They've got real clients. They can't engage in the kind of nonsense that we engage in around here about climate change not being real or not being important or being something that there's still debate about or being something that if we try to fix it, it's going to cost too much money. All of that is total bunkum, processed through all sorts of advertising-type public relations firms by the fossil fuel industry and sold to a gullible public as if it were true. Well, a few folks who aren't so gullible, all Republicans, have just come out with a very interesting report. 3 of them were Treasury secretaries. Republican presidents trusted these folks with the conduct of the United States economy. Jim Baker, Secretary of the Treasury under President Reagan. Hank Paulson, Secretary of the Treasury under President Bush. And George Shultz, Secretary of Treasury under President Nixon. These men have some pretty impressive credentials. Not only was he Secretary of the Treasury, but James Baker was also the Secretary of State. And not only was George Shultz Secretary of Treasury and Secretary of State, he was also Secretary of Labor. These 3 former Treasury secretaries have led a group of other investors, including the former chairman of the board of Walmart, the world's largest retailer and employer, and Tom Stevenson, a Republican who's a partner at Sequoia Capital, a very successful venture capital firm out in Silicon Valley, and Greg Mankiw, who was George W. Bush's Council of Economic Advisors chairman. So this is a very Republican group, and they have a lot of experience, and none of them hold elective office now, so they don't have to worry about the fossil fuel industry threatening to crush them in a primary or spend millions of dollars through phony baloney front groups against them or any of the usual stuff that politicians have to put up with from the fossil fuel industry as it fights to protect that massive subsidy that we've talked about already. So let's go through this report by these very senior Republican officials. First sentence. Mounting evidence of climate change is growing too strong to ignore. For too long, it says just down the paragraph, for too long, many Republicans have looked the other way. Indeed. They go on to propose a conservative climate solution, what they call a carbon dividends plan, which aligns actually fairly well with my American Opportunity Carbon Fee Act, which I've put forward in the past and I'm going to put forward in this Congress as well. And I hope that, given its alignment with this Republican leadership on climate, we might actually begin to get some conversations going here. We may have to go hide out of state someplace so the fossil fuel folks don't find who's participating in the conversation and start punishing them for doing so, but we'll see how that goes. The recommendation basically is for a carbon tax that collects revenue to offset that price, the cost of pollution that's not in the price of the product, and then return it all to the American people through a big dividend. A carbon tax, the report says, would send a powerful market signal that encourages technological innovation and large-scale substitution of existing energy and transportation infrastructures, thereby stimulating new investment. Furthermore, a well-designed carbon dividends plan, the second half, the tax, would stimulate new investment, they said, and a well-designed carbon dividends plan would further contribute to economic growth through its dynamic effects on consumption and investment. They definitely want to protect that one-to-one relationship so that all the money that comes in goes back out. That is a principle of my bill as well, and I am more than willing to live with it. But the problems of failing to act also need attention. And since two of these gentlemen were secretaries of state, we should take some interest when they say, and I'll quote them here, "Our reliance on fossil fuels contributes to a less stable world, empowers rogue petrostates, and makes us vulnerable to a volatile world oil market." We have to address this issue for a lot of reasons, and I couldn't be more satisfied that these two Republican secretaries of state have actually made the connection that Thomas Friedman has made, that the Department of Defense has repeatedly made in its quadrennial defense reviews, between our over-reliance on carbon and between the harms of climate change and a less stable world, a world in which climate change is what the Defense Department has so often called a catalyst for conflict. They then reflect a little bit on what's going on with their party. Here goes the report. The opposition of many Republicans to meaningfully address climate change reflects poor science and poor economics and is at odds with the party's own noble tradition of stewardship. You'd never know it nowadays, but the Republican Party was once the party of Teddy Roosevelt. They point out that 64% of Americans worry a great deal or a fair amount about climate change. And a clear majority of Republicans acknowledge that climate change is occurring. They go on to point out that 67% of Americans, 2/3 of Americans, support a carbon tax with proceeds returned directly to them. 2/3 of Americans support a carbon tax with proceeds returned directly to them, including 54% of conservative Republicans. So let's not pretend that this is a partisan issue. It is not a partisan issue. It is an issue in which a big special interest has thrown incredible weight around to try to crush one side of the debate. But clearly, if 67% of Americans supported virtually anything and 54% of conservative Republicans supported that, we'd probably be having a sensible conversation here in the Senate about whatever that thing was. We just can't do it when that thing happens to be climate change, because you've got the fossil fuel industry out there, powered up by Citizens United, spending all that money trying to protect that huge, huge subsidy that they enjoy. Finally, the report points out, and I see the pages lined up here along the side of the podium, that increasingly climate change is becoming a defining issue for this next generation of Americans, which the GOP ignores at its own peril. If this party wants to write off the young generation as they follow the fossil fuel industry off the climate cliff, there will be a very grave price to be paid. The report concludes, with the privilege of controlling all branches of the government comes a responsibility to exercise wise leadership, that is, on the defining challenges of our era, including global climate change. Madam President, I don't know where Mr. Mnuchin will lead on climate change at the Treasury Department. There are a number of ways in which the Treasury Department can be influential in this area. To my knowledge, he's never said anything about it yet. It was not too long ago 2009, that a full-page advertisement ran in the New York Times. A full-page advertisement that pointed out that the science of climate change was already by then, to use the word in the advertisement, irrefutable. The science of climate change was irrefutable, the advertisement said. And then the advertisement went on to say that the consequences of climate change would be catastrophic and irreversible. That's another quote from the advertisement. The consequences of climate change were to be, quote, catastrophic and irreversible. On the one hand, you have science that is irrefutable. On the other hand, you have consequences of ignoring it that are catastrophic and irreversible. And who signed that advertisement? None other than Donald J. Trump. Not only him, his children. Donald Trump, Eric Trump, and Ivanka Trump also all signed it. 2009 was not that long ago. So it's possible that the Trump family could revert to what they knew in 2009 and perhaps take advice from a Treasury secretary. I hope they'd take advice from 3 Treasury secretaries, but we'll see how that goes. But perhaps Mr. Mnuchin could be a voice to try to get the GOP out of the fossil fuel hole that it is in, aligned with the 67% of American voters who want to see a revenue-neutral carbon tax, aligned with the majority of Republican conservative voters who would support that, and aligned with the irrefutable nature of the science and addressing the catastrophic and irreversible consequences. In this strange new administration, in which the new normal is abnormal, it is perhaps hard to expect much good to come. But let's hope. And let's hope that Mr. Mnuchin makes himself a part of the solution rather than just a part of the climate denial problem that so infects us, particularly here in Congress. Madam President, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll. Mr. Alexander.
All right, everyone. While we continue to monitor the Senate floor for the next live speaker, I do want to play something for you in the corner of your screen to keep you guys occupied. What we're going to do is, in case you missed it, replay this press conference with President Trump and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. They held this joint press conference just a couple of hours ago. I want to play it for you in the corner while we wait for our next speaker on the Senate floor.
Friend, neighbor, and ally at the White House. A very special place. This year, Canada celebrates the 150th year of Confederation. For Americans, this is one of the many milestones in our friendship, and we look forward, very much forward, I must say, to many more to come. Our two nations share much more than a border. We share the same values, we share the love and a truly great love of freedom, and we share a collective defense. American and Canadian troops have gone to battle together, fought wars together, and forged the special bonds that come when two nations have shed their blood together, which we have. In these dangerous times, it is more important than ever that we continue to strengthen our vital alliance. The United States is deeply grateful for Canada's contribution to the counter-ISIS effort. Thank you. And we continue to work in common and in common cause against terrorism and work in common cooperation toward reciprocal trade and shared growth. We understand that both of our countries are stronger when we join forces in matters of international commerce. Having more jobs and trade right here in North America.
Senator from Illinois.
Is better for both the United
States.
Without objection.
Madam President, on January 20th, at his inauguration, President Trump stood before the American people and said, and I quote, "For too long, a small group of our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the cost." President Trump is right. The people have borne unimaginable cost. The cost of foreclosure, the cost of inequality, the cost of poverty, and the cost of injustice. But sadly, it doesn't look like that's going to change soon with this administration. 3 weeks into this administration, President Trump has already begun to restore power back to Wall Street and the very same people who he said have caused tremendous problems for us. The nomination of Steve Mnuchin, someone who has spent his entire career working on behalf of Wall Street at the expense of hardworking Americans, is a clear example. Let me say at the outset, I've not met him. I tried to, but we couldn't get an agreement as to when we might be able to get together. I wanted to talk to him about some important issues that many of us remember. We know what happened with the recession that greeted President Obama when he was sworn into office 8 years ago. We know about the foreclosures. We know of families being literally wiped out, all their savings gone because of misleading tactics by financiers. I still look at this, and as much as I respect President Obama and his administration, and shake my head and think, nobody went to jail for all that occurred? People at the highest levels of the financial community on Wall Street and others were engaged in practices which we know now were unfair and just plain wrong, and in many cases illegal. Well, I've taken a look at Mr. Mnuchin's record. I've read a lot of stories about him. I've heard from homeowners personally impacted by his conduct. And let me tell you, what I've seen and heard leads me to believe that he is not the right person to be Secretary of Treasury. Like most of President Trump's nominees, Mr. Mnuchin was not chosen for his knowledge and experience on critical issues that he'll face if confirmed as Secretary of Treasury. And he was not chosen for his commitment to work for average working families. He was chosen for his loyalty to the president, the new litmus test in the Republican Party. Before serving as President Trump's chief fundraiser on the campaign, Mr. Mnuchin worked to help wealthy individuals and powerful special interest groups reap the benefits of what the president has called a rigged system. He served as executive at Goldman Sachs and as a hedge fund manager. Yes, Perhaps that's what troubles me the most about Mr. Mnuchin's experience. His tenure at the helm of a group known as One West came to be known as the foreclosure machine in America because of the aggressive and questionable practices it used to foreclose on the homes of thousands of American families. Mr. Mnuchin was the head of the company that was doing the foreclosure. After our country experienced the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression, Congress worked around the clock to prevent the economy from going into free fall and end some of the worst practices that helped bring the American economy to its knees. But as we were working to save Americans their homes, Mr. Mnuchin, like President Trump, saw opportunity to make a profit, personally earning millions from One West's success as a foreclosure machine. As the head of One West, Mr. Mnuchin had the power to destroy lives through foreclosure or find ways to help homeowners stay in their homes. He chose to aggressively foreclose on families. During his nomination hearing, Mr. Mnuchin defended One West foreclosure practices and said that he was proud of the work of the bank during the foreclosure crisis. Let me tell you about some of the stories, and you can decide whether Mr. Mnuchin should be proud of the record of the company which he was managing. Rex Schaefer and his wife Rose lost their home of nearly 50 years despite having qualified for a loan modification. Ozzie Lofton, a 90-year-old woman, foreclosed on because she was short 27 cents in her mortgage payment. 27 cents. And the locks were changed on Leslie Park's Minneapolis home in the middle of a blizzard. We've seen how organizations headed by Mr. Mnuchin treat people. If confirmed, Mr. Mnuchin would have the ability to use the power of the U.S. Treasury Department to stand on the side of Wall Street and on the opposite side of millions of working Americans. I don't have confidence based on his record, his professional record, that Mr. Mnuchin will put the needs of hardworking families first over Wall Street. While the foreclosure crisis and its aftermath seem like something in the past for so many people, that's not the case in my home state of Illinois. Foreclosures are devastating for the families forced out of their homes, but they're also devastating to surrounding communities and neighborhoods. If you want to know what a community looks like 50 years after a foreclosure crisis, visit my birthplace, my hometown of East St. Louis, Illinois, or even some of the neighborhoods on the south side of Chicago, or the west side for that matter. Vacant lot after vacant lot, neglected buildings and homes, an economy devastated. And what's left? Some of the poorest families on earth. While we have made significant progress since the recession of 2008, many families in my state and across the country are still suffering. There's work to do. If confirmed, Mr. Mnuchin would be responsible for protecting these families and ensuring that we don't have another financial crisis. All we've seen from him is his ability to profit from the foreclosure crisis and the devastation left in its wake. Now, in the aftermath of the financial crisis of 2008, Congress got it together with the president and passed Dodd-Frank. This was Wall Street reform, determined not to let another economic crisis follow. The Consumer Protection Act was also passed to prevent these crises and to reform the problems that caused them. Now, Mr. Mnuchin has made no secret of the fact that his number one regulatory priority is to roll back Wall Street reform, return the barbarians to the gates. And despite the promises President Trump made during his campaign, including, quote, not letting Wall Street get away with murder, Mr. Mnuchin has an ally in President Trump in undoing Dodd-Frank. President Trump signed an executive order that would begin rolling back the important consumer and financial system reforms we passed as part of Dodd-Frank. And he signed this order, the president signed this order, sitting amongst the biggest beneficiaries of his actions, some of Wall Street's high rollers. Make no mistake, if President Trump gets his way and Steven Mnuchin is confirmed, the banks are going to have the best friend they can think of in the Treasury Department, just like they did before the economic crash in 2008. It's clear the American people can't count on Mr. Mnuchin based on his business experience to side with them over Wall Street. But surely, certainly, he should be committed to basic fairness in the tax code. He said he was, until he wasn't. Shortly after his nomination, Mr. Mnuchin said there would be, quote, no absolute tax cut for the upper class. Yet he's not spoken out against the significant tax cuts the wealthy would receive from the repeal of the Affordable Care Act or under the President's and House Republicans' tax reform plan. We shouldn't be surprised by this because we're asking Mr. Mnuchin to close the very loopholes and raise the taxes on the very people he helped avoid paying taxes by using offshore tax havens as a hedge fund manager. We are still recovering from the devastation of that financial crisis 8 years ago. We can't afford to have our nation's top economic official be a man who has only been looking out for Wall Street. For a president who ran on bringing back jobs and being a champion of the working people, the choices of President Trump for his cabinet are the opposite and have taken advantage of the very system he's derided as rigged against the people. The American people deserve better. When Mr. Mnuchin's nomination is brought to the full Senate for a vote, I'll be voting no, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Madam President, I ask consent that this second statement be placed in a separate part in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam President, I want to take a moment to address the nomination of Dr. David Shulkin to be confirmed soon as the next Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs. We all know the Veterans Affairs Department has faced a number of challenges in recent years: long waiting times, disability claims backlogs, issues related to accountability, whistleblowers, and the quality of care. The list is too long. As the second largest federal agency, employing more than 350,000 people across America and serving as our largest integrated healthcare system, some challenges are unavoidable. But as the VA provides for the brave men and women who fought and sacrificed for this country, as well as their families, it is critical that it be held to a high standard. We in Congress must work to ensure that in addition to holding the department to a high standard, we also ensure that it's well-funded and has the tools and flexibility to do the job. It's critical that we strengthen the VA system and not weaken it through privatization, which would only lower the quality of health care for our veterans. That is why I am pleased with the nomination of Dr. Shulkin by President Trump to be the next Secretary of the Veterans Administration. Despite years of people playing politics with the VA, efforts which have only been counterproductive and made it difficult for the VA to fill critical vacancies. Despite months of President Trump talking about privatization without offering real solutions, today we have a nominee who appears to understand that while there's a role for an expanded care options, weakening or dismantling the VA is not the answer. I was heartened by Dr. Shulkin's commitment during his hearing at the Senate Veteran Affairs Committee on February 1st. He said, quote, "The Department of Veterans Affairs will not be privatized under my watch." Dr. Shulkin may not be a veteran himself, but I'm encouraged by the fact that he comes from a military family, has decades of military experience, including serving for 2 years under former VA Secretary Robert McDonald as head of the Veterans Health Administration, after being nominated by President Obama. And may I add, he led forward his nomination. Although progress has been made in recent years, there are still challenges at the VA we need to continue to address. I worry about the veterans' health care, education, homelessness, accountability, and a host of other issues. And I look forward to working with Dr. Shulkin on these matters. But we must not forget that overall, in terms of health care, the VA has consistently found to provide care in key areas better than or on par with care in the private sector. It is significantly more cost-effective as well. And most veterans across the country prefer their veteran-centered health care that they receive at the VA. Despite what some may claim, most of them do not support privatization. And I want to be clear that this includes a myriad of efforts under the guise of expanding access or choice. So I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting Dr. Shulkin to be the next VA Secretary. I shared then President Obama's sentiment that he was the right person to head up the Veterans Affairs for Health back in 2015, and I believe he's the right person to head the VA today. Madam President, just 2 days ago, I was in Marion, Illinois. Actually, it was Friday, 3 days ago, and visited our Veterans Hospital there and met with the administrator. And Ms. Ginsburg told me that she knew of Dr. Shulkin and had a high regard for him. And that came as high praise from someone who's on the front line of serving thousands of deserving veterans in Southern Illinois every single day. So her endorsement helped me to come forward today and to commit that I will be voting to make sure that Dr. Shulkin gets his opportunity to head the Veterans Administration. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, viewers, while we wait for the next speaker on the Senate floor, I'm going to continue to play for you President Trump and Prime Minister Trudeau's joint press conference from this afternoon.
We will coordinate closely to protect jobs in our hemisphere and keep wealth on our continent and to keep everyone safe. Prime Minister, I pledge to work with you in pursuit of our many shared interests. This includes a stronger trading relationship between the United States and Canada. It includes safe, efficient, and responsible cross-border travel and migration. And it includes close partnership on domestic and international security. America is deeply fortunate to have a neighbor like Canada. We have before us the opportunity to build even more bridges and bridges of cooperation and bridges of commerce. Both of us are committed to bringing greater prosperity and opportunity to our people. We just had a very productive meeting with women business leaders from the United States and Canada, where we discussed how to secure everything that we know the full power of women can do better than anybody else. We know that. I just want to say, Mr. Prime Minister, that I'm focused and you're focused on the important role women play in our economies. We must work to address the barriers faced by women and women entrepreneurs, including access to capital, access to markets, and, very importantly, access to networks. In our discussion today, we will focus on improving the ways our government and our governments together can benefit citizens of both the United States and Canada, and in so doing, advance the greater peace and stability of the world. Mr. Prime Minister, I look forward to working closely with you to build upon our very historic friendship. There are incredible possibilities for us to pursue Canada and the United States together. Again, thank you for joining us, and I know our discussions will be very, very productive for the future of both countries. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. I'd first like to start by extending my sincere thanks to President Trump for inviting me down to Washington. Any day I get to visit our southern neighbors is a good day in my books, particularly when it's so nice and warm compared to what it is back home. We are suffering under a significant winter storm that's hitting our Atlantic provinces particularly harsh, so I just want to send everyone back at home my thoughts as they shovel out and impress on everyone to stay safe. Le président et moi avons eu une première rencontre très productive.
We had the opportunity to get to know one another better, and more importantly, we had the opportunity to talk about the unique relationship between Canada and the United States.
Citizens on both sides of the 49th parallel have understood that the bond between our nations is a special one. No other neighbors in the entire world are as fundamentally linked as we are. We've fought in conflict zones together, negotiated environmental treaties together, including 1991's historic air quality agreement, and we've entered into groundbreaking economic partnerships that have created good jobs for both of our peoples. Canadians and Americans alike share a common history, as well as people-to-people ties that make us completely and totally integrated. Our workers are connected by trade, transportation, and cross-border commerce. Our communities rely on each other for security, stability, and economic prosperity. Our families have long lived together and worked together. We know that more often than not, our victories are shared. And just as we celebrate together, so too do we suffer loss and heartbreak together. Through it all, the foundational pillar on which our relationship is built is one of mutual respect. And that's a good thing, because as we know, relationships between neighbors are pretty complex, and we won't always agree on everything. But because of our deep, abiding respect for one another, we're able to successfully navigate those complexities and still remain the closest of allies and friends. Make no mistake, at the end of the day, Canada and the U.S. will always remain each other's most essential partner. And today's conversations have served to reinforce how important that is for both Canadians and Americans. As we know, 35 U.S. states list Canada as their largest export market, and our economies benefit from the over $2 billion in two-way trade that takes place every single day. Millions of good middle-class jobs on both sides of the border depend on this crucial partnership. Maintaining strong economic ties is vital to our mutual success, and we're going to continue to work closely together over the coming years so that Canadian and American families can get ahead. Comme nous le savons, le Canada représente le plus grand.
As we know, 35 U.S. states list Canada as their largest export market, and our economies benefit from the over $2 billion in two-way trade that takes place every single day. Millions of good middle-class jobs on both sides of the border depend on this crucial partnership. Maintaining strong economic ties is vital to our mutual success, and we're going to continue to work closely together over the coming years so that Canadian and American families can get ahead.
I'd like to highlight that President Trump and I discussed today. At the end of the day, the President and I share a common goal. We both want to make sure that hardworking folks can go to work at a good job, put food on the table for their families, and save up to take a vacation every once in a while. That's what we're trying to do here. Today, we reiterated that our nations are committed to collaborating on energy infrastructure projects that will create jobs while respecting the environment. And as we know, investing in infrastructure is a great way to create the kind of economic growth that our countries so desperately need. In that same vein, we know that ensuring equal opportunities for women in the workforce is essential for growing the economy and maintaining American and Canadian competitiveness on the world stage. As such, the President and I have agreed to the creation of the Canada-United States Council for Advancement of Women Entrepreneurs and Business Leaders. This initiative is more than just about dollars and cents. This is about ensuring that women have access to the same opportunities as men and prioritizing the support and empowerment of women who are senior business leaders and entrepreneurs. In doing so, we'll grow the Canadian and American economies and help our businesses prosper. Et finalement, le président Trump et moi.
Finally, President Trump and myself have agreed to work together to fight against the traffic of opioids across our border. The rise of illegal use of opioids in our society is nothing less than a tragedy. We will do everything we can to ensure the safety of Canadians and Americans. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump, I know that if our countries continue to work together, our people will greatly benefit from this cooperation.
Time and again, that in order to tackle our most pressing issues, both foreign and domestic, we must work with our closest allies, learn from each other, and stand in solidarity as a united voice. With a level of economic and social integration that is unmatched on the world stage, Canada and the United States will forever be a model example of how to be good neighbors. Winston Churchill once said, "That long Canadian frontier from the Atlantic to the Pacific Oceans, guarded only by neighborly respect and honorable obligations, is an example to every country and a pattern for the future of the world." That, my friends, is the very essence of the Canada-US relationship. I look forward to working with President Trump over the coming years to nurture and build upon this.
Okay, we'll take a couple of questions. Scott Thurman. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. You just spoke about the desire to build bridges, although there are some notable and philosophical differences between yourself and Prime Minister Trudeau. I'm curious, as you move forward on issues from trade to terrorism, how do you see this relationship playing out, and are there any specific areas with which, during your conversations today, you each decided to perhaps alter or amend your stances already on those sensitive issues like terrorism and immigration? And Prime Minister Trudeau, while only in its infancy so far, how do you see this relationship compared to that under the Obama administration?
Well, we just began discussions. We are going to have a great relationship with Canada, maybe as good or better, hopefully, than ever before. We have some wonderful ideas on immigration. We have some, I think, very strong, very tough ideas on the tremendous problem that we have with terrorism. And I think when we put them all together, which will be very, very quickly, we have a group of very talented people, we will see some very, very obvious results. We're also doing some cross-border things that will make it a lot easier for trade and a lot better and a lot faster for trade. We have, through technology, we have some really great ideas, and they'll be implemented fairly quickly.
One of the things we spoke about was the fact that security and immigration need to work very well together, and certainly Canada has emphasized security as we look towards improving our immigration system and remaining true to the values that we have. And we had a very strong and fruitful discussion on exactly that. There's plenty that we can draw on each other from in terms of how we move forward with a very similar goal, which is to create free, open societies that keep our citizens safe. And that's certainly something that we're very much in agreement on. Tonna McCharles.
Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, and Mr. Prime Minister, could you answer in English and French for us, please? A little bit of a follow-on on my American colleague's question. President Trump, you seem to suggest that Syrian refugees are a Trojan horse for potential terrorism, while the Prime Minister hugs refugees and welcomes them with open arms. So I'd like to know, are you confident the northern border is secure?
You can never be totally confident, but through the incredible efforts already, I see it happening, of formerly General Kelly, now Secretary Kelly. We have really done a great job. We're actually taking people that are criminals, very, very hardened criminals in some cases, with a tremendous track record of abuse and problems, and we're getting them out. And that's what I said I would do. I'm just doing what I said I would do when we won by a very, very large electoral college vote. And I knew that was going to happen. I knew this is what people were wanting. And that wasn't the only reason. That wasn't my only thing that we did so well on, but that was something that was very important. And I said we will get the criminals out, the drug lords, the gang members. We're getting them out. General Kelly, who's sitting right here, is doing a fantastic job. And I said at the beginning, we are going to get the bad ones, the really bad ones. We're getting them out, and that's exactly what we're doing. I think that in the end, everyone's going to be extremely happy, and I will tell you right now, a lot of people are very, very happy right now.
Canada has always understood that keeping Canadians safe is one of the fundamental responsibilities of any government, and that's certainly something that we're very much focused on. At the same time, we continue to pursue our policies of openness towards immigration and refugees without compromising security. And part of the reason we've been successful in doing that over the past year, welcoming close to 40,000 Syrian refugees, is because we have been coordinating with our allies, the United States and around the world, to demonstrate that security comes very, very seriously to us, and that's something that we continue to deal with. C'est clair que
it is clear that if you want to have a healthy and secure society, or safe society, you have to make sure that you maintain, that you focus on security. And we have welcomed refugees from Syria. We have been very successful, but we have always taken our responsibility towards security very seriously. And our allies, including the United States, understand this focus very well, and they have done so since the very beginning.
Please.
Thank you. President Trump, now that you've been in office and received intelligence briefings for nearly 1 month, what do you see as the most important national security matters facing us? And Prime Minister Trudeau, you've made very clear that Canada has an open-door policy for Syrian refugees. Do you believe that President Trump's moratorium on immigration has merit on national security grounds?
Okay, thank you. Many, many problems. When I was campaigning, I said, it's not a good situation. Now that I see it, including with our intelligence briefings, we have problems that a lot of people have no idea how bad they are, how serious they are. Not only internationally, but when you come right here. I mean, obviously, North Korea is a big, big problem, and we will deal with that very strongly. We have problems all over the Middle East. We have problems just about every corner of the globe, no matter where you look. I had a great meeting this weekend with Prime Minister Abe of Japan and got to know each other very, very well. Extended weekend, really. We were with each other for long periods of time, and our staffs and representatives. But on the home front, we have to create borders. We have to let people that can love our country in, and I want to do that. We want to have a big, beautiful, open door, and we want people to come in and come in our country. But we cannot let the wrong people in, and I will not allow that to happen during this administration. And people, the citizens of our country, want that, and that's their attitude too, I will tell you. We are getting such praise for our stance, and it's a stance of common sense. Maybe a certain toughness, but it's really more than toughness. It's a stance of common sense, and we are going to pursue it vigorously. And we don't want to have our country have the kinds of problems that you're witnessing taking place, not only here, but all over the world. We won't stand for it. We won't put up with it. We're just not going to let it happen. We're going to give ourselves every bit of chance so that things go well for the United States, and they will go well. Thank you.
Canada and the United States have been neighbors a long time, and Canadians and Americans have stood together, worked together at home and around the world. We fought and died together in battlefields in World War I and World War II, in Korea, in Afghanistan. But there have been times where we have differed in our approaches, and that's always been done firmly and respectfully. The last thing Canadians expect is for me to come down and lecture another country on how they choose to govern themselves. My role, our responsibility, is to continue to govern in such a way that reflects Canadians' approach and be a positive example in the world.
Okay, again, you guys are looking at a live look at the Senate floor. Mike Page will be joining you for the next hour to monitor this and bring you any breaking news here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Madam President.
Senator from Oregon.
Madam President, I ask the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Even now, more than 2 months after then-President-elect Trump nominated Steve Mnuchin to be Treasury Secretary, I still find it hard to believe. Month after month, out on the campaign trail, President Trump attacked Wall Street. And he said time after time that he was going to take on Wall Street. And he attacked his opponents in the primary and in the general election by saying that they were too close to Wall Street and specifically too close to Goldman Sachs. He said regarding Secretary Clinton, she will never reform Wall Street. I know the guys at Goldman Sachs, they have total control. But he countered this by saying that he would do it differently. He promised to take on Wall Street. He promised to fight for middle-class Americans. He promised to drain the swamp and reduce and eliminate the powerful and entrenched special interests here in Washington, D.C. But what a change can happen within a few weeks. Less than a month after winning the presidency, I should point out winning the Electoral College, but losing by a massive margin the popular vote, the citizen vote, who does Mr. Trump pick to be Treasury Secretary? A 17-year Goldman Sachs veteran, or foreclosure king, Steve Mnuchin. So here tonight, not even a decade after the second worst financial crisis in the United States history, we'll be holding a vote on whether Steve Mnuchin is a fit character to be Secretary of Treasury. Now, what's particularly puzzling, not only the Goldman Sachs background in contrast to the president's campaign promises, but also that this individual was a contributor to the predatory practices that nearly destroyed our economy in 2008. And he is someone who made a fortune throwing struggling American families out of their homes and onto the streets. So I'm somewhat shocked that we are here tonight, and that some of my colleagues are considering voting to put a man in charge of our nation's financial system who played such a role in bringing it to its knees just a couple of years ago. Let's remember the massive impact on American families. They lost jobs by the millions. The unemployment rate soared. They lost their retirement savings, and often they lost their homes. Not just because they lost their jobs and couldn't pay their mortgage, but because of the predatory design of the mortgages. So I'm shocked that I'm here tonight and we're holding this vote, and that we are particularly considering an individual who worked to tear down the protections and throw American families to the Wall Street wolves. Maybe we should have a Treasury Secretary who succeeded in the past in building up the economy, not one who participated in tearing it down. Maybe we should have a Treasury Secretary who worked hard to put tens of thousands of people into homes, rather than someone who personally profited by throwing tens of thousands of American families out of their homes. I'd be feeling much better about the vote we're holding tonight if that was the case. Because American people have endured too much pain and suffering at the machinations of Wall Street. I thought we'd perhaps learned our lesson. We worked hard to pass the Dodd-Frank reform so that we would end those predatory mortgages. We would end those liar loans. We would end those teaser rate, exploding interest rate loans that brought families to their knees. We would end the securities designed in such a fashion that you couldn't evaluate whether they were AAA or AA. We would end this process and this formulation that turned the dream of American home ownership into the nightmare of American home ownership. This nightmare in which, instead of building wealth for American families, home ownership became an instrument, a predatory instrument for draining wealth from American families. What was Steve Mnuchin doing when the Banking Committee was working to save the economy that he had helped to tear down? Well, he was foreclosing on more than 36,000 struggling homeowners, conducting more than 1/3 of all the reverse mortgage foreclosures, running a bank with a record of discriminating against minority homebuyers, running a bank with a record of discriminating against minority neighborhoods. So, for all these reasons, this is the wrong man. The wrong man because it does not fit the promise the president made to take on Wall Street. The wrong man because he participated in destroying our economy that harmed millions of American families. And the wrong man because he wants to dismantle Dodd-Frank, which has been put together specifically to end the predatory practices, including the illegal robo-signing that he participated in. So this individual has no interest overseeing the financial future of the American people. And so I will be voting no on his confirmation, and I passionately urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President. And I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of FoxNPhoenix.com.
An administration official says White House National Security Advisor Michael Flynn has apologized to Vice President Mike Pence for the controversy surrounding his discussions with the Russian ambassador. Pence said in televised interviews that Flynn had not discussed sanctions during his pre-inauguration calls with the Russian envoy. Flynn has since told the White House that sanctions may have come up. White House officials are not saying whether President Donald Trump has confidence in Flynn. An American Indian activist says he's not deterred by a judge's ruling that the developer of the Dakota Access Pipeline can continue drilling under a Missouri River reservoir in North Dakota. Chase Iron Eyes is helping lead opposition to the pipeline. He says opponents will continue fighting the project in the courts and pushing for more environmental studies of the crossing. A judge in Washington today refused to halt construction while legal challenges by the Cheyenne River and Standing Rock are resolved. All right, folks, while we wait for more action on the Senate floor, we are going to take you to a press conference earlier today in Chicago. Over the weekend, unfortunately, a 12-year-old was shot over the weekend while playing with friends near a playground in Chicago. We're going to show that to you, that press conference here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. But before we do that, we are going to take you here to a protest happening right here in Arizona. Let's take you there live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. This is an anti-Trump rally as well. And also an anti-rally for a state senator, Debbie Lesko, who pushed SB 1431 through the Senate Education Committee. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and everybody watching live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. You can see Sky Fox up in the air here for an anti-Lesko rally. This is happening in Peoria, where State Senator Lesko pushed SB 1431 through the Senate Education Committee. The group says she failed to listen and stay to those opposed to the bill, and the media left with her. Senator Lesko needs to hear from her constituents. Indivisible Surprise and other indivisible groups from across the Phoenix metro area are bringing our opposition to the bill to her. That is what the group says. This is all over Republican lawmakers renewing their efforts to expand a program that allows parents to use public money to pay the educational expenses of children who attend private schools or are homeschooled. As you can see there, it's a small group there that is in Peoria. They're trying to get others' attention on this matter. For those of you local here, this is happening near in Peoria near 67th Avenue and Corrine Drive. Under legislation introduced by Republican Senator Debbie Lesko of Peoria, all students would qualify for the ESA program by the 2020-2021 school year. Senate Bill 1431 proposes phasing in eligibility starting in the 2017-2018 school year with students in kindergarten, first grade, sixth grade, and ninth grade. Within 4 years, all students would qualify. Lesko said in a prepared statement that SB 1431 would allow parents to tailor their children's education to their needs. Traditional public district schools oppose the program, she said, because they don't want the competition. And you can see our feed there going a little in and out. Some supportive lawmakers say an ESA expansion could have more momentum this year, given President Donald Trump's nomination of school choice advocate and billionaire Betsy DeVos for U.S. Secretary of Education. All right, everybody, continuing watching live here for you. If everybody's watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, we encourage you to keep watching us on fox10phoenix.com. We're going to take you back out now, live to the Senate floor in Washington.
Documented evidence tells a different story. It's about one-third that number, closer to 35,000 modifications. Now, I realize that someone could not remember necessarily the exact number, but I was surprised at how far off he was in something so substantial in someone's life, whether it was a person like Nellie or other individuals. A mortgage foreclosure, as opposed to a modification, which of course is a much better result for that individual and his or her family, that's a substantial difference in their lives. And I would hope that when you're in any way involved in a foreclosure, as a banker or as part of an entity that is foreclosing, that you would carefully weigh the consequences before you choose to pursue foreclosure or pursue a different path, the path of modification, which of course everyone would prefer in that circumstance. I asked Steve Mnuchin how many Americans his bank had foreclosed on during the financial crisis, and he has yet to provide an answer to that question. I know that others may have asked a similar question. Maybe they got an answer. We'll see what the public record shows. Mr. Mnuchin also was asked to provide a copy of a letter he said he sent to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, raising concerns about the impact of the company's reverse mortgage guidance. That was almost a month ago when we asked for that information to produce this letter. We still haven't seen it. So I wonder about the statement he made with regard to information from HUD. I also asked Mr. Mnuchin whether his financial institution engaged in the predatory practice of so-called robo-signing. And this is a question that was asked by a couple of senators. I asked him for that information, and he said that wasn't the case, but now we know from the documented evidence, in an answer that he later changed, that there was robo-signing taking place at the time that we allege that it did. So when you ask a question in a hearing and you get an answer that was wrong or incomplete or misleading or otherwise, that's one thing. And you could sometimes have a circumstance where someone didn't intentionally want to mislead or tell a lie, or they may have asked or answered a question imprecisely or without a lot of information. But I think it's a little different when you ask a question in writing, where the individuals have time to analyze the question, provide an answer in writing with some time to reflect, some time to consult other sources of information before they draft their answer and then submit it to you as part of a nomination process. But in this case, Mr. Mnuchin had a different answer than the facts showed, and I'll go through that a little bit later. So at some level, there's a question of accuracy, maybe even rising to the level of trust, and that's something we have to consider when we're making a determination about a nominee, because almost any cabinet agency has to transmit information, very specific, detailed information. People have to be able to rely upon the information, the accuracy of it, the completeness of it. And if he's had problems in this nomination process, that causes us to raise some real questions. I wanted to start with One West Bank, another entity called Financial Freedom. I don't know how far we'll get into this in the limited time that we have, but in 2009, Mr. Mnuchin and his business partners bought One West Bank at the height of the financial crisis for $1.6 billion, paying about 5 cents on the dollar for the bank's assets. Mr. Mnuchin was able to buy the bank at such a significant discount, in part because he was entrusted to modify as many home mortgages as possible so homeowners could stay in their homes. He foreclosed on more than, the One West Bank foreclosed on more than 40,000 Americans, so we're told. We don't know how many foreclosures they engaged in Pennsylvania, but as I read just a couple of moments ago from an investigative report by WTAE, it's at least hundreds in one region of the state. We have 67 counties. Depending on where you draw the line, southwestern Pennsylvania is 10 counties, 12 counties, somewhere in that range. Maybe as high as 15 if you went further north towards Erie. But let's say it's a big number. Let's say it's 15 counties. Hundreds of foreclosures in that region is substantial. Later, after all of those thousands of foreclosures across the country, Mr. Mnuchin sold One West Bank for $3.4 billion in 2015, making the sale itself yielded the group of individuals, including Mr. Mnuchin, billions of dollars. That would be him, and that would be Mr. Mnuchin and also investors. I mentioned the foreclosures before and the individuals involved. I wanted to go a little deeper into the particular circumstances. I mentioned and highlighted Nellie's story. Here's what took place in that circumstance, or here's what I guess she hoped would have taken place. That's a better way of saying it. Nellie was hoping that she would be able to work something out with the bank, so she asked One West to help her keep the house by adjusting her payment. That often happens where the bank initiates a foreclosure or begins the process, but then works something out with the homeowner. That would be called a modification. So in this case, Nellie asked One West to help her keep the house by adjusting her payment, but she said that the bank refused and then foreclosed on her. She said, "They should have worked with me to meet a payment that I could make." She filed for bankruptcy, but even that could not save her house. She said it caused her, quote, "a lot of depression." That's what Nellie said about her own circumstances. And I mentioned the other communities in western Pennsylvania affected. So that's the reality that foreclosure brings to bear on the life of one individual who's struggling, who's had a whole series, in this case, in Nellie's case, a whole series of setbacks, deeply personal, tragic circumstances compounded by the foreclosure. And the same is true of Ruth in South Philadelphia in terms of the impact of that decision. We have a lot of ways to summarize this information like this. I'll just highlight maybe one or two. For example, the National Consumer Law Center in March of 2012, which is a Philadelphia, according to that center, a Philadelphia senior citizen with a reverse mortgage from a wing of Mr. Mnuchin's bank, in this case, the name of the entity was the Financial Freedom, sought assistance because he had been served with a pre-foreclosure notice. The reverse mortgage company owned by Mr. Mnuchin gave this individual 30 days to pay almost $5,000. What was the bill for? Well, without him knowing it, Financial Freedom charged him over $2,000 for forced place insurance coverage for 2010 to 12. Financial Freedom threatened to go forward with the foreclosure unless this senior citizen paid or made immediate payment, monthly payments equal to almost 35% of his monthly income. With legal assistance, those payments were reduced. I would hope you would not need to hire a lawyer to get those payments reduced, but sometimes when you're up against a powerful financial institution, that is the only way to proceed. Instead of immediately informing this senior citizen of his lapsed coverage, Financial Freedom charged excessive amounts for forced place coverage. Financial Freedom then waited 2 years to begin collection, but expected this senior, who was living on a fixed income, to pay within 30 days. Financial Freedom also did not tell this senior citizen he could apply for a longer repayment plan due to his low income. According to the National Consumer Law Center in 2015, Financial Freedom notified a Pennsylvania reverse mortgage holder's heirs that the only way to avoid foreclosure on the family home was by repaying the loan balance or selling the property for at least 95% of its appraised value. Financial Freedom said the appraised value for the Pennsylvania home was $170,000, even though their own appraisal of the property just 1 month earlier was $67,000. Big difference between 170 and 67. $170,000 was the appraised value at loan origination way back in 2007. Now, of course, it's years later. And that was, of course, before the market collapsed. So for the purposes of pre-foreclosure notice, Financial Freedom used an appraisal over $100,000 more than the actual value of the home. They were trying to force the heirs to pay more than $100,000 above the home's value to prevent foreclosure of the family home. So these are a couple of Pennsylvania stories, Ruth and Nellie, and then some others whose names aren't in the report or names aren't in the text of my remarks, but give similar stories about this. Some of the foreclosure practices that Mr. Mnuchin was part of when he had these individual banks. Here's the question on robo-signing that I mentioned earlier. I put a question on the record in writing, or I should say a question for the record in writing, and gave it to him. And here's what his response was. I said, one of the most significant scandals during the financial crisis was the practice of, quote, robo-signing, unquote, whereby bank employees rapidly approved foreclosure documents without thorough review. Many were wrongfully foreclosed upon due to on account of these practices. did One West Bank, quote, robo-sign, unquote, documents relating to foreclosures and evictions, unquote. His response was pretty shocking. Quote, One West Bank did not robo-sign documents, and as the only bank to successfully complete the independent foreclosure review required by federal banking regulators to investigate allegations of robo-signing, I am proud of our institution's extremely low error rate, unquote. Well, the reason I say it was a shocking answer because he had signed his name to a 2011 document that found that One West Bank did, in fact, robo-sign. The findings from the Office of Thrift Supervision it does not, I should say, explicitly state robo-signing. That's not a legal term of art, but it does set forth a fact pattern for robo-signing, which involves an employee signing foreclosure documents without reviewing them. Instead of reviewing the details of each, robo-signers assume the paperwork is correct and sign it automatically. Almost anyone who lived through the financial crisis of 2008 knows what robo-signing is, and many were victims of this practice. So that's a problem, obviously, when you answer a question in a manner that is totally inconsistent with the facts. Mr. President, I know I'm low on time, and I want to wrap up. What I will do for the record, or if we have time to come back later, is to get into some other issues. But one of the real concerns that I have about his nomination is not just what is part of his record as a banker, as a person working on Wall Street and working in that world, but it's one thing to say that you did something in your prior life, but once you put on the mantle of public service and the heavy responsibilities of Treasury Secretary, that you will set aside that other work you did or that other position you had maybe on some issues. But apparently some of his work, or at least some of his points of view, will continue in the Treasury Department, because I think it's pretty clear, based upon some reporting back at the end of November, that Mr. Mnuchin believes that one of his prime responsibilities is to begin to dismantle or substantially alter what we know as the Dodd-Frank legislation. And we know what happened prior to that. We know what happened to the economy. We know that the United States lost about $19 trillion in household wealth. That's 19 trillion with a T. More than 8 million jobs. By one estimate, 8.7 million jobs were lost. So I would hope that as Treasury Secretary, were he to be confirmed, would make sure that we never go down that path again. That before you dismantle Dodd-Frank, you better think about the consequences to real people's lives. So, Mr. President, I will wrap up because I know we have to go, but I'll put more information on the record. But let me conclude with one thought before we move. One of the concerns I have about his nomination also is not something you can point to in a document. It's just a gut instinct or a judgment that I've made. And it's a judgment that could be summarized this way. I have a real concern about his commitment to public service. And why do I say that? It seemed that in this whole process of disclosing financial information, turning over documents, answering questions, answering follow-up questions, that Mr. Mnuchin was kind of resistant to scrutiny, or seemed to be burdened by it, that somehow he was disclosing so much, and it was his demeanor when you would ask him some questions appeared to me to be a demeanor that was not consistent with what public service must be about. When you're in public service, whether you're elected or appointed, you are in fact a servant. You don't work for a bank. You don't work for a financial institution. You don't work for a company. You don't even work for a president. You work for the people. And I was taught a long time ago that the closer you can get to this ideal, which is inscribed on a building in our state capitol in Harrisburg, all public service is a trust given in faith and accepted in honor. The way you accept your public duties is not only to disclose what you should disclose, to answer questions which you must answer, but to do it in a manner where you're doing it with a belief that you're a public servant and with the spirit of public service. If you're labored and if you're chafing under that or resisting that, you should probably do something else with your life. And I hope I'm wrong about that. I hope once he is in office and it appears that he may be confirmed, and if he is confirmed, I hope that we see a different approach to the duties of public service and the burdens of public service. I hope I'm wrong about it, but my instincts tell me otherwise. Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak in opposition to President Trump's nominee to serve as Secretary of the Treasury, Steve Mnuchin. From his days at Goldman Sachs on the front lines of developing the very products that brought our economy to its knees, to his reign as chairman of One West Bank, quantified by tens of thousands of foreclosures and qualified by years of despair, to his plan to get rich off cash-strapped seniors, to his investments in Sears that stripped pension benefits from low-wage earners, Mr. Mnuchin made a career out of exploiting the financial turmoil of hardworking American families, never once stopping to consider the impacts of his profiteering on the people of this country. At every step of the way, Mr. Mnuchin's mantra has been to privatize profits and socialize losses. While our president spent much of his campaign railing against Goldman Sachs and Wall Street's stranglehold on Washington, it should be lost on no one that Wall Street has the majority vote in this administration. With friends like Mr. Mnuchin and Gary Cohn in high places, the country's largest and most complex financial institutions can rest easy, knowing this administration is firmly committed to their bottom lines. And as Treasury Secretary, Mr. Mnuchin will be a chief architect of the GOP's, quote, Wall Street first policy. Despite his self-described humble beginnings at Goldman Sachs in the 1980s, Mr. Mnuchin was on the front lines of developing the now infamous collateralized debt obligations known as CDOs and credit default swaps. I urge my colleagues not to be fooled by Mr. Mnuchin. He was part of the cadre of corporate raiders that brought our economy to its knees. In its 2011 report on the Great Recession, which wiped out nearly $13 trillion in household wealth and cost nearly 9 million Americans their jobs, the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations described Goldman Sachs' role in the crisis as follows, quote, Goldman engaged in securitization practices that magnified risk in the market by selling high-risk, poor-quality mortgage products. It said, quote, conflicts of interest related to proprietary investments led Goldman to conceal its adverse financial interests from potential investors, sell investors poor quality investments, and place its financial interests before those of its clients. Despite the damage they caused, Mr. Mnuchin never learned this lesson. And as recently as 2012, he praised these instruments, calling them, quote, an extremely positive development in terms of being able to finance different parts of the economy and different businesses efficiently. Now, after he left Goldman Sachs, Mr. Mnuchin started a hedge fund, Dune Capital, which explored investing in an exotic financial instrument called life settlements, which are made up of life insurance policies purchased from cash-strapped seniors. The investor, Mr. Mnuchin's hedge fund, had a plan to pay the premiums on the policies until the seniors died, at which point they would cash in on the insurance claims. So let's be clear here. Under Mr. Mnuchin's plan, the sooner seniors died, the more money his hedge fund would make. And while the market for this product collapsed before Mr. Mnuchin could cash in, we had to ask ourselves, is this the type of leader that we want at the helm of our economy? Do we really want a Treasury Secretary who had a plan to get rich off of dying seniors? And that brings us to the end of 2008, early 2009. Wall Street had brought our economy to the brink of collapse. 13.2 million Americans were facing unemployment. Home values were plummeting, having fallen 12.5% in just one quarter. And where was Mr. Mnuchin? He was negotiating the deal of a lifetime. In the darkest days of the financial crisis, when Rome was burning, Mr. Mnuchin and his friends were looking for stores to raid. And boy, did they find a gem in IndyMac. He purchased IndyMac's $23.5 billion of assets for a mere $1.55 billion in March of 2009, with the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance entity, backing if too many loans went south. So he had a governmental guarantee, bought $23.5 billion of assets for about $1.5 billion, and he had the government's guarantee. All that Mr. Mnuchin had to do was to agree to help homeowners struggling with their mortgages. But Mr. Mnuchin didn't hold up his end of the bargain. He wanted more. Apparently, the profit margins of foreclosure were just too sweet to ignore. After buying IndyMac and renaming it One West Bank, Mr. Mnuchin was installed as chairman. But instead of working to achieve sustainable loan modifications and workouts for struggling borrowers, as Mr. Mnuchin had committed to doing, One West's business model centered on kicking borrowers out of their home at the first sign of default. In April of 2011, the former Office of Thrift Supervision hit One West Bank with a consent order because the bank was actually putting homeowners on a fast track to foreclosure, robo-signing foreclosure documents. In a sworn deposition in 2009, a One West vice president admitted to robo-signing 750 foreclosure documents a week without ever reading or reviewing them. In 2014, an independent government review of One West's foreclosure activities in 2009 and 2010 alone identified more than 10,000 homeowners, including dozens of active duty service members who were owed $8.5 million in damages due to the bank's foreclosure practices. And One West practices were especially egregious when it came to seniors with reverse mortgage loans. During Mr. Mnuchin's tenure at the bank, One West's reverse mortgage subsidiary, Financial Freedom, had approximately 17% of the reverse mortgage share, but was responsible for nearly 40% of reverse mortgage foreclosures. So in other words, Mr. Mnuchin cornered the market on focusing and foreclosing on seniors in America. Whether it was foreclosing on a 90-year-old woman over a 27-cent mispayment, or threatening to kick an 84-year-old widow out of her home of 54 years, Mr. Mnuchin was ruthless. And what did Mr. Mnuchin have to say about all of this when we asked him during his confirmation hearing during the Senate Finance Committee? He dodged responsibility at every step. First, he blamed IndyMac for the quality of mortgage loans. Then he blamed government regulations, which he falsely claimed forced his bank to kick people out of their homes. And if that wasn't enough, Mr. Mnuchin had the audacity to tell us that that his bank did not robo-sign documents despite clear evidence to the contrary. To make matters worse, Mr. Mnuchin had the gall to call One West a loan modification machine. He repeatedly misled the committee that One West provided more than 100,000 loan modifications, when in fact they'd modified less than a quarter of that amount. And on top of misleading the committee, Mr. Mnuchin has been unwilling to provide information on the number of borrowers that lost their homes during the time that he ran the bank. We believe that number is at least 60,000 families and seniors, but those numbers could even be higher. At the end of the day, this is about much more than numbers. It's about the seniors that are barely hanging on to their homes, their only source of wealth. It's about communities that were hit with a 1-2 punch of subprime loans in the years leading up to the crisis, only to face banks like OneWest with unrelenting foreclosure practices that stopped at nothing until they had kicked people out of their homes. It's about people like Sylvia Oliver of Scotch Plains, New Jersey. After her employer cut her hours in 2009, like so many other hardworking Americans at the time, she ran into difficulty paying her mortgage. And despite the fact that Ms. Oliver found a full-time job and applied 8 times for loan modifications, Mr. Mnuchin's bank denied each and every one of her applications. Ms. Oliver has been fighting to save her home for 7 years. She's hanging on by a thread. Her own words speak volumes about Mr. Mnuchin. She said, quote, "It's been very painful and stressful, not knowing if my kids and my family are going to have a home to live in or if it's going to be foreclosed on. I would ask you to remember my experience when you consider whether Mr. Mnuchin is qualified to lead the Department of the Treasury. As the CEO and chair of OneWest Bank, Mr. Mnuchin had the opportunity to help families like mine with responsible loan modifications, and he didn't. I don't think this is a track record that anyone should be proud of." Well, Ms. Oliver's right. Mr. Mnuchin's record is not only undeserving of pride, it's shameful. While Mr. Mnuchin's business formula proved toxic for tens of thousands of hardworking American families and seniors, it was incredibly lucrative for Mr. Mnuchin and OneWest investors. He sold OneWest for $3.4 billion, a profit of $1.85 billion over just 6 years, making around $200 million for himself. That's a pretty nice return on investment. And while I am gravely concerned about Mr. Mnuchin's history of exploiting hardworking American families to line his own pockets, I'm equally concerned about his plan to unchain Wall Street. Mr. Mnuchin has made it his #1 priority to, quote, roll back Wall Street reform. As my friend Senator Brown has often said, our colleagues seem to have contracted a case of collective amnesia about the Great Recession. Just 8.5 years after the worst financial collapse in 80 years that put taxpayers on the line for billions in bailouts, the President, Republicans in Congress, and Mr. Mnuchin are chomping at the bit to take down the very protections that were put in place to prevent another catastrophe. I asked them, have we learned nothing? We know what this administration wants. It wants what the industry wants. On the day the President signed his Wall Street first executive order, Goldman Sachs shares soared 4.6%, a $4 billion gain. $4 billion. And at the end of the day, Mr. Mnuchin is nominated to serve in a position to ensure the financial stability of the American economy. But his only experience is betting on the financial instability of American families. Not only did he profit off the backs of struggling homeowners, he also stands to profit off of pensions he mismanaged while on the board of the Sears Company. From the time Mr. Mnuchin joined the board of Sears, the company lost billions of dollars, including more than $8 billion since 2011 alone. Rather than invest in growth and its workers, he decided to strip the company of its most valuable assets and keep them for themselves and their friends. Now, while Sears seemed to lose from this transaction, there were some that certainly appeared to profit. Not surprising, Mr. Mnuchin and his hedge fund friends were those profiteers. As a shareholder lawsuit contended, they gobbled up the most valuable and profitable assets, and they saved golden parachutes for themselves to escape if the company crashed. Now, this might sound complicated, but it's a move that would make Gordon Gekko from the movie Wall Street proud. Just replace Blue Star Airlines with Sears, and fiction becomes reality. In the world of both men, greed is good. But this isn't a movie. It's a real world with real-life consequences for two 600,000 people who work at Sears. Stripping Sears of $12 billion worth of its most valuable assets contributed to the devaluation of the company, which further jeopardized the pensions of more than 200,000 Americans. According to the most recent filing, this pension fund is now underfunded by an alarming $2 billion, after you strip $12 billion of its most valuable assets. And these retirees who rely on pensions to live, who worked hard all of their lives and played by the rules, have already had their benefits cut by Mr. Mnuchin and the Sears Finance Board. In fact, the pension situation has become so dire that the government, through the Pension Benefits Guarantee Corporation, or the PBGC, felt compelled to step in to protect the pension benefits for these 200,000 people. As if his past mismanagement of pensions isn't bad enough, as Treasury Secretary, Mr. Mnuchin would oversee the decision whether to bail out the pension. Mr. Mnuchin would have to decide whether to protect his personal hedge fund investments in Sears, which he refuses to divest, or to protect the federal government and those 200,000 retirees. Now, to be fair, when I asked Mr. Mnuchin about his inherent conflict of interest during his confirmation hearing, he pledged to recuse himself from any decision by the PBGC regarding Sears. But we've heard that song before. Mr. Mnuchin can't avoid a conflict of interest by recusing himself any more than President Trump can avoid a conflict by supposedly letting his children run his businesses. The only true firewall against a potential conflict of interest is through a full divestiture, which Mr. Mnuchin refuses to do. As a private citizen and executive at Sears, Mr. Mnuchin showed a total disregard for the earned pension benefits of hundreds of thousands of hardworking Americans. I have no reason to think he has a change of heart as the Treasury Secretary. Not only does Mr. Mnuchin want to let banks write their own rules and let executives profit when they cut pensions, but he also wants to cut taxes on the rich so he and his friends can keep more of their ill-gotten gains. After helping raise millions of dollars from Wall Street and big corporations for President Trump's campaign, they now expect a big return on their investment. And boy, do they win big league under the Mnuchin-Trump tax plan. This ill-conceived proposal would give large corporations that are already earning record profits an additional $2.5 trillion. That's $2.5 trillion taken away from transportation, from schools, from the middle class, given directly to multinational corporations. It would eliminate the estate tax and gift taxes, giving a nearly $200 billion windfall to the wealthiest 5,000 family dynasties in the country. $200 billion to the wealthiest 5,000 family dynasties in the country. 99.99% of all Americans won't see a penny from this giveaway. But you know who would benefit? Mr. Mnuchin and President Trump. And it doesn't stop there. On top of all of this, the Mnuchin-Trump proposal would also give the top tenth of 1%, the wealthiest of the wealthy, the corporate CEOs and hedge fund managers that make around $4 million per year or more, $1 million back each and every year. This group of elite earners already takes home a whopping 184 times the average pay and has the same combined net worth as nearly 90% of all American workers. These 160,000 of the richest families in the country have as much wealth as 144 million families in America. And look, I have nothing against wealthy people. I have nothing against millionaires and billionaires. Many worked hard for their money. They played by the rules. I applaud their success. But I don't think the wealthy, who are doing just fine right now, need an extra $1 million or more than the middle class. And I don't think we should be borrowing trillions more from China just to give the top 1/10 of 1% another $1 million. It's fundamentally backwards. Fundamentally backwards. They say we can't afford to invest in infrastructure. We can't afford to help our graduates from mounting college debt. We can't afford to give a whole host of resources to things that we think are critical to compel our nation to be the continuing global economic leader. But we can't afford to give $1 million away to all the millionaires and billionaires in the country. This warped order of priorities is a perfect metaphor for Mr. Mnuchin's School of Economics. Give the rich more and more because they know best. Well, unfortunately, this the theory of trickle-down economics doesn't work, hasn't worked in the past, won't work now. I think the American people are sick and tired of getting fleeced. They're tired of working hard every day and playing by the rules only to fall further behind. They're tired of losing in a rigged system. But a Treasury Department led by Mr. Mnuchin will only deliver more of the same. More tax breaks for the very wealthiest in the country, more borrowing from China, more income inequality. These are not the principles Americans want or need. So in conclusion, Mr. President, you can tell a lot about a person based on how they handle a crisis. When Wall Street crashed and the country plunged into recession, where was Mr. Mnuchin? Was he warning regulators that they were asleep at the wheel and hardworking Americans were being exploited? Was he working to reform the broken system? No, he was looking for stores to raid with one goal in mind: profits. Some would like to either ignore or whitewash this past, but if we don't learn from history, we are doomed to repeat it. And the American people cannot afford a repeat of that past. We cannot afford a return to the Wild West of Wall Street, when the middle class was held hostage to the earnings reports of the biggest banks, when the cure for income inequality was simply more tax cuts for the wealthiest. We need a Treasury Secretary who will stand up to Wall Street, not take orders from them. We need a Treasury Secretary who understands that the strength of our country has come and will always come from that middle class, not from the CEOs and the hedge funds. Unfortunately, Mr. Mnuchin is not that person. I urge my colleagues to oppose his nomination, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise today, along with many of my colleagues, to speak out against the White House nominating Steven Mnuchin to be the next Secretary of the U.S. Treasury. President Trump has nominated the former CEO of One West Bank, who before that for 17 years was a Goldman Sachs executive, to run the federal agency tasked with crafting and implementing U.S. economic policy. So much for draining the swamp. I want to start out, however, by sharing the story of a good friend, Lola Orvik, who I met when I was Attorney General of Nevada. In 2013, Lola's mortgage on her townhouse in Henderson was underwater. Like thousands of other Nevadans, she needed to refinance, but 5 different loan modification applications had all been rejected by her bank. Lola was desperate for a solution and on the verge of losing her home. She received a telephone call offering help that was too good to be true, and it was. After calling my office, she thankfully discovered that it was a scam. I am so glad she called my office. Our staff referred her to a new program we had created, the Home Again Homeowner Relief Program, a one-stop shop to help struggling homeowners. It helped Lola finally get a loan modification, reduce her principal by $37,000, slash her interest rate from 5.7% to 2%, and keep the house that she had lived in for nearly 20 years. The Home Again program helped thousands of Nevada homeowners understand all the state and federal housing resources available to them. It has helped folks like Lola restructure their loans to ensure more affordable monthly payments. That simple hotline number has gone a long way. Because we were there to help her, Lola got her life back. However, not everyone was as fortunate as Lola. In fact, some families are still trying to overcome the continuing destructive impact of the foreclosure crisis in Nevada and across this country. In the depths of the Great Recession, Lola's predicament was not unique. Nevada was ground zero for the housing crisis. Property values plummeted. For sale signs lined the streets. Foreclosure notices hung on doors throughout the state. Thousands of families lived in constant fear of losing their homes. In 2008, Nevada had the highest foreclosure rate in the nation, with more than 77,000 homes getting a notice at the door saying they were at risk for eviction. We led the nation in the terms of foreclosure rate for 62 straight months during the recession. Things got so bad that by 2010, nearly 70% of Nevada homeowners were underwater on their homes, meaning that they owed more on their mortgages than the current values of their property. As Nevada's Attorney General, I fought the big banks, Wall Street institutions, and default servicing companies to secure more than $1.9 billion to help hardworking families get back on their feet. That money helped to fund the Home Again program. But more than just getting that money back, this was about changing the conduct and predatory practices of the big banks when working with homeowners. For instance, we made dual tracking an illegal practice so that banks could no longer foreclose on a home while simultaneously considering their request for a loan modification and then charging them fees every step of the way. We demanded that a homeowner have a single point of contact within the financial institution so the homeowner would no longer get shuffled around from person to person and told to resubmit their loan modification application over and over again. And we demanded that the banks demonstrate that they had personal knowledge of the foreclosure documents they filed to prevent robo-signing and unlawful foreclosures of a home. Unfortunately, not every bank was willing to do everything possible to help the millions of Nevadans and Americans who were suffering. Mr. Mnuchin's One West Bank, formerly known as IndyMac, was one such bank. Instead of trying to help homeowners, One West enforced predatory and unforgiving practices that only served to line the pockets of Mr. Mnuchin and his co-owners. Stephen Mnuchin purchased IndyMac from the federal government after it collapsed and took control of the thousands of mortgages the bank managed. Mnuchin rebranded the bank as One West and went to work using questionable foreclosure practices like dual tracking so he could make more money. That is not right. Instead of working to help these homeowners stay in their homes, One West Bank, under Mnuchin's leadership, became a foreclosure machine. The bank had one of the highest denial rates for applications to the Home Affordable Modification Program. A judge in Wisconsin cited the One West, quote, harsh, repugnant, shocking, and repulsive practices when deciding a suit against them. And recent documents show that the company used robo-signing to deny modification claims, proving that it did not fairly consider loan modification applications for tens of thousands of homeowners. When confronted with these facts at his Senate confirmation hearing, Mr. Mnuchin lied. He denied One West used robo-signing, offered empty excuses, and shifted blame for his company's heinous practices. And during his confirmation hearing, Mr. Mnuchin repeatedly refused to say how many homes One West foreclosed on in Nevada. However, according to new data, during the foreclosure crisis and its immediate aftermath, One West made $3 billion in profit while evicting 3,654 Nevada families from their homes. This includes 181 foreclosures on seniors that had taken out reverse mortgages. When he eventually left the bank, Mr. Mnuchin received a $10.9 million payout. This on top of the annual compensation of $4.5 million he has received since 2015, when One West was bought by other investors. Let me repeat that. 3,654 Nevada families lost their homes because Mr. Mnuchin's One West put profits over people. That's a snapshot and a statistic that does not do justice to how much pain that caused for those families. I want to spend some time on these accusations of robo-signing, both because Mr. Mnuchin clearly lied, and also because this was an issue I took on when I was Attorney General during and after the crash. First, let's be clear what this is. Robo-signing is a procedure used by mortgage companies to sign foreclosure documents without reviewing them. This is a reckless practice used by banks to cut corners and forge documents to rush things along, and it caused thousands of families to be wrongfully evicted from their homes. Like One West, the banks were involved in a massive robo-signing scheme in my home state of Nevada, and I went after them aggressively as the state's Attorney General. Nevada led the nation in foreclosures every month for more than 4 years. And Mr. Mnuchin's company did not care that middle-class families were losing their homes during the crisis. In fact, during his confirmation hearing before the Senate, he admitted, quote, "I never wanted to be in the mortgage servicing business. I didn't want to be in the reverse mortgage business. I wanted to build a regional bank." In other words, Mr. Mnuchin had to convince his investors that they would make money, a point that Mr. Mnuchin admitted at the hearing, saying, and I quote, "Yes, my investors made a lot of money on One West." Not only did his investors make a lot of money, Mr. Mnuchin did so as well. Since leaving the bank, he has pocketed nearly $20 million. Mr. Mnuchin was making millions, while thousands of Nevadans were losing their homes and their dignity. Nevadans like Heather McCreary of Sparks, who came to Capitol Hill last month to share her heart-wrenching story of how she applied to One West for a loan modification in 2010 after she and her husband lost their jobs as a result of the financial crisis. Despite 3 applications and following all instructions, the bank kept Heather's family dangling and then suddenly foreclosed on their home. I want to read some of Heather's testimony. It is moving and heartbreaking and deserves to be heard by every member of this body. Here's what she told us at the hearing. In 2008, when the economy started to get worse, I was laid off. The following year, in 2009, my husband Jack was laid off too. Though Jack was able to find another job pretty fast, he had to take a big pay cut from about $25 an hour to $8.50 an hour. Between the cut in Jack's pay and the loss in income I experienced when going on unemployment, insurance benefits after I got laid off, we were pinched and we were drowning financially. However, we were determined to keep our dream home, so Jack and I were tenacious about doing whatever we could to get help. We sought help from the Hope Now Alliance, which is an alliance of the HUD-approved counselors who provide free foreclosure help, and they sought help from the Washoe County Senior Law Project. We worked side by side with both organizations to do everything required of us by our mortgage servicer, IndyMac, which later became One West. When we first asked for help, One West gave us a short forbearance and allowed us to make a smaller payment for several months with the goal of a reduction in our monthly mortgage payments through the Home Affordable Modification Program. By applying for the HAMP program, we thought we were back on the road to keeping our home. We complied 100% with One West requirements for HAMP. We were incredibly nervous about being able to keep our home, so we were extremely careful to make sure we did everything we could to keep the process going forward. Our application for HAMP was processed, and we were approved for our modification. I sent in the signed paperwork and the first payment under the modified payment amount along with it. But then the process started to fall apart. After a whole 30 days, One West returned our personal check and told us that only certified checks would be accepted, so they were now voiding the modification offer. We had followed the instructions to the letter on One West paperwork, crossing our T's, dotting our I's. But in the end, this didn't matter. And One West's rejection of our HAMP application put us on the road to foreclosure. We applied 2 more times for loan modifications over the next 6 months because we were given assurances by people at One West that they would approve our application. We again complied with every request One West made of us, taking care to send in extra documents whenever One West requested them. But as far as I can tell, One West never attempted to process the loan modification. The foreclosure went through, and we lost our home on September 10th, 2010. The foreclosure left us without a home, and finding a new rental was extremely difficult because of our credit. Juggling the demands of raising our twins was so hard. The foreclosure even meant that our kids had to miss school. Eventually, we did find a new place, but we had to pay an outrageous rent, even though it was not a good home for us at all. It's hard to explain the shame, embarrassment, and grief that Jack and I felt. I've cried a river of tears over this. I really didn't think we were asking too much. We wanted to hang on to our home for the sake of our kids, and we did everything we could to stay in our home. And while I will probably never know exactly what One West did, the outcome of my story proves that Steve Mnuchin's company had no interest in helping us. They wanted to foreclose because they were focused on their profits. Mr. President, Heather's story is just one of thousands that highlights just how wrong Mr. Mnuchin is to be our next Secretary of the U.S. Treasury. The Treasury Department has the vital mission of promoting the conditions that enable economic growth, stability, job opportunities, and the ability to buy a car or own a home. Their actions directly affect the lives of every American. Our next Treasury Secretary should have a proven record of fighting to expand economic opportunities for everyone. That is what Americans deserve. Yet from where I stand, Mr. Mnuchin falls far short of that test. President Trump's choice of Mr. Mnuchin to lead the U.S. Treasury is a slap in the face for Nevada families like Heather's. Her story makes it crystal clear this is not someone who will be looking out for working people when he implements our nation's economic policy. In many ways, President Trump's unfortunate choice of someone like Mr. Mnuchin should not surprise us, because in 2006, the president said he, quote, sort of hoped the real estate market would tank. And in 2007, he said he was, quote, excited for the housing market crash. The motive was the same: profits. We cannot afford to return to the misguided policies that brought us to the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. Families cannot afford to lose their homes again. But that is exactly what we can expect if Steven Mnuchin is confirmed as President Trump's Treasury Secretary. When I ran for the Senate, I promised Nevadans that I would fight for them, that I would stand up for them and be their voice here in Washington. Today, I am that voice, and that is why I rise with my colleagues in opposition to the foreclosure king, Mr. Mnuchin. Mr. President, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
All right, again, we're waiting for the next speaker on the Senate floor to speak. On Friday, Elizabeth Warren spoke out on why she doesn't think Mnuchin should be confirmed. I'm going to play that for you in the corner of your screen in case you missed her speak on Friday.
Expressed outrage at Wall Street, quote, controlling the levers of power in Washington. And it pictured Goldman Sachs CEO Lloyd Blankfein as part of, quote, the global special interests that were rigging the economy against working families. Then Trump won, and within days hired and nominated enough Goldman Sachs alumni hired and nominated enough Goldman Sachs alumni to open a new bank branch in the White House. His senior strategist, Steve Bannon, spent half a decade at Goldman Sachs as an investment banker. His National Economic Council director, Gary Cohn, came directly from Goldman Sachs, where he spent 25 years and rose to be second in command at the bank. His senior counselor for economic initiatives, Dina Powell, came directly from Goldman Sachs, where she's been a partner since 2010. Finally, Donald Trump nominated Steve Mnuchin to serve as his Secretary of Treasury. Mr. Mnuchin spent 17 years at Goldman Sachs, much of it in the division that created and peddled the kinds of mortgage-backed securities that would later blow up the financial system. Personnel is policy. The selection of all of these Goldman Sachs executives to serve as core members of Trump's economic team shows that the president has no interest in reducing Wall Street's influence in Washington and leveling the playing field for working families. Instead, it will be the same Republican playbook, gutting the rules for big banks, firing the cops on Wall Street, the same playbook that paved the way for the 2008 financial crisis. But even among the group of Goldman Sachs bankers surrounding the president, the selection of Mr. Mnuchin as Treasury Secretary, it stands out. The Treasury Secretary leads the council responsible for making sure Wall Street doesn't blow up our economy again. And the council can't do anything without the support of the Treasury Secretary. No other official has greater responsibility to stand up to Wall Street if they threaten the economy again. And yet, there is nothing in Mr. Mnuchin's record to suggest that he could stand up to Wall Street. In fact, there is nothing in Mr. Mnuchin's record to suggest that he would even want to stand up to Wall Street, that he's even thought of standing up to Wall Street. Mr. Mnuchin is the ultimate Wall Street insider. From the moment he graduated from college until today, he has worked at a big bank or a hedge fund. If Wall Street threatens to blow up the economy again, does anyone seriously expect Mr. Mnuchin to get tough with his old buddies and tell him to knock it off? In fact, you can expect just the opposite. Mr. Mnuchin pretty much laps the field when it comes to personal experience in tilting the playing field in favor of financial interests and against working families. In late 2008, as the financial crisis was sweeping across the country, Mr. Mnuchin led a team of millionaires to purchase IndyMac Bank out of federal receivership. He rebranded the bank as One West and put himself in charge as CEO. And then Mr. Mnuchin and One West acted swiftly and decisively to boot more than 60,000 families out of their homes across the country. Look, I get it. Foreclosures happen in an economic crisis. But One West, Mr. Mnuchin's bank, was different. It quickly gained a reputation as a foreclosure machine, both because it was so aggressive at foreclosing on families and because the bank hardly
Mr. President,
did
if you would
anything
allow
else.
me to interrupt and say some words.
Senator from New Jersey is advised we're on a quorum call.
I'm grateful for that. The quorum call is vitiated.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that, and it's good to see you in that seat. So I rise today to join a chorus of my colleagues in speaking out against the nomination of Steven Mnuchin to serve as Secretary of the Department of Treasury. What I believe is if you look at Mr. Mnuchin's record, he has spent a lot of time benefiting and, in fact, even exploiting families who are struggling homeowners in my state. I'd like to read to the record a report from the NPR from November of last year, which makes this pattern stunningly clear. During the depths of the financial crisis, it reads, Mnuchin was looking to make profits from the ruins of the housing bust. In 2009, he put together a group of billionaire investors and bought a failed California bank called IndyMac. It had been taken over by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation after its sketchy mortgage loans went seriously bad. Mnuchin and his partners bought IndyMac on the condition that the FDIC agree to pay future losses above a certain threshold. They renamed the bank One West Bank, and after running it for 6 years, they sold it last year for a profit estimated at close to $1.5 billion. Kevin Stein of the California Reinvestment Coalition, a housing advocacy group, says that the profit was made on the backs of suffering Californian homeowners. Homeowners, and this is not in the text here, but homeowners who were suffering from a massive mortgage collapse that was created in many ways or stimulated by the greed and avarice of bad actors. I witnessed this myself in Newark, New Jersey, watching people feed upon a subprime mortgage environment where they were pushing bad loans on unsuspecting borrowers. Back to the text. In essence, what they did is they bought a foreclosure machine, he says. According to the coalition, One West foreclosed on more than 36,000 homeowners under Mnuchin. Under the time, the FDIC made payments to One West totaling more than $1 billion. Those payments went to the billionaire investors of One West Bank, says Stein, to cover the cost of foreclosing on working class, everyday American folks, many of them who were living in California. And so this was what we saw at the height of the financial crisis. Mr. Mnuchin, already very wealthy, already very successful, didn't see Americans struggling, didn't join efforts to try to empower, support, or deal with this crisis. What he saw was an opportunity to take over a financial institution and continue, if not accelerate, the foreclosures that were going on. It had become painfully clear that what Mr. Mnuchin oversaw in the operations of this bank, that as a business model, he set out to explicitly continue to manipulate homeowners into foreclosure. This one article that I read has been repeated by organizations, by news outlets all over the spectrum, talking about how Mr. Mnuchin in this environment worked very hard to go accelerate foreclosures and take advantage of this and make a profit. From elderly widows, the stories continue, to families, to small business owners, to active duty service members, many victims of Mr. Mnuchin's bank's predatory tactics, taking advantage of folks in a crisis as opposed to trying to figure out a way to support folks through it. I'd like to read one more from the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, an article that documented one instance of this disturbingly prevalent practices of Mr. Mnuchin's company. The headline reads, "Negotiating on foreclosure, then locked out during a blizzard." A Minneapolis woman who was negotiating with a lender to find a way to stay in her foreclosed house, stepping back from the text, someone who was working hard to do the right thing in negotiations. Back to the text, they arrived home from work during Tuesday, that blizzard, to find that locks had been changed. After spending the night at her mother's, Leslie Parks went Wednesday to Hennepin County Housing Court, where a referee ordered that she be allowed back into her mother's former duplex at 3749 Park Avenue, while negotiations continued. Locksmiths on Wednesday reconfigured the locks that had been changed Tuesday by a contractor for One West Bank. These are the kind of tactics that were being used, the kind of hardball tactics that were being used by Mr. Mnuchin's company that really undermined a lot of hardworking Americans from a variety of backgrounds in many, many different states. And his record is clear. Mr. Mnuchin not only advocated and supported this company and its tactics, but even now he talks about trying to roll back the kind of protections that have been put in place to try to protect average Americans. Many of them are in the Dodd-Frank legislation that help to protect against the creation of an environment in which such predatory practices can take place. This position that Mr. Mnuchin has been nominated for, which is the Secretary of Treasury, has a critical role within our economy. But one of those roles has to be the idea that average Americans will be protected from the kind of financial victimization that was going on during the recession and actually which led into the recession. We see that we can prevent Wall Street from burdening Main Street with the costs while they reap the rewards. This is the broken system that we saw in the past that needs fixing and needs healing. We don't need one of the architects of the system that caused so much pain to be in one of the most important positions in our land. The head of this vital agency must be someone who understands their responsibility to look out for the struggling American trying to make it by playing by the rules, and someone that's qualified and willing to direct the department to fiercely protect the economic security of our nation, the economic well-being of the American people, and the integrity of our financial system. I do not believe Mr. Mnuchin is that person. He has made it clear in his decades-long career that he's willing for a profit to work hard to exploit hard-working families and shortchanging homeowners for that personal gain. This is unacceptable. Mr. Mnuchin has built a career and has reaped literally millions of dollars in success by pushing people, by exploiting people, and by hurting people. The American people cannot afford to suffer through another financial crisis, and it can't afford to have a master Wall Street manipulator put in the position that we should be relying on to protect us from that kind of financial manipulation. This is a difficult economy where people in our country are still struggling under challenging financial times. I believe that we can make a nation where people can do good and do well at the same time, where we shouldn't elevate or celebrate people who really fed off of the misery and the challenges of others, but instead that we can have a nation where we put people, regardless of their political background, in positions like the Department of Treasury that celebrate the best of who we are, the best of our values, people that are public servants, people that have shown a commitment to not only serve, but even sacrifice for one another. What we saw amidst this crisis, amidst a crisis that in many ways was aggravated and caused by greed and avarice in the mortgage industry, in the banking industry, amongst rating agencies, as we saw many people show who they were in a time of American struggle and American crisis. We saw with clarity where people's priorities were. Was it exploiting people? Was it manipulating systems for their own avarice and their own benefit? Or was it for being there for our country, trying to make things better? Trying to give people bridges that could carry them from financial struggle and strain to stability, or people that were trying to crumble those bridges and have people free fall in financial distress. This is unfortunately what we see here today, where we have President Trump trying to elevate someone who has not shown a record of someone who wanted to help, but instead show a record of someone who wanted to hurt. That, to me, is unacceptable, especially at this time where so many American families are still struggling to get back on their feet, to find financial security, and find the pathway to their American dream. It is for this reason and more that I cannot support this nomination. Mr. President, I'm grateful for the time to speak. Thank you. Should I note the absence of a quorum?
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Okay, guys, while we wait for the next speaker to speak, I do want to continue playing out Elizabeth Warren's speech from Friday.
Some ended up homeless. How sleazy and out of line was Mr. Mnuchin's bank? Well, the bank paid millions of dollars to settle lawsuits for predatory foreclosure practices. They were so sleazy that they even got hit with almost $3 million in fines for violating the rights of dozens of active duty service members. You really have to ask, what kind of a man does something like that? Cheats our soldiers while they're on active duty? The model Mr. Mnuchin developed for One West was terrible for homeowners, but it was fabulous for him. 6 years after buying the bank, he sold it and reportedly pocketed as much as $200 million in personal profits. $200 million for 6 years of throwing families out of their homes. Wow, only on Wall Street. Mr. Mnuchin's leadership of One West is critical to evaluating his fitness to serve as Treasury Secretary. And that's why I joined 24 other Democratic senators in asking Chairman Hatch of the Senate Finance Committee to include some of Mr. Mnuchin's foreclosure victims as witnesses at Mr. Mnuchin's hearing. The chairman refused. So, Democrats invited some of those homeowners to come to the Senate anyway to share their stories at a forum. We invited every senator, Democrat or Republican, to attend the forum.
Senator from Oregon.
We also invited Mr. Mnuchin to
Senator's
attend.
advisement, the Senate
Not
isn't a
one
quorum call.
single Republican showed up, not one.
Without objection.
Mr. President, there are communities across this country that are still waiting for the recovery from the Great Recession to show up. In many of those towns and cities, the storefronts are boarded up, the factories are shuttered, and in what could be the most lasting scar of the crisis, homes, many homes, have been foreclosed. A lot of people in those communities cast their votes in November based on a Trump message that real change was coming. Heads are going to be spinning tonight at the news from the Senate. In just a few minutes, this body will vote to confirm as Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin, known by many as the foreclosure king. That's who the president chose as his Treasury Secretary. Mr. Mnuchin turned the bank he bought into a cash cow, and they set a land speed record for foreclosures. Mr. President and colleagues, I have supported nominees for this position from both parties. I voted for Paul O'Neill, I voted for John Snow, Hank Paulson, all of whom served, and Hank Paulson, who served under President George W. Bush. I don't expect to see eye to eye on each issue with every Treasury Secretary. I do expect to have confidence that the Treasury Secretary is going to work on behalf of all Americans, and not just the well-heeled, not just the fortunate, not just the powerful. After considering Mr. Mnuchin's qualifications and background, I just don't believe he would be that kind of Treasury Secretary. In Mr. Mnuchin's response to questions from members of the Finance Committee, he denied that his bank, One West, engaged in a practice known as robo-signing. The public record says that that is just dead wrong. In fact, a One West vice president who worked under Mr. Mnuchin, Erica Johnson-Seck, admitted under oath that she ran an office that churned out roughly 6,000 sets of foreclosure documents a week. She said she personally signed more than 750 disclosure documents a week without even reading them, and there was no notary present during the process. That's a violation of the law. When asked how much time she spent executing each foreclosure document, Ms. Johnson-Seck replied, and I quote, I changed my signature considerably. It's just an E now, so not more than 30 seconds. Now, on the eve of the Finance Committee markup for Mr. Mnuchin, the Columbus Dispatch in Ohio reported documented examples of robo-signing in Ohio. Now, on the eve of Mr. Mnuchin's confirmation vote in the Senate, another such story has broken. This time it's in the state of Washington. More evidence of robo-signing that directly contradicts what Mr. Mnuchin told the Finance Committee and the public. Mr. Mnuchin also withheld foreclosure data requested by 2 Democratic members of the Finance Committee, Senators Brown and Casey. He did apparently give similar information to Senator Heller, one of the committee's Republican members. That's on top of $100 million worth of property and more than a dozen positions with various business entities that was missing from his disclosures to the Finance Committee. My own view is, if not for the committee's minority investigations team, I don't believe that any of that information, none of it, the $100 million and the other disclosures, would have ever come to light. And Mr. President, I'm going to turn from missing disclosures and misleading testimony to a broken promise. The day after news of Mr. Mnuchin's nomination was leaked, he appeared on television and, in effect, was giving a debut to a new tax policy. I have come to call it the Mnuchin rule, and I'll quote Mr. Mnuchin directly with respect to what he said. Mr. Mnuchin said, "Any reductions we have in upper income taxes would be offset by less deductions, so there would be no absolute tax cut for the upper class." I'll repeat the last part of the Mnuchin rule. No absolute tax cut for the upper class. When I first called this the Mnuchin rule during the Finance Committee's hearing on his nomination, Mr. Mnuchin said he took it as a great compliment, comparing it to the Volcker rule and the Buffett rule. Well, you'd think a fellow who proudly embraced having a rule named after himself would actually stick to it. But, Mr. President, the Mnuchin rule didn't last very long before it was abandoned. The very first act of the 115th Congress and the unified Republican government repealing the Affordable Care Act could shatter the Mnuchin rule. Then it's set to take another hit later this year. That's with the majority working on plans to fast-track a second, even bigger tax break for those who are most fortunate. The Trump plan, in fact, would hit millions of middle-income families with tax increases by wiping out key personal exemptions and eliminating head of household filing status. So I want to be really clear what this means to people in Oklahoma and Oregon and all across the country. Working families would get hurt by the Trump plan. They would lose key personal exemptions. They would lose the elimination of head of household filing status, while those who were more fortunate would be in a position to get tax breaks, additional tax breaks beyond what they already have in the tax code. The fact is, Mr. President, the tax code today is a tale of two systems. For the firefighter in Coos Bay, Oregon, or the retail worker in Roseburg, your taxes come straight out of each and every paycheck. That's the way it works in Oklahoma, the way it works all across the country. The tax code for working people is compulsory. Once or twice a month, your taxes come directly out of your paycheck. No special dodges, no special loopholes. Nobody's able to hide their pay in a Cayman Island account if they're a firefighter or a retail worker. But there's a very different tax code in America for the well-connected and the powerful. They've got a whole array of lawyers and accountants who specialize in helping them shrink their tax bills. And with the right advice, the fact is those people can, to a great extent, decide what they're going to pay, when they're going to pay it, and sometimes be in a position to not pay much, if anything, at all. So the fact is the tax system today punishes working Americans because it treats them very differently than it treats the most fortunate. And the administration and the majority in Congress doesn't seem to do much in terms of fixing this disparity. The Mnuchin rule just hadn't held up. It's beyond being on the ropes. It's not going anywhere at all. And in fact, the early proposals only make this extraordinary unfairness, the unfairness at the heart of America's tax code, even worse. So, Mr. President, what we have is another Trump nominee who, in my view, doesn't meet the test of standing up for working families in those communities all across the country who are waiting for economic recovery to show up in their neighborhood. They're the ones who've seen the factories closed and seen the foreclosures and seen their neighbors, laid off. And they'd like to see people in these positions advocate for them. Advocate for them because they need somebody who's going to stand up for them, and they were told in the campaign that's what they were going to get. But the fact is, Mr. Mnuchin is yet another Trump nominee who, instead of standing up for those working families, has a different set of priorities, and in addition to that, has the ethics alarm bells sounding. He appears to be withholding information requested by members of this body. My view is he misled the Finance Committee and the public about his bank's foreclosure tactics. The Mnuchin rule, the first promise he made, the very first promise he made on policy, which he was proud to have described as a rule named after him, already has been broken. So, Mr. President, I'm not going to be supporting Mr. Mnuchin to lead the Treasury Department. I urge my colleagues as well to reject this appointment, and I yield the floor.
And for those of you tuning in who are interested in finding out exactly when this vote is actually going down, we know that the vote was scheduled to happen today around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, meaning we are just minutes away from this vote taking place. Okay, again, while we wait for the next speaker on the Senate floor, we'll continue with Elizabeth Warren speaking out against Mnuchin on Friday.
But Senate Democrats turned out to listen, and the stories that we heard will break your heart. We heard from Colleen Eisenhodroff from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Colleen is 84 years old. She and her husband, Monroe, got a reverse mortgage on their fully paid off home from Financial Freedom, which is a One West subsidiary. At the time, the broker assured them that Colleen could keep living in her home even if her husband passed away before she did. But just days after Monroe's funeral, Mr. Mnuchin's bank told her she needed to pay off the entire loan or face foreclosure. She's been fighting them off for 2 years now, but the threat hangs over her and her family. Sylvia Oliver from Scotch Plains, New Jersey, also told us her story. She had been trying for years to get a loan modification from One West, and for years, the bank refused to work with her in good faith. Sylvia choked up as she described how she felt when her young daughter told her, "Mom, I love our home." And she had to smile and look her daughter in the eyes, not knowing whether they could keep that home for more than even a few more weeks. We heard from Christina Clifford from Carlsbad, California. Christina, and she is a real go-getter, a self-employed small business owner who saved up enough money to buy her first home soon after she turned 20. When the financial crisis hit, the income from her business dried up, and she reached out to Mr. Mnuchin's bank for a modification. But when she sent in her modification paperwork, along with the check for her first new payment, sent them in a single envelope, Mr. Mnuchin's bank claimed they had never received the paperwork, even though they cashed the check that was in the same envelope. Ultimately, Mr. Mnuchin's bank foreclosed on Christina just days after an employee personally had assured her that she could still work out a modification to keep her home. But she lost her home. We also heard from Heather McCreary, a mother of twin boys from Sparks, Nevada. Like a lot of families, Heather and her husband Jack were hit hard by the financial crisis. She lost her job as a home health aide, and Jack, who worked construction, got fewer hours and lower wages. Heather and Jack applied to One West for a modification. They did everything they were told, but it didn't matter to Mr. Mnuchin and his friends at One West. The bank strung them along for years, and then, in the blink of an eye, foreclosed so abruptly that it literally put Heather, her husband Jack, and their twin boys out on the street. All four of these women begged the Senate to reject Mr. Mnuchin's nomination. Heather said, "Putting Steve Mnuchin in charge of the country's financial system is an insult to families like mine, families who worked hard and did everything they could to get by after the economy collapsed. Take it from my experience. I know he will not be looking out for working people. Instead, he will use his position to make the economy work better for people like himself." No track record of independence from Wall Street, a history of profiting off the financial crisis by squeezing working families to the breaking point. Each one of these should be disqualifying to serve as Treasury Secretary. And that should be the end of his nomination. We should be done with this. But there's more. During Mr. Mnuchin's nomination process, he flat out lied to the Senate. Senator Casey from Pennsylvania asked Mr. Mnuchin a straightforward, factual question about foreclosure abuses at One West, and Mr. Mnuchin claimed they didn't happen. That's not even a good lie. Within days, reporters found court documents contradicting Mr. Mnuchin's claim. You know, something like that, this shouldn't be a partisan issue. A person who lies to Congress shouldn't be the country's top economic official, period. Done. But when Senate Democrats demanded that Mr. Mnuchin come before the Finance Committee again to account for his statements, Republicans on the committee unilaterally changed the rules and rammed Mr. Mnuchin's nomination through without
Under
a
the previous order, all
single
post-cloture time has
Democrat
expired. The
present.
question occurs in the Mnuchin nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cochran. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Corker. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi. Mrs. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Flake. Mr. Franken. Mr. Gardner. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hatch. Mr. Heinrich. Ms. Heitkamp. Mr. Heller. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Isaacson. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. McCain. Mrs. McCaskill. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Nelson. Mr. Paul. Mr. Perdue. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Round. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Strange. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Udall. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Alexander, Bozeman, Burr, Capito, Cassidy, Cochran, Cornyn, Cotton, Enzi, Ernst, Fisher, Flake, Gardner, Graham, Grassley, Hatch, Inhofe, Isaacson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, McConnell, Perdue, Roberts, Rounds, Rubio, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker, Young. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Cortez Masto, Donnelly, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Franken, Hassan, Heitkamp, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Leahy, Markey, McCaskill, Menendez, Merkley, Murray, Nelson, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Tester, Udall, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. McCain, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Harris, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Portman, aye.
Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Heller. Mr. Heller, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Corker. Mr. Corker, aye. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Strange. Mr. Strange, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye.
And for those of you just joining us, the Senate voted 53 to 47 to confirm Trump's Treasury Secretary nominee. Again, they voted 53 to 47, confirming Donald Trump's pick for Secretary of the U.S. Treasury.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The nomination is confirmed.
Senate's not in order.
The Senate will be in order. The Senate will be in order.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the vote on the nomination. And I move to table the motion to reconsider.
The question is the motion to table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Veterans Affairs, David J. Shulkin of Pennsylvania to be Secretary.
Under the previous order, there will be 10 minutes of debate, equally divided in the usual form.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senate will be in order. The Senate will be in order.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Georgia.
Mr. President, I want to make a statement that has not been heard much around these halls or these chambers in a couple of years. But on the 7th day of February of this month, this February, the Veterans Affairs Committee reported by a vote of 17 to 0.
The Senate will be in order.
The name of David Shulkin to be the next Secretary of the Veterans Administration. That is a unanimous vote. 9 Republicans, 8 Democrats, everybody voted for this man to be our Secretary of the VA. And I'm going to ask each member of this chamber today, let's do it as an entire body and find out at least there's one thing we agree upon. They're not Republican veterans. They're not Democratic veterans. They're American veterans who went to the battlefield and fought for us. It's time we fought for them, and Dr. Shulkin is the right man at the right time for the Veterans Administration. On the 15th of March of 2015, we hired him to come in and take over and be Undersecretary of Veterans Health. The President looked around and found the best man to run the VA and found him in David Shulkin. David Shulkin is committed to the following thing: fixing the problems that avail the Veterans Administration, making sure the choice program works, making sure that every veteran gets the care they deserve, the care we all want them to get, and see to it that they get it for us. So I'm going to ask each member to cast their vote today for David Shulkin, but also cast your vote for our veterans. This is a time for us to send the message to them that we're right. We don't want to privatize the VA. We don't want to reorganize the VA. We want to make the VA work, give our veterans access to every bit of care they can possibly get, and follow in the line of other great leaders that have been in the Veterans Administration before. I am very pleased to serve with John Tester from Montana, who's my ranking member. We've worked together as a team, Democrats and Republicans, to make this happen. And I'd like to yield the balance of the time to John Tester from Montana on the nomination of David Shulkin for the Veterans Administration.
Mr. President.
Senator from Montana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise, as does the Secretary from Georgia, to support the confirmation of David Shulkin to be the Secretary of the VA. But first, I want to take this opportunity to thank Chairman Isaacson for his leadership on the Veterans Affairs Committee throughout this confirmation process and throughout the many processes that I've seen him work as chairman of this committee. Look,
Mr. President, the
Senate will be in order.
Look, I think it's critically important we have a Secretary of the VA to serve our veterans. I think Dr. Shulkin is the perfect person for that position.
Mr. President, we have order, please.
Senate will be in order. Senator from Montana.
Thank you, Mr. President. The solutions to the VA's problems should be based on common sense rather than partisanship or an extreme agenda. And I think Dr. Shulkin recognizes that. He is committed to our nation's veterans above all. Through the conversations I've had with him over the last year and a half, I think he understands the challenges that are ahead of us in the VA. The choice program, for example, that has been a wreck by anybody's standards and is looming with dramatic funding shortfalls, is a program that we need to work on here in Congress, and we will on the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee to fix, and I think Dr. Shulkin's on top of it. I can tell you that I have many letters from veterans across Montana that talk about how the choice program has not worked. It's not that it isn't a good idea. We all agreed when we passed it was a good idea, but it needs to be changed to fix the needs of our veterans and make it more workable. One other thing that's a big problem, and that is the workforce problem we have within the VA. The hiring freeze has made this problem even worse. We all talk about the backlog, and the backlog is real, but we need to make sure that the VA has the people they need to serve the veterans in this country, whether it's reducing that backlog or whether it's making sure they get the care they need. And finally, and Johnny talked about this, privatization. He has reassured me that he will oppose efforts to privatize the VA. Typically, this isn't a problem, but the administration has talked about it extensively. And I think that would be a path that's reckless for our veterans, and I think the Veteran Service Organization would tell you that. So again, I would like to express my support for the nomination of Dr. Shulkin as VA Secretary. I believe he will stand up for our veterans. I believe that he will put them above politics. And moving forward, I'm looking forward to working with him and other members in this body to make sure we serve our veterans the best we possibly can. Our veterans deserve no less. With that, I yield the floor and cede back my time.
The Democratic time has been yielded back. Okay. The Senate will be in order.
I want to thank the senator from Montana and urge every member of the Senate, Republican, Democrat, or Independent, to cast their vote for our veterans, cast their vote for our country, cast their vote for David Shulkin to be the permanent secretary or the new secretary of the Veterans Administration. And I yield back the balance of our time.
All time has been yielded back. The question occurs on nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines. Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi. Mrs. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Flake, Mr. Franken, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hatch, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Heitkamp, Mr. Heller, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McCain, Mrs. McCaskill, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Strange, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Alexander, Baldwin, Barrasso, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt, Booker, Bozeman, Brown, Burr, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Cassidy, Cochran, Collins, Coons, Corker, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Donnelly, Duckworth, Durbin, Enzi, Ernst, Feinstein, Fisher, Flake, Franken, Gardner, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Harris, Hassan, Hatch, Heinrich, Heitkamp, Heller, Inhofe, Isaacson, Johnson, Kane, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Leahy, Lee, Manchin, Markey, McCain, McCaskill, McConnell, Menendez, Moran, Murphy, Murray, Nelson, Paul, Perdue, Peters, Portman, Reed, Risch, Roberts, Rounds, Rubio, Sanders, Sass, Schatz, Schumer, Scott, Shaheen, Shelby, Stabenow, Strange, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Udall, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden, and Young. No senator voted in the negative. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye.
Are there any senators in the chamber wishing to change their vote? If not, the yeas are 100, the nays are 0. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 16, Mick Mulvaney, to be Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Executive Office of the President, Mick Mulvaney of South Carolina to be Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Mick Mulvaney to be Director of the Office of Management and Budget, signed by 17
I ask
senators
the reading
as
of the
follows.
names be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 15, Scott Pruitt, to be Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency.
Questions on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Will clerk report the nomination?
Nomination, Environmental Protection Agency, Scott Pruitt of Oklahoma to be Administrator.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Will clerk report the motion?
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Scott Pruitt to be Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion is agreed to.
I move the Senate proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 3, Wilbur Ross, to be Secretary of Commerce.
Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion is agreed to. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Commerce, Wilbur L. Ross, Jr. of Florida to be Secretary.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk report the motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Wilbur Ross to be Secretary of Commerce, signed by 17
I ask
senators
consent
as
the reading of
follows.
the names be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move the Senate proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 8, Ryan Zinke, to be Secretary of the Interior.
The questions on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of the Interior, Ryan Zinke of Montana to be Secretary.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Ryan Zinke to be Secretary of the Interior, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move the Senate proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 5, Ben Carson, to be Secretary of Housing and Urban Development.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Will the clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Housing and Urban Development. Benjamin S. Carson, Sr. of Florida, to be Secretary.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk report the motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Ben Carson to be Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, signed by 17
I ask
senators.
consent the reading of the names be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion is agreed to.
I move the Senate proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 9, James Richard Perry, to be Secretary of Energy.
The question on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Energy, James Richard Perry of Texas, to be Secretary.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of James Richard Perry to be Secretary of Energy, signed by 17
I ask
senators.
consent the reading of the names be dispensed with.
Without objection.
And finally, I ask unanimous consent the mandatory quorum calls for these cloture motions be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I now ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 10 a.m. Tuesday, February 14th. Following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, and the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Further, that following leader remarks, the Senate proceed to executive session as under the previous order.
Without objection.
So if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask to stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Rubio.
Without objection.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I come here this evening to speak on the issue of human rights in Venezuela and some developments today as well with regards to all these issues. It's part of the broader effort my office has undertaken for a while now. It's the Expression Not Oppression, or the hashtag Expression Not Oppression campaign, where every week we come here to the floor of the Senate when in session and we highlight political prisoners and dissidents whose lives are being destroyed by repressive regimes around the world. Today, I will be highlighting the case of Leopoldo Lopez, a Venezuelan opposition leader who 3 years ago this week led peaceful demonstrations against the regime of Nicolás Maduro, and he was thrown in jail for it. I am honored that this week we will be visited here in Washington by Lillian Tintori, who is Leopoldo's wife and the mother of their 2 children. She is an incredibly brave woman who does not rest as she continues advocating for her husband's release and the release of all political prisoners, and continues to fight for a free and democratic Venezuela. So I want to recognize her as she visits Washington this week to ask for our government's continued help. Before I get into Leopoldo's case, I want to take a few moments to talk about what's happening in our own Western Hemisphere and in Venezuela specifically. For decades, the Western Hemisphere has been neglected by our foreign policy, sadly by administrations of both parties. And as we see all over the world, when America fails to lead and engage on the world stage, bad actors emerge and they grow emboldened, while our enemies and our adversaries rush to fill the void. In the Western Hemisphere today, we see democracy under assault, and with it, an assault on the universal, God-given rights and dignity of citizens throughout this region. Despite the one-sided concessions of the past 2 years, Castro's Cuba remains as repressive as ever. In Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega ran for and won an unconstitutional third term with his wife as the vice president. And of course, we are growing increasingly familiar with the economic, social, and political disaster in Venezuela, which I shall elaborate on shortly. By the way, I'm also concerned by the impact of ongoing rampant corruption in the region, which will be undermining democratic governments and their institutions. There is another major issue plaguing the region and threatening the security of the United States, and it's rising insecurity stemming from narco-terrorist drug cartels. In recent years, we've seen the worst of them, the FARC in Colombia, brought to their knees and to the negotiating table by the Colombian government's efforts. But Mexico and countries throughout Central America continue to be threatened by organizations such as these. A third problem in the region is the lack of economic opportunity. It is simply in America's interest to have more prosperous neighbors, people to sell to and to trade with. And ultimately, if people can't earn enough money to feed their families and live in safe neighborhoods in the country of their birth, they will either pick up and leave by any means necessary, including illegal immigration, or they will join drug gangs. I know that too often there's a tendency to overlook what's happening in our own region, and some might say, I have enough problems here at home to worry about what's going on in other countries, but I hope we remember that everyone remembers that all of this that I've described and I'm about to talk about ultimately has direct consequences on us here in the United States and on our people. When you have a breakdown in any of these areas, people in these countries look to leave. And the first place they often look to is the freest and the most prosperous country in the region, in the world, the United States of America, because it also happens to be relatively close. That creates immigration pressures on our borders and on our communities. When economies aren't functioning, it means American workers and entrepreneurs have less customers abroad to sell products and services to. And when you have all of this instability, vacuums are created. Vacuums that foreign enemies or adversaries like North Korea, Iran, China, Russia, they seek to fill, not to mention terrorist organizations. It allows for the rise of tyrants and authoritarians like the Castros and Chavez, Maduro, Ortega, Morales, Correa, and others. Today, in Venezuela, all of these problems have come together to bring this country, one of the richest countries in the world in terms of resources, to the verge of becoming a failed state. And today, the people of that proud country are living a nightmare. Not that long ago, Venezuela was a vibrant democracy. It had strong democratic and independent institutions. It had free and fair elections. But today, in Venezuela, democracy and human rights are under assault. The country is ruled by an incompetent strongman, a criminal, a human rights abuser, someone who has perverted every independent institution in the country. And he's incompetent, whether it's the judiciary, the military, intelligence, or the media, or he's compromised, I should say, the judiciary, the military, intelligence, or the media. And he's done so in order to entrench himself and his cronies in power. You know, here in the United States, when we have disagreements, people use different rules at their disposal to prolong debates and to slow things down. We are aware of that here in the Senate. But in Venezuela, when people have disagreements, especially with the government, they just try to stop debates completely. For example, after the opposition party in Venezuela miraculously won the last legislative election, despite every effort by the Maduro government to steal that election, the Venezuelan state police then blocked the new members of parliament from going to work. Imagine for a moment, 4 years ago, 2012, when President Obama was elected, if he had ordered, in 2014, when Republicans took control of the Senate, imagine if at that time the president would have ordered the police to stand at the door of the chamber and not allow senators from the Republican Party to enter the chamber. That's what happened in Venezuela. Then, that same government in Venezuela ordered their hacks on the kangaroo Supreme Court to invalidate laws passed by the National Assembly to free political prisoners. Venezuela also has a drug cartel problem. In fact, there are officials in the highest levels of the Venezuelan government who have even been linked to drug cartels. Among them is the former head of the National Assembly, Diosdado Cabello, and now the vice president of that country, Tariq El Assiami. We'll talk about him in a moment. We also learned last week, and I came to the floor to discuss it, through a CNN report confirming what my office had been gathering for a while. And by the way, that is going to be airing tonight on CNN, the second part of that series. We learned that organized crime syndicates in Venezuela, with the tacit approval of the government of Venezuela, of Maduro, are running counterfeit passport rings, with counterfeit Venezuelan passports being sold to terrorists and to individuals with links to terrorism. But it's Venezuela's economy which is perhaps the saddest story of all. The failures of Chavez-style socialism in Venezuela have led to misery for people there of all ages. Not that long ago, Venezuela was a relatively rich economy. It's a rich country blessed with oil and other natural resources, and it has long had a well-educated population and a vibrant middle class. But under Hugo Chavez and now Nicolás Maduro, Venezuela has been crumbling. Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, has become the murder capital of the world. It is one of the most dangerous cities on the planet. Venezuela is defaulting on its loans. In fact, it will owe about $6 billion in April. They will not be able to make those payments. In Venezuela, the grocery shelves are bare, a rich country, and they're completely bare. Every day, products like toilet paper are scarce, as is food. The people of Venezuela are literally starving. So much so that a recent Miami Herald article from last week detailed how people have turned to hunting and eating flamingos for food. By now, many of us have seen the images of newborn babies being put in cardboard boxes at the hospital because these hospitals can no longer afford cribs. And so it comes as no surprise that the Venezuelan people living in misery like this, robbed of their dignity and aspiring for more than this disaster, would choose to speak up. And they began to do so in full force 3 years ago this week. That's when Venezuela students took to the streets to protest the violence and the scarcity of basic necessities due to the negligent, incompetent policies enacted by the Maduro regime. What began as a student protest soon became something bigger. It became a movement. But government thugs responded to this movement with violence, and the peaceful demonstrations came to look like a combat zone. 43 people dead, 600 people injured, and approximately 3,400 people detained. Among those detained was Leopoldo Lopez, a Venezuelan opposition leader. The government of Maduro outrageously accused him of being responsible for all of this violence, and they threw him in jail. And he has been there ever since, and it's been about 1,100 days. To put that number into context, Washington Post reporter Jason Rezaian was held prisoner by the Iranian regime for 544 days. The Iranian hostage crisis of 1979 lasted 444 days. In September 2015, Leopoldo Lopez was sentenced to 13 years, 9 months, 7 days, and 12 hours for his participation in the protests. And in jail, he has suffered physical and psychological torture. He is the father of 2 young children, and he is married to Lilian Tintori. He was the mayor of Chacao and the leader of Popular Will, or Voluntad Popular. It's a political party. He will be a critical part of building a freer, more democratic, and more prosperous Venezuela. But for now, sadly, he languishes in prison. He is not alone either. In Venezuela today, there are at least 108 political prisoners. Like Leopoldo, they each have a lot to contribute to make Venezuela a better place. But the Venezuelan government is robbing them of their freedom, and it is robbing their families of the memories every child and spouse deserves to create with their father and husband and loved ones. All these political prisoners should be free. And I have encouraged publicly and privately our new Secretary of State and the administration to make the freedom of these political prisoners their cause and to make it a priority. I know we're trying to work through our top-level cabinet nominations here in the Senate, but we need to get people in place to other key roles throughout the administration. For example, our next ambassador to the Association of American States, where the U.S. needs to recommit to making its voice heard in that forum as a voice for democracy and human rights, and for holding Venezuela's regime accountable for violations of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. I'm also pleased that today the administration announced a new round of sanctions against a key Venezuelan official. Specifically, Venezuela's Executive Vice President, Tariq Zaidan El-Assimi Mada, El-Assimi, as I talked about him earlier, and Venezuelan national Samar Jose Lopez Bello were sanctioned under the Kingpin Act for International Narcotics Trafficking. El-Assimi's primary frontman was Samar Jose Lopez Bello, who I just discussed. He was designated for providing material assistance, financial support, or goods or services in support of international narcotic trafficking activities and acting for or on behalf of El-Assimi. 5 U.S. companies owned or controlled by Lopez Bello have been blocked as part of today's action. All 5 of them are located in my home state of Florida. In fact, all 5 of them have mailing addresses in South Florida, where I live. Among the properties seized, a U.S. registered aircraft with the tail number N200VR. It has been identified as blocked property owned or controlled by PSA Holdings, LLC, controlled by Lopez Bello and by El-Assimi, through funds that they were able to get by conducting prohibited transactions dealing with drug traffickers. It is an outrage that the vice president of a country in our hemisphere not only is a narco-trafficker, but is also in the business of selling passports and travel documents to people with links to terrorism. For years now, I've been talking about how Venezuelan regime officials were committing crimes in Venezuela, stealing from the people of Venezuela, and then they spend their riches living in the lap of luxury in my hometown of Miami. And these announcements today further confirms how true this is, and to the extent to which corrupt and criminal Venezuelan regime officials have been allowed to freely travel and prance around free U.S. soil with impunity. I'm hopeful that this is only the beginning, the sanctions of today, to make sure that the Maduro regime feels pressure to cease its illicit activities, to free all of its political prisoners, to tolerate dissent, and respect the will of the Venezuelan people who voted to abandon the disastrous path of Chavez and Maduro. I'm hopeful this is only the beginning of making sure the Maduro regime feels pressure to cease its illicit activities and everything that it is doing that has placed Venezuela on this disastrous path. We here in this country are a blessed people to have a vibrant democracy that serves as an example to the world. With those blessings come the responsibility of speaking out when we see others yearning to be free, but repressed by their governments. In recent years, this body, the United States Senate, has spoken unanimously in support of the Venezuelan people's aspirations, and we have spoken unanimously against the Maduro regime's brutality. And today I come to the Senate to renew that support. To Leopoldo Lopez, all of Venezuela's political prisoners, and all in Venezuela who are fighting for a better life, we stand with you. And we will continue doing everything in our power to make sure your cause is supported by this Congress and by this administration. Finally, Mr. President, on an additional note, on a separate topic, I did want to take this moment to recognize someone I am proud to represent here in the Senate. He is a fellow Floridian and a constituent by the name of Tim Tebow. By now, a lot of people know I am proud to be a University of Florida alum. So as a proud Gator fan, I've been rooting for Tim Tebow since he first set foot on campus in 2006. He went on to win 2 national championships, becoming the first sophomore to win the Heisman Trophy, and in the process he rewrote the record books. When I was the Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives, we hosted the Gators championship team, and one of my favorite memories of my time in state government was catching a pass from Tim Tebow, number 15, on the floor of the Florida House. It wasn't a great pass, but I caught it. The rules are a little different here in the Senate, and I wish it were okay to throw passes in here, but it was a great pleasure to be able to do that. From the moment Tim arrived in Gainesville, we football fans saw that he was as good as advertised on the field, but we also started learning that he was as good a football player as he is, he's an even more extraordinary human being off the field. He is a man to whom much has been given, whether it was the chance to be born, 2 great parents, an incredible support network, and of course, God. He has been given much, and he has given back even more. We saw this once again this past Friday, when the Tim Tebow Foundation held its Night to Shine initiative, an annual prom for special needs students from all over the world. All told, 375 churches participated as Night to Shine hosts in all 50 states, 11 countries, and on 6 continents. There were 150,000 volunteers, and 75,000 special needs students were the guests of honor at events across the world. I encourage those of you here today or watching this in the future to Google search Night to Shine, to visit Tim Tebow's Facebook page, or to see the hashtag Night to Shine on Twitter. And there you will see all the photos that have been shared from Friday night's events. You will see 75,000 young people with special needs having the time of their lives. You will see volunteers and teachers, and especially parents, overcome with joy and emotion at the sight of their children feeling as loved, as important, and as special as each and every one of them truly is. Personally, I was very moved, and so I wanted to take a few moments this evening to recognize Tim Tebow, the Tebow Foundation, the churches and the volunteers who participated, and all of the incredible students and parents who inspire us every day. I know that I speak on behalf of the entire Gator Nation, I should say the entire state of Florida, in saying that we are proud of Tim. We are even prouder of all that he has done and continues to do. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All right, everyone, that wraps up our feed from the Senate. I do want to dip into our evening newscast because Dave Muncie is giving us a weather update right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And there's another one right behind it. Look at this stuff coming in right here. More moisture coming up to join it. So it's going to be a tough week as far as the Northeast is concerned. If you're headed in that direction, make sure you check the weather before you go. Love is in the air. 54 degrees overnight, 72 degrees, and Valentine's Day for tomorrow. Don't forget about that now. And then 73 on Wednesday, 74 on Thursday and Friday. And then we start those 50s or 60s again as we head into the weekend, and a little chance for rain. Watch your kids around water.
Well, this certainly is music to the ears of baseball fans everywhere. Pitchers and catchers report to Salt River Fields. First day on the job for new manager.
All right, so we got the tail end of Dave Muncie's weather forecast. I want to take you now to this press conference setup. It looks like some senators are about to speak to the press. Stay tuned. We have a live stream right here for you on Fox 10 News Now. And it looks like they've cut away from that press conference, meaning it's possible there is no press conference at all. All right, guys, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back with more news now in just a few minutes. Now's the time. If you need to go to the bathroom, grab a snack, run any quick errands, I'd suggest you do that now because you don't want to miss another minute of Fox 10 News Now. All right, everyone. As promised, we do have more news now coverage for you. Coming up in just a minute, we're going to take you live to California. The governor talking about the Oroville Dam Crisis in Northern California. Looks like a press conference is just about to start. The governor's Office of Emergency Services. Again, this is regarding the Oroville Dam, the latest in this situation.
We're in the press briefing room, and so they're expected to have a press conference, basically. Yeah. All right, we'll do. What is he going to say? What is the They're all asking what he can say. Right?
Yeah, I guess that's it, yeah. Somebody from Channel 3 reported Gavin Newsom was here and said that the governor wasn't. The next thing I know, the governor's on
Okay, camera guys, you're going to come in and do some B-roll when the governor is released from this briefing. There's not going to be any questions, but we can let you get any brief comments that they're going to be making down on the SOC floor or, when he meets the SOC staff out there.
Just handheld on the side.
Just like the last time we were here, you're going to be against the glass windows here, and then there's a CHP office there that's basically your stop point. But once he starts moving to the right side of the room, we're going to pull you back in here so you're on time.
All right, everyone, it's unclear why we lost that feed. I want to go ahead and give you guys a quick look at Capitol Hill. We're working to get that press conference out of California back for you regarding the Oroville Dam update. All right, it looks like we have our feed back now. Again, a press conference scheduled to start any minute from the Governor's Office of Emergency Services regarding the Oroville Dam update. This press conference with the governor of California, Jerry Brown, scheduled to start officially a minute from now, 5:30 California time. We are waiting for things to kick off. As you know, evacuations were underway. Evacuations put in place yesterday. Almost 200,000 people under these evacuation orders. The governor of California, Jerry Brown, holding a press conference to update the public on the situation at the Oroville Dam spillway. We'll carry this stream live for you here on News Now. Here is an interesting fact courtesy of the Sacramento Bee. Engineers have known for decades that Oroville's backup spillway was unreliable. This is an article they just published in the last hour. It says, engineers have known for decades that if water ever spilled onto Lake Oroville's unpaved auxiliary spillway, it would cause serious erosion, possibly compromising the earthen structure that holds back the reservoir and threatening communities downstream. But California water districts that help pay for Oroville resisted calls to armor the backup spillway, which would have required construction outlays in the tens of millions of dollars. Environmentalists, meanwhile, opposed an earlier proposal to install gates atop the structure to raise the dam's elevation and prevent water from topping it during a flood. Now, the resulting stalemate contributed to Oroville's near catastrophe on Sunday, where nearly 200,000 people were ordered to evacuate after officials detected erosion on the unlined hillside. Congressional representatives said today that they were stunned to learn that Oroville did not have a backup spillway paved with concrete that could be safely used if the main one was damaged. With the tallest dam in the United States, Lake Oroville is the major water source for the State Water Project, which provides water for 23 million people and farmers in the San Joaquin Valley. It was financed with $1.75 billion that California voters approved in 1960. Some 34 laborers died during the construction of the dam. The dam was designed with the main spillway, which was gated and lined with concrete. The ungated auxiliary spillway was added to handle a flood so big that no one could imagine it. As a result, California and the water contractors didn't want to put a lot of extra resources into the lining of that spillway, which is basically an earthen hillside. Many groups knew that if the reservoir were ever to hit by a major flood, water toppling over the emergency spillway would cause serious erosion. Now, this is the latest information coming from the Associated Press in the last few hours. A state school official says any school forced to close because of evacuations may be able to recover attendance funding, the main revenue source for local districts. The state superintendent of public instruction says he's directed his staff to help affected school administrators apply for waivers due to school closures. He said that schools in California should not suffer financially for putting the safety of our students first based on these unprecedented flood dangers. Again, nearly 200,000 residents in Butte, Sutter, and Yuba counties were ordered to evacuate on Sunday. In Butte County, where the Oroville Dam is located, 13 of 15 school districts were closed. The county has about 31,000 total public school students. The California Department of Water Resources says helicopters are dropping loads of rock on a hole at the lip of Oroville Dam's emergency spillway. Workers are hoisting giant white bags filled with rocks, and at least 2 helicopters flying them and releasing them in the spillway's erosion. Dump trucks full of boulders are also on their way to dump their cargo on the damaged spillway. The barrier at the nation's tallest dam is being repaired a day after authorities ordered mass evacuations for everyone living below the lake out of concerns the spillway could fail and send a 30-foot wall of water roaring downstream. California's U.S. senators are calling on President Trump to approve a disaster declaration for the state in response to damage from recent storms. Senators Dianne Feinstein and Kamala Harris wrote in a letter Monday that the situation is especially dire downriver from Oroville Dam, where damage has threatened flooding and forced nearly 200,000 people to evacuate. The senators are asking the president to provide $162.3 million in disaster assistance that the state of California has requested. The lake behind Oroville Dam swelled significantly with this winter's rains, and the collapse of its damaged spillway threatens to flood downstream communities. Now, this California dam that's threatened by a damaged emergency spillway has operated under temporary licenses for a decade. A spokeswoman for the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission says a 50-year license for Oroville Dam, the nation's tallest, expired in January 2007. The facility has been operating under an existing license that's renewed each year. The California Department of Water Resources, which operates this dam, applied for a new 50-year license back in 2005. Now we are waiting for the governor to speak at this press conference. This press conference should be starting any minute. As of a few hours ago, the governor had not announced any immediate plans to visit Oroville or meet with the residents who had been evacuated. The spokeswoman for Governor Jerry Brown said that the governor's primary focus anytime there's an emergency is always on the response itself, not photo opportunities that can pull resources away or distract from the task at hand. She said that an emergency order was issued on Sunday. Meanwhile, California's Lieutenant Governor, Gavin Newsom, and emergency operation officials met with residents at an evacuation center in Woodland, California, which is about 80 miles south of the Oroville Dam. Again, evacuations are in place for at least 188,000 people living below the dam. Those evacuations were ordered on Sunday after officials warned that the emergency spillway was in danger of failing and unleashing uncontrolled amounts of floodwaters on towns below. All right, for those of you just joining us, we are awaiting the governor of California. He was scheduled to hold a press conference at 5:30 California time. Looks like they are running a few minutes behind, but we are awaiting an update on the Oroville Dam situation. All right, everyone, looks like we have the feed now. Getting this update from the governor.
There's a lot of rocks and boulders and big equipment that's being moved in right now
Yeah.
that help shore things up. Is that something that could have happened sooner, perhaps, in your estimation, or things on the right timetable?
That's not a question that you or I could probably opine wisely on. So I assume these folks, until proven otherwise, are doing a splendid job.
Are there any other pieces of infrastructure that are going to get more scrutiny after this?
You bet there are. There are going to be a lot of things going to get scrutiny. Every time you have one of these disasters, people perk up and start looking at analogous situations and things that you might not have paid as much attention to. But we live in a world of risk. The earthquake shook the Bay Bridge, and then we, the state, and all the different governors had to put up a new bridge. So stuff happens, and we respond. So this is part of the ordinary process, and in that sense, it will be helpful to stimulate more infrastructure analysis and more infrastructure investment.
And there was any word to the evacuees, the nearly 200,000 people that have had to leave their homes. What would be the message you'd like to give?
Well, my message is that we're doing everything we can to get this dam in shape that they can return and they can live safely without fear. It's very difficult. It's hard to understand how people have been able to evacuate so quickly and the disturbance to their lives. And just know that their government and their representatives are doing everything they can and will continue to do whatever it takes to make sure we have a safe dam up there and in all the other places where we have these kind of potential threats.
All right, with that, we got to get back to work. Did you get any assurances from the cabinet secretary you talked to who was unnamed? Did you get any assurances
I got a very congenial conversation. That's what I will say. And I was
Thank you.
glad about that. But details to follow.
Details to follow. Thank you, Governor.
All right.
Well, that is the brief portion of the press conference that we were able to catch. I apologize to those viewers that were tuning in for that press conference. It looks like Fox National was sending us the wrong feed. We were able to get you guys the last portion of that press conference, and if we do get it in full, we'll replay it for you, as we know many of you viewers are eager to hear the updates regarding the Oroville Dam situation. So we'll continue to monitor that and keep you posted on everything happening out of Northern California. We're also working to get you guys some live images from the Oroville Dam. I do want to show you guys this video from earlier today of the Oroville Dam. This is video from earlier today. As you may know, almost 200,000 people have been forced to evacuate Northern California because of worries of potential flooding. Alright guys, I realized that we were having sound issues, so I will give you that Oroville Dam update in a moment, but we're going to take you to the White House now. Stephen Mnuchin being sworn in, Donald Trump, live.
Oh yeah. It is my great honor tonight to present to the American people our new Treasury Secretary of the United States, Stephen Mnuchin. Stephen, I want to congratulate you. A lot of people wanted that position, Stephen. A lot of people. A lot of very successful people. But I've known you for a long time, and I know how smart you are and how great you will be for our country. So congratulations to you, to Louise, and to your whole family. Americans should know that Stephen, our nation's financial system, is truly in great hands. With him, we're going to have no problem, believe me. Once again, with this appointment, I am following through on my promise to appoint only the very best and the very brightest. Stephen is a financial legend with an incredible track record of success. I've watched this over the years. He's been my friend For many, many years, everything he touched has turned to gold. He's done an amazing job, and that's what we want for our country. He's distinguished himself through decades of achievement in finance and in banking, and has a degree of skill, talent, and insight that few will ever be able to match. He has spent his entire career making money in the private sector, and that's okay, especially when you're Secretary of the Treasury. That's what we want. Now he will go to work on behalf of the American taxpayer. To all citizens, I say, Stephen will be your champion, and a great champion. He will fight for middle-class tax reductions, financial reforms that open up lending and create millions of new jobs, and fiercely defend the American tax dollar and our financial security. And he will also defend our manufacturing jobs from those who cheat and steal and rob us blind. It won't be that anymore. We won't have that anymore. Countries and others won't be able to take advantage of us. It's a whole new era. Stephen knows the system, and he will help ensure that Wall Street plays by the rules. He will use his insights to get the best possible result, most importantly, for the American worker. They've been treated very unfairly for a long time, not anymore. He will put his skills to work for America's working families, and he will help make America the greatest jobs magnet on the face of the earth. It will truly be, for our country, for the first time in a long time, a rising tide that lifts all boats and that lifts all ships. Stephen, I want to again congratulate you and Louise on this unbelievably high honor. This is one of the great honors. I know you will carry your office with dedication, integrity, and passion, tremendous passion. You have much, very important work ahead for the American citizens, and you will have absolutely no problem. He'll work 24 hours a day. I know him. He'll work 28 hours a day if they give him the extra 4 hours. He will be very, very special. So I'd like to just say, so importantly, God bless you, God bless America, and congratulations. Thank you, Steve.
On behalf of President Trump, it's my great privilege to administer to you the oath of office. With your left hand on the Bible and your right hand raised, repeat after me. I, Stephen Mnuchin, do solemnly swear.
I, Stephen Mnuchin, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I shall support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I shall bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties.
And I will well and faithfully discharge the duties.
Of the office upon which I am about to enter.
Upon the office of which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I want to thank you for this extraordinary opportunity to serve you and the country as the Secretary of Treasury. It has been a great experience to travel around the country with you for the last year, seeing so many parts of this country and meeting hundreds of business leaders. I share your economic vision and goals and committed to working with you to enact policies to grow the economy and make better economic opportunities for all Americans. I would also like to thank the Vice President Pence for the honor of swearing me in and for all your support in this job. There have been so many people that have helped me in this process, and I want to thank them all as they helped prepare me for the role of Secretary, and I want to thank them. It's a great honor to follow in the footsteps of Alexander Hamilton and so many great Treasury secretaries. I look forward to working with the entire great staff of the Treasury Department. I am committed to using the full powers of this office to create more jobs, to combat terrorist activities and financing, and to make America great again. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Do you have confidence in Michael Flynn, Mr. President?
What exactly will you be evaluating with Michael Flynn?
Thanks, President.
Thank you.
And for those of you who just joined us who may have missed Trump's speech prior to Mnuchin swearing in, I'm going to replay this for you now. Stand by while I get this feed ready for you. We are going to do a replay here in just a second. That was just fed to us from the White House. I'm going to replay the speech for you now.
A lot of people, a lot of very successful people. But I've known you for a long time, and I know how smart you are and how great you will be for our country. So congratulations to you, to Louise, and to your whole family. Americans should know that Stephen, our nation's financial system, is truly in great hands. With him, we're going to have no problem, believe me. Once again, with this appointment, I am following through on my promise to appoint only the very best and the very brightest. Stephen is a financial legend with an incredible track record of success. I've watched this over the years. He's been my friend for many, many years. Everything he touched has turned to gold. He's done an amazing job, and that's what we want for our country. He's distinguished himself through decades of achievement in finance and in banking, and has a degree of skill, talent, and insight that few will ever be able to match. He has spent his entire career making money in the private sector, and that's okay, especially when you're Secretary of the Treasury. That's what we want. Now he will go to work on behalf of the American taxpayer. To all citizens, I say, Stephen will be your champion, and a great champion. He will fight for middle-class tax reductions, financial reforms that open up lending and create millions of new jobs, and fiercely defend the American tax dollar and our financial security. And he will also defend our manufacturing jobs from those who cheat and steal and rob us blind. It won't be that anymore. We won't have that anymore. Countries and others won't be able to take advantage of us. It's a whole new era. Stephen knows the system, and he will help ensure that Wall Street plays by the rules. He will use his insights to get the best possible result, most importantly, for the American worker. They've been treated very unfairly for a long time, not anymore. He will put his skills to work for America's working families and he will help make America the greatest jobs magnet on the face of the earth. It will truly be, for our country, for the first time in a long time, a rising tide that lifts all boats and that lifts all ships. Stephen, I want to again congratulate you and Louise on this unbelievably high honor. This is one of the great honors. I know you will carry your office with dedication, integrity, and passion, tremendous passion. You have much very important work ahead for the American citizens, and you will have absolutely no problem. He'll work 24 hours a day. I know him. He'll work 28 hours a day if they give him the extra 4 hours. He will be very, very special. So I'd like to just say, so importantly, God bless you, God bless America, and congratulations. Thank you, Steve.
On behalf of President Trump, it's my great privilege to administer to you the oath of office. With your left hand on the Bible and your right hand raised, repeat after me. I, Stephen Mnuchin, do solemnly swear
I, Stephen Mnuchin, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I shall support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I shall bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I want to thank you for this extraordinary opportunity to serve you and the country as the Secretary of Treasury. It has been a great experience to travel around the country with you for the last year, seeing so many parts of this country and meeting hundreds of business leaders. I share your economic vision and goals and committed to working with you to enact policies to grow the economy and make better economic opportunities for all Americans. I would also like to thank the Vice President Pence for the honor of swearing me in and for all your support in this job. There have been so many people that have helped me in this process, and I want to thank them all as they helped prepare me for the role of Secretary, and I want to thank them. It's a great honor to follow in the footsteps of Alexander Hamilton and so many great Treasury secretaries. I look forward to working with the entire great staff of the Treasury Department. I am committed to using the full powers of this office to create more jobs, to combat terrorist activities and financing, and to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have confidence in Michael Flynn, Mr. President?
What exactly will you be evaluating with Michael Flynn?
Thank you.
And that swearing-in that just took place at the White House. I figure I might as well give you guys a live look at the White House now. A live look at the White House. I know many of you guys are looking for updates on the Oroville Dam situation, so I do want to show you guys some video from earlier. This is Skyfox video from earlier that I want to play for you. Skyfox video from earlier today at the Oroville Dam in Northern California. We'll be giving you some updates here on the Fox 10 News Now stream in just a few minutes. All right, for those of you just joining us, this is the latest information we have regarding the Oroville Dam situation. As you know, nearly 200,000 people were ordered to leave their home after a damaged California spillway threatened to unleash a 30-foot wall of water. Now, those people who have been ordered to evacuate may not be able to return to their homes until the significant erosion is repaired. Authorities made that announcement today. Now, the officials who issued the hasty evacuation order have defended their decision, saying it was necessary to ensure public safety in the region downstream from the nation's tallest dam in the Central Valley of California. Keep in mind that over the weekend, engineers spotted a hole in the spillway which they feared could have failed within an hour. Now, the water level of the massive reservoir known as Lake Oroville dropped on Monday, slightly easing the fears of a catastrophic collapse. But with more storms on the horizon, crews have raced to assess what happened, and they've began dumping large boulders and sandbags into the spillway to prevent any more erosion. The acting head of the state's Department of Water Resources said he did not know if anything had gone wrong and was unaware of a 2005 report that recommended fortifying the earthen emergency spillway with concrete for just such an event. The spillway had never been used in the dam's nearly 50 years of operation, and it was not near capacity when it began to fail. The official said, quote, "I'm not sure anything went wrong. This was a new, never having happened before event." Now, that official, as well as the local sheriff, hoped to reassure the public that downstream communities were safe until water began spilling over the lake's edge Sunday and a chocolate-colored torrent of water began chewing through the slope below it. The Department of Water Resources says conditions were stable at noon today, stable at noon yesterday, and then tweeted an evacuation order at 4:45 p.m. warning of a possible failure within the hour, saying, quote, "This is not a drill," end quote. Chaos ensued as anxious residents rushed to pack up their families and abandon several communities in Butte, Yuba, and Sutter counties. The mostly flat northern Central Valley is known mainly for its sprawling agriculture industry, which is fed by dammed up rivers that spill down from the Sierra Nevada foothills nearby. It took some people 7 hours to travel to evacuation centers that should have only been an hour away. Butte County Sheriff Corey Honia insisted that the evacuation had been accomplished in a fairly timely fashion and a fairly orderly manner. One resident, Patrick Miner, who lives in Live Oak, said he and his family in a caravan of 4 cars returned home after driving back roads for 2 hours and feared that they would run out of gas. They didn't bother trying to fuel up because lines were hours long at gas pumps. He described the chaotic scene, saying, "People were just panicking, honking, and yelling at each other. I just got nervous and decided to hunker down. It was pretty scary." Also, more than 500 Butte County Jail inmates were transferred to Alameda County Jail farther south. Now, officials could not estimate when people would be able to return home, but they did say they're working on a repopulation plan that would let residents return to areas that are at least at risk of flooding. Now, this threat emerged after weeks of storms dumped rain and snow across California, especially in the northern parts of the state. While the wet winter has been a boon for water supplies, it's created a challenge for water managers who must balance the need for water and hydroelectric power with protecting flatland communities from floods during times of excessive rain or rapidly melting snow. And I know many of you guys are looking for more information, more updates regarding the Oroville Dam. Fox 10 weatherman Dave Muncie will be joining me so he can discuss the upcoming rain in Northern California and the potential threats facing this area. All right, joining me now is Dave Muncie, because he is the go-to weather expert around here. I figured he would be the best person to talk to regarding the Oroville Dam situation. I know many of you guys are tuning in. You want an update. There are rumors that more rain is on the way for Northern California. Dave, what are your thoughts on everything going on out there?
Well, there is more rain on the way, and not just a little rain. 1 to 2 inches is very possible. Lots of snow in the high country. Snow is much better because it stays where it's at, but later in the season that snow is going to melt and come down the rivers as well. But as we get a look, can we put the
Yes,
maps
we
up?
can.
You will see a low pressure system sitting out west of us here, and that is going to be taking a shot at California. And as I mentioned, 1 to 2 inches of rain is very possible throughout the northern portion of the state, which would mean the Redding area, which is just a little north of Oroville. And in fact, what we can do is we can go into that area on our futurecast. Well, you can see this is rain in Arizona right now.
Right.
And then we'll get the futurecast up and we'll take a look. I stopped it right here just to kind of give people a reference. You see Redding, you see Reno, and you see Nevada City, and then we come in just a little bit more, and Oroville should be, oh, you have it covered.
Well, I'll
with
move
your
the lower
little-
third. There we
There we
go.
go, right there. And then right next to it, right where the E is, you can see the dam and the lake structure right there that we're worried about. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the futurecast into motion. And this is going to take us into a couple of days. You see the cloud cover, and now you see a little bit of rain getting in there. This is Thursday at about 3:30, and that's raining all around the area. And that, of course, is going to drain into that reservoir. Now we get it down into 7:30 in the morning on Thursday, and that colored, when you get the color, yellow color, the red colors, that means heavy rain, heavy thunderstorms. So things are picking up in that particular area, and then we advance it further and we get into the afternoon on Thursday. And that's as far as this map is going to take us, into the afternoon on Thursday. But you can see still getting rain, heavy rain all around that area. Now what I've also done here is I put in a little back off so that we can see this storm come in and what aim it's taking at us. And you can see the lower end of that storm system is most certainly going to be taking a little shot at Arizona. And then I've added in what we're looking at right now as our weekend, and that is temperatures coming down and more rain coming in. But all of this rain that we're looking at here is going to come to us through California and through that northern edge of California where Oroville is and where the dam that we're so worried about is. So yes, they are going to get more rain there. They have been releasing a lot of water from that reservoir. I'm not sure if that's going to help or not, because when I look at the pictures, they look awful scary to me.
Right.
See that moisture coming out there as much as is coming out. But yes, I would say that they are not only in line for a storm later this week, but there may be some more storms behind this one. There may be another storm or two more storms behind this one. They're going to be a little further behind it, so they'll get a little chance to catch their breath. But once again, pretty big storm system coming in over the next couple of days, and then one or two behind that. Not quite as big. And this storm system isn't as big as the one that just came through previously.
Right.
But they will see at least 1, possibly 2 inches of rain in and around that area, not necessarily right on that reservoir, but certainly around the area, so that would drain into the reservoir.
Right, Dave. And about almost 200,000 people in this area have been evacuated. Critics are saying that maybe the evacuations were premature, but I personally think better safe than sorry, right?
Yeah, I would love to talk to one of those critics if the dam breaks. Because there's no way, if that dam breaks and they don't have people moved out of the area, they just won't have time.
Right.
There will be a 30, 40-foot wall of water that's going to come down that whole valley.
Right. Some of those those images coming out of California
Mhm.
yesterday were crazy. The lines of people trying to get
Mhm.
out on Highway 99 in the Central Valley. I mean, that's not a very large corridor. It's not a major highway. It's pretty much 2 lanes on both sides of the road in that stretch of the Central Valley.
Yeah, and I'm not predicting that it's going to break. I'm not. I'm just saying that if something happens, if it breaks, the evacuations and the evacuees are going to feel very good about hadn't gotten out of there,
Right.
and the evacuations will be thought of as one of the smartest things they've ever done. But you're right, rather safe than sorry. They are going to inconvenience a lot of people, but when you look at this picture that we're looking at here, and you're thinking of all of that water cascading down into that valley,
right?
I think I heard something to the effect that it would take 2 days before they could even get in there to start searching for people to help.
Wow.
There would be so much water in there. So that's something we do not want to have happen. But if it does happen, if I lived there, I'd be long gone already
Right.
without somebody telling me to go. So yeah, I wouldn't stick around 30 miles within that area, because the rivers and all the tributaries that come off of that, they are all going to flood as well if this starts flooding. I mean, look at the water that's coming off of that now. It's incredible.
Right.
And then look what happens when it hits that rock structure there, right there at the bottom. It hits that little dam structure at the bottom. It just goes crazy. The force of that is just unbelievable.
Yeah, better safe than sorry is the way I look at it. I mean, you're reading stories about people just left their belongings. It was just the goal was to get their loved ones out and in a safe area, an evacuation center. And now I'm hearing that people won't be actually allowed to return to their homes until all the repairs have been made.
Yeah, well, once you're out, they don't want you back in until the threat is over. I think that they probably have an infrastructure problem there. I've heard that they have had some worries about that situation for quite a few years now. And when you're talking about a dam and you have a worry about it, you should work on it right away. Don't let it go.
Don't delay.
That's not something that you should be putting off. I can put off taking out the garbage. That's fine, but don't put off fixing the dam.
Right. Fix that damn dam.
Yeah, fix the dam as quickly as you can, exactly. But yeah, that is a very perilous situation at this point in time, and we're just hoping that the water drains out, that everything is okay. But the main question for me is there more rain coming? The answer is yes. Is it going to be a lot of rain? The answer is yeah, probably. In some of these areas of the north, it's going to be a lot of rain.
So do you think that Wednesday and Thursday's rain is going to be a severe threat to the Oroville Dam?
Yeah, I think when you look at what we're looking at here with that water draining out, the way they have to, what they're doing to get the water out of that, I think any more water at all in there is a threat. They're worried about the structure holding.
Yeah.
So you don't want an inch of water in there.
But you're not saying that it's going to break,
No,
right?
no. Well, but when you see rain on top of the reservoir, it's raining on the reservoir, but you have to remember it's raining all over the area, and there's a lot of tributaries that drain into that reservoir. So that will bring that water from other areas into that area as well. So I think it was very wise of them to evacuate people, and now just sit and watch the structure as carefully as possible. Maybe even consider a wider area of evacuation as this goes on.
All right, Dave.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate your weather update.
All righty, you bet.
And we appreciate all your expertise on the Oroville Dam here on News Now.
Okay, well, we'll watch it and keep our eye on it, and we'll come back when these storms are happening and sit here, because they'll be happening. I'm not sure about tomorrow, but I think late Wednesday into Thursday, we'll see more moisture finding its way in. We'll come sit with you then and talk about it, okay?
All right. Thanks, Dave.
Okay, bye, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, guys, just a quick update from the Associated Press. The latest news regarding the Oroville Dam. Environmental activists and local government officials warned more than a decade ago about the risk of a catastrophic flooding below a major Northern California dam, the very scenario that threatened to unfold over the weekend and forced the evacuation of nearly 200,000 people. Now, state and federal regulators dismissed those fears at the time, saying they were confident the hillside that helps hold back hundreds of billions of gallons of water was stable and did not need to be reinforced with concrete. Now, that decision has come under scrutiny now that the hillside, or emergency spillway as officials call it, has been put to its first test in the Oroville Dam's nearly 50-year history. Now, over the weekend, water from the storm-swollen reservoir behind the dam spilled down the unpaved slope for 38 hours, eroding it enough that authorities feared a huge breach could open and send a 30-foot-high surge of water down the Feather River below, possibly devastating thousands of homes. The danger appeared to ease slightly today as the water level behind the dam dropped, but keep in mind more rain was in the forecast, and residents as far as several dozen miles downriver in Yuba City were not allowed back into their homes. At 770 feet, Oroville Dam is the nation's tallest. It stands about 70 miles north of Sacramento in the foothills of the northern Sierra Nevada. Now, in 2005, at the start of the dam's still unfinished relicensing process, environmental groups asked federal regulators to require that the California Department of Water Resources armor the hillside, or basically reinforce it with concrete or boulders to prevent catastrophic erosion from water escaping when the reservoir was cresting over full capacity. Now, this is back in 2005, that's 12 years ago. This environmental group said that rocks and other debris could be swept into the river, damaging highway bridges and power plants. In a worst case, they warned a major breach would unleash floods that could take lives and destroy property. Again, this was back in 2005. Back when environmentalists and local officials were raising their concerns, the Water Resources Department dismissed the need to fortify the hillside, insisting it would not be in danger if water cascaded down it. Now, Governor Jerry Brown is asking the Trump administration for federal assistance in responding to a potential failure of a spillway at the Oroville Dam in Northern California. In a letter to President Trump released today, Brown asks for help for the 3 Northern California counties affected. Brown says aid is needed to assist the 188,000 residents of Butte, Sutter, and Yuba counties who were ordered to evacuate Sunday after concerns an emergency spillway could give way, unleashing a gush of water to downstream towns. Now, Governor Brown has criticized Trump on most of his initiatives, but at a news conference today, he did praise the president's plan to invest $1 trillion on infrastructure. The governor said that California and Washington will work in a constructive way to repair failing infrastructure in the state. Also, keep in mind the California Department of Water Resources says helicopters are dropping loads of rock on a hole at the lip of Oroville Dam's emergency spillway. Workers are hoisting giant white bags filled with rocks and at least 2 helicopters flying them and releasing them in the spillway's erosion. Dump trucks full of boulders are also on their way to dump their cargo on the damaged spillway. The barrier at the nation's tallest dam is being repaired 1 day after authorities ordered mass evacuations for everyone living below the lake out of concerns the spillway could fail and send a 30-foot wall of water roaring downstream. Now, the U.S. senators from California are also calling on President Trump to approve a disaster declaration for the state in response to damage from recent storms. Both Senators Dianne Feinstein and Kamala Harris wrote in a letter Monday that the situation is especially dire downriver from Oroville Dam, where damage has threatened flooding and forced nearly 200,000 people to evacuate. The senators are asking the president to provide $162.3 million in disaster assistance that California requested. The lake behind Oroville Dam swelled significantly with this winter's rains, and the collapse of its damaged spillway threatens to flood downstream communities.
That this is displacing a lot of people. I recognize what a hardship it is placed on our community. But again, as I told you last night, we did this because our primary purpose is to ensure public safety. It was a hard decision to make.
Trump to approve
but
a
I can tell
disaster
you that
declaration.
the decision to release the evacuation and allow people to return to the evacuate area is an equally difficult decision to make. And it's one that has to be based on analysis that we're receiving from subject matter experts in the field. So thank you very much, and I'm going to now turn it over to my colleague from the CAL FIRE.
Thank you, Chief Honey. Kevin Lawson, I'm the Incident Commander with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3. I wanted to share with you guys that we are in close cooperation and in unified command with Butte County Sheriff and the Department of Water Resources. As the Sheriff had stated, it's very much a fluid and dynamic operation that is going on out there. When you try to factor in what we're dealing with Mother Nature, it's hard to look at a crystal ball and predict how that's going to evolve. So with the close communication and cooperation amongst these agencies, as well as our state and local counterparts providing us with the resources that we're getting, and we are getting the resources that we request and the resources that we need. So I assure you, it's working seamlessly amongst the three of us, and I expect that to continue.
And if I could just add, now that we've discussed that, I just want to talk briefly about a press release that you should have received from my office a little while ago. Reference the actions we took to protect the inmates housed in the Butte County Jail. It was necessary for us to evacuate those inmates when we issued the evacuation order for the general public. At the time, I did not disclose the location where those inmates were going to be housed because it would have posed a security risk while they were in transit. They have now arrived safely, and we are very fortunate to have the assistance of the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. Those inmates, all in excess of 500 of them, were transported down to Alameda County Jail, and they're arrived safely, and they're currently being housed. Sheriff Ahern was gracious enough to do that, and they will remain in that location until such time as we determine it is safe to return them to the Butte County Jail. The press release that you received gives family members the information they need to make contact with their loved ones. It provides a number that they can contact so that they can check on their loved ones and perhaps contact them and visit them.
So, my name is Bill Croyle, acting director of the California Department of Water Resources. So, as indicated, we are not water is not flowing over the emergency spillway. Our efforts to continue to monitor our situation on the flood control structure that was damaged earlier in this week continues. We're using a wide variety of monitoring techniques, including 24/7 people on the ground, live feed video, and drone resources to make sure that we understand the dynamics behind our existing system. We're moving 100,000 cubic feet per second down that spillway. We've been doing that for about the last 16 or 17 hours. We bumped the flow up when this situation occurred late yesterday afternoon to mitigate the impact of that erosion that was occurring. That solution worked to reduce the threat. It took a while for that water to come down and for us to get in and assess that condition at the downstream side of the emergency spillway. We're going to continue to work on the challenges that we have with this facility. As indicated, we're working to really dig down into the reservoir and move as much water out of that reservoir, and so we have space for the storms that we expect to come in, as well as the snow runoff later this spring. People are working very hard to deal with some of the challenges that we have. As indicated, we have a pretty diverse multi-agency and contractor resources are being deployed to address a whole number of things that are popping up, including implementing protective measures or corrective measures to make sure that we're not only dealing with what's occurring now, but have a little longer perspective on what may occur with our spring runoff period. Thank you.
We're now open to take questions, but again, we'd like to limit those to a very few questions. Our emergency managers have a lot of work to do, and we'd like to get back and do what we can to protect the citizens of Butte County.
What is the current inflow into the lake, and how do you expect to hit the 50-foot target by the storm time the storm hits on Wednesday?
Yeah, so the question is, what is the inflow? I'm sorry, I should have covered that. It's an important part of the dynamics within the reservoir operations. So this morning about 9 o'clock, we had approximately 37,000 acre-feet of water flowing into the reservoir. So we're on the kind of the back side of the hydrograph, which is good. We're discharging, again, 100,000 cubic feet per second. So we have a net or a delta of storage coming out, more than 60,000 acre feet. That will continue to increase in the coming days. We do have a storm coming in later Thursday, Friday. However, the forecasted hydrograph on that looks quite a bit smaller than the event we went through here in the last 3 or 4 days. So we will continue to develop storage, except for maybe about 12 or 15 hours that's being forecast. And then we have a couple more storms forecasted to come in after that time, but we still need to get a little closer to those weather conditions to see how that affects our storage. We expect to continue to make significant progress on developing that required flood storage here in the coming days and hopefully the coming weeks.
Can you hit 50 feet at this rate? That's the question.
It all depends on the runoff, on the weather systems, the air temperature in the upper basin. These storms look like they're coming in a little cooler at about 4,000 foot elevation or elevation, which is good. But frankly, this watershed has plenty of snow and rain in it. But we're going to deal with that that comes in. So when or how long this is going to take kind of depends on the dynamics within the watershed. It could be 10 to 15 days. It could be a little bit longer. But our infrastructure is holding up very well, even though it's been damaged. And if we can keep up this discharge rate of 100,000 CFS here in the coming days, we will make good progress on that.
Bill, right here, Dale. Bill, how did the emergency structure, which I was told was supposed to be able to handle 250,000 CFS, come close to failing with just a few thousand CFS? What went wrong there?
Well, I'm not sure anything went wrong. I think, it's a dam that system's been installed since the early 1960s. It's been looked at, it's been monitored. I'm not sure the cause of the damage itself. This is the first time it's ever taken water over the system. Part of that is designed for actually a much higher flow event. Sometimes, amazingly, lower flows can cause more energy and cause a condition. But frankly, we don't know exactly why this erosion occurred. The key was, for us, is that we did have our monitoring people in place. This was a new, never happened before event. When we do that, we're going to err on the side of having multiple monitoring strategies so that when something comes up, like we saw yesterday, we see a problem, we look at that rate, we consult with our technical experts, inform our emergency managers, and we make a decision, and that's what we did.
Thank you.
In 2005, there was talk from critics saying that the emergency spillway should be lined with concrete. Do you agree with that? And do you feel like it actually will support more water?
I'm not familiar with the 2005 documentation or conversation.
Do you think it should have been lined with concrete?
I'm not aware of the findings or what that was based on, so I can't respond to that.
Right over here.
Listen, I know you guys have been up for a long time, but I have a tough question for you, sort of on the behalf of a lot of the evacuees, what they've been saying. And what they've been, that you can understand some frustration. What they initially heard was, hey, there's some erosion, but don't worry about it. Then all of a sudden yesterday it was run for your lives, you have 1 hour to live. How can you make sure that they trust you and your messages here? Because now they're, hey, no, there's not been any flooding, and has it gone over? They're worried about the trust issue here.
Let me take it. Okay. So first off, throughout this entire incident, we have been very clear to keep the public informed based on the information that we were provided. And you need to understand that this is a dynamic situation. There are a lot of variables, a lot of factors. And so when the information comes in, it's given to us, and we utilize that to formulate our message to the public in an effort to keep them informed. When this incident occurred, it became apparent that we needed to act quickly. What's important here, as Bill said, we were monitoring this very, very closely. The fact that we were monitoring it closely allowed us to respond very quickly when that was the appropriate thing to do. Now, as I've said before, I recognize and absolutely appreciate the frustration that the people who have been evacuated must feel. That was not a decision that I made lightly. That was a decision that I made based on the best information provided to me by the subject matter experts in consultation with other public safety officials. And we determined that although efforts to mitigate potential failure needed to take place, we couldn't guarantee that they would be completed in the time frame necessary to ensure that people could be evacuated. And so I decided to issue the evacuation because I felt that protecting lives was the most important thing to do. I think the fact that DWR's efforts to mitigate or prevent a failure at that time by increasing the flows so that no more water was coming over the top of that is a success. And quite frankly, what I see this is as a double success. Public safety professionals did their job to protect the public, and we were able to get people evacuated out of the community in a fairly timely fashion, and for such a chaotic event, in a fairly orderly manner. And at the same time, our partners at the Department of Water Resources were working to save that structure and prevent further damage so that we could go on. That's a double success. Now, as I said earlier, getting those people home is important to me. I want that to happen as absolutely soon as possible. But I have to be able to sleep at night knowing that they're back into that area. And if it's raining and there's more water coming into the lake, if I can't in good conscience believe that those people are safe, I haven't done my job. And so that's what I'm going to do. And to the people displaced, I apologize, but I'm doing it.
Case area up front, and then we'll work our way back.
Vic Gonzalez of KCRA. How is the state unaware of a motion that was filed more than a decade ago warning federal regulators of the deficiencies of the dam, particularly the emergency spillways, instabilities in the event it's used?
So I personally am not aware of the question that comes over, and so that's part of our vetting process. I myself, in this incident command post, working with my partner agencies, have focused on addressing the challenges that we have at this very time. It's complicated, it's dynamic as indicated. We can't do this without our whole incident command team and a multi-layered government approach. We have our federal agencies, our state, and our local agencies teamed up side by side, along with our third-party contractors, both technical experts and our contract crews. And so we're going to get into recommendations or concerns that were voiced in the past, but right now we're focused on maintaining public safety, not just during this event, but during this upcoming spring runoff period.
Is it concerning to you that there were concerns issued over a decade ago that maybe more proactive measures could have been taken to prevent this from happening?
Yeah, again, I feel like before I can answer a question like that, we need to do the homework and we can have a better conversation regarding that.
Yeah, hi, Bill. Jim Carlton with the Wall Street Journal. Could you talk about the hole itself, and maybe is there any way to quantify how much rock has been put in there so far, and what do you plan to do today? Just talk a little bit about what's being done to that hole again.
Are you talking about the hole or the little erosion that occurred?
Well, yeah, the erosion, yeah.
Okay, because there was another hole.
Well, in the emergency,
yeah, okay.
right.
Yeah, the emergency. That's what we're focused. I mean, we're focused on the whole facility. Let me reiterate: the dam itself is sound. The dam, and it's historic full, is doing its job. We have some little pieces that are critical to the operation of the dam that has been impaired. So we are constantly, again, monitoring that and responding to those threats. So as I understand it, again, this kind of erosion scarp has made its way close to the foot of the apron of the spillway. Frankly, I'm still being briefed on the scope and the scale of that. I'm here instead of there, but from here I'm going to go there, and then we're going to be able to work with our incident command management team to vet out how big, how small, and the appropriate response actions to mitigate that.
Here, over here, and then in the back.
Are you expecting people, the evacuation order to remain through this next rain?
So at this point, I can't answer that question because we still need information that is being gathered by subject matter experts, as I said, from DWR as well as state and local agencies. We need that information to understand the risk, and then perhaps from there, as Bill has indicated, repairs may need to be completed in order for us to determine that it is safe to remove the evacuation order and allow people to be back in. As I said earlier, we are working on a repopulation plan that will get people back to their homes as soon as possible, as long as we can preserve the public safety.
Right back over here.
With the damage at the bottom of the main spillway, what's the potential for that to ruin your plans to let water out of the lake?
The damage at the bottom of the spillway below, again, backing up a little bit to Tuesday, where we had the hole form in the spillway chute, about 3,200 feet or 250 feet from the dam itself. So that hole, of course, whether it continued. We had to put the spillway back in use so, again, we could start releasing water with the oncoming weather that we had. So that process has caused an erosion and put a kind of a spoil pile within that channel at the bottom. So our goal here, so it's running clean right now, which there's not a lot of dirty water, which means it's carrying sediment off that hill, which is good. So in other words, it's not continuing to erode based on the latest intel that's been provided to me. We do have a large soil and rock pile at the bottom. We're actively working on that now to remove that so we can allow those flows to continue to come down that spillway chute and then on down the river.
With two parts of this system compromised,
excuse me,
how secure can people be right here?
At this point, I'd like to give Congressman Doug LaMalfa the opportunity to speak.
Appreciate it. I've had multiple media inquiries myself here, so I would have an opportunity to address those that may have inquired with my office on that. But leading up off here, first of all, I think Sheriff Honey has done a tremendous job in communicating and making the right call on a very unknown factor up here. All the different groups involved here with CAL FIRE and Office of Emergency Services as well as DWR have pulled together, notwithstanding the quality of the spillway, of the engineering of that, or what happened with the emergency spillway, putting the parts together to make this crisis work through, they've done a pretty darn good job with that. So, some areas of communication, maybe missed a couple spots here and there, but that said, they're doing the best they can, and I think stability is what is being sought, and there are long ways towards attaining that. So the people of the community have pulled together. It was pretty orderly getting out of town for the most part. I saw the highways flowing slowly at times, but pretty well. Our emergency folks did make the right call, making the lanes all going one direction out of town. And then so many people have been an outpouring of help from Redding and Red Bluff all the way up to Grass Valley, people offering homes and places for people to stay. So the community has pulled together very well. My office, we've been in contact with the Army Corps of Engineers to get the right kind of declaration for this district for helping the flood control districts as well as on hand up here at the dam. Going forward, we'll be having those conversations long term to have immediate results. Now, what's Army Corps' role? What does this make my role? Part of it? The federal nexus to this is that 20% of the dam was paid for by the federal government through the Army Corps. 20% of that, meaning 750,000 acre feet, belongs to the Army Corps for flood control mitigation. That's their charge. The rest of it is a state responsibility. So there's a partnership there. So we'll be working. We're looking for Governor Brown's declaration current to this dam, as well as we're in contact with the White House on this to get the declaration moving there. I've already worked with our House leadership on that. Our House leader is engaged on this. So we're marshaling our resources. One of the end goals here, to get through this crisis with obviously no loss of life or undue harm, but also to immediately, when this is over with, to move forward and restore the function of the spillway and the dam, because we'll have till next November to have something that works, depending on what next year's rainfall is going to be. So everybody's pulling together pretty well behind this. They're achieving stability with this, and so we need our constituents out there to continue to pay attention to these folks, to Sheriff Honey's especially with his call on public safety, and adhere to that, because we don't want to be doing unnecessary risks since we've already gotten people out of the risk zones. So any questions to that?
Have you heard back from the White House?
Not yet. They're aware of what's going on here, and they're making their decisions now. So but at least we wanted to have that inroad for when we get back to work. I'm supposed to be there this week, but it's pretty important here right now.
Next in the back.
Can somebody elaborate on the findings about the damage to the auxiliary spillway? And there was talk earlier yesterday about a possible failure of the very top of the structure, which would allow the top 30 feet of water to come cascading down. How likely is that? How possible is that? And what investigation do you know, just after just a little bit of sunlight, that about the structural integrity of the underlying formations underneath the auxiliary spillway?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've done quickly. So last night, as soon as this happened, So we got the water. As soon as the water stopped flowing over the weir, we're able to use, again, resources here provided by law enforcement to put our resources in the air to be able to fly over that area, go down quick to see if we had any continuing emerging conditions. Based on that monitoring and assessment last night, we felt the situation was stabilizing, and we could wait until first light this morning, which is part of our press brief last night. We said that we need to get in at first light, through our consultant teams, our technical experts from state and federal agencies, really, frankly, in the hole, to look at what happened, develop the appropriate control strategies, and at the same time, we already have brought in materials to implement those control strategies. So this morning, our team developed a safe plan, again, with agreement with all the various technical experts, both government technical experts, state and federal, as well as our private contractors that are on site, some of which have been on site throughout the duration of this event. That work, the assessment, the plan was approved, the safety plan is approved, they've deployed, they've now come back, and so they have briefed a little bit. I haven't been briefed myself, and that'll happen right after this meeting.
You've not been briefed on the damage to the auxiliary spillway yet? Like what the latest assessment is what you're saying?
I personally have not.
That concludes today's briefing.
Ballpark.
Excuse me. That concludes today's briefing. Some of our principals will be available afterwards for individual questioning. We'll make every attempt to have an additional briefing at this time tomorrow, or as anything appears from this point on. Thank you.
Bringing you the very latest on the changing situation at the Oroville Dam. Officials here making a couple of points. First of all, the mandatory evacuation orders are still in effect. Those have not been lifted. They say the dam itself is sound, and as far as the concern about the spillway, they're not quite sure what went wrong, but Mike, clearly something did, which puts us in the situation we're in today.
The sheriff of Butte County also mentioning that the goal here is to lower the lake level by 50 feet. So it was a little bit over 900, down 4 feet over the last 12, 18 hours. But in order to do that, or they are doing that in order to prepare for the future storms we're expected to have later this week into next week, and then also the snow melt later this spring.
Right. So we're staying on top of the situation. We'll be back with more on this changing situation and the rest of the day's news in just a minute here at noon. Stay with us.
All right, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at Skyfox aerials of the Oroville Dam from earlier today. We've been covering this throughout the day extensively. We just spoke with Fox 10's Dave Muncy, our go-to weatherman here, about the pending storms later this week and the potential threat facing the Oroville Dam. Again, guys, you are looking at live a replay of these aerials from the Oroville Dam from earlier today. This is Skyfox video taken earlier today. We've been giving you extensive coverage of the Oroville Dam situation. In just a few minutes, we are going to bring you back to Arizona. We do have a live situation underway here in Phoenix, where uranium has been discovered in a garage. We're going to take you live to that scene in just a few minutes. Again, for the viewers that are tuning in to watch our Oroville Dam coverage, we will be transitioning and moving on to some Arizona news in just a couple minutes. As I mentioned, reports of uranium found in a garage. We're going to take you live to that scene in just a few minutes. And for those of you just joining us, we will be cutting away from the Oroville Dam coverage in just a couple minutes. We're going to be taking you live to a scene here in Arizona. We are just a couple minutes away from giving you an update on that discovery of uranium. All right, it looks like our crew is dialed in, our crew on the scene of this uranium discovery. As soon as I see Fox 10's Matt Rodewald in the shot, we will go live to him, and he'll be able to give us an update from the scene. Okay, everyone, we are going to cut away from our Oroville Dam coverage and now take you to the scene of this uranium discovery. Matt Rodewald live at the scene. Matt, if you can hear me, wave. All right, Matt. We are going to take you live now on News Now. You are live on Fox 10 News Now, Matt.
All right, well, just kind of want to give you the best explanation that we can. Levi, our photographer, I'm going to have him go ahead and take that shot across the wall. We're kind of stuck a little bit behind of a brick wall, so in order for us to get a good shot, we kind of have to adjust here a little bit. This is the best that we can give you in terms of the scene here at the Beatitudes campus. This is on the 1600 block of West Glendale here in the northern part of Phoenix. Take the light off here so you can kind of see a little bit better, kind of like driving in a car when the light's on. It's hard to see. Lights off is easier to see. And you can see all the activity here. Fire crews are waiting for all of their experts to get on scene. And I want to make one point that they just came over to speak with us about, clear for us, that it's still not confirmed that this is uranium that they discovered. It could be a uranium discovery, but they're not entirely sure and entirely certain of that as of yet. So they want to be patient as they wait for all of their experts. They have a lot of people here on scene. It is pretty much a hazmat situation. They've gone in, and what they understand is that a woman was cleaning out her father-in-law's garage, and while doing so, she found a case, and inside that case was that substance that could be uranium, and so she reported it to the authorities. They're all here, and that's what we know as of right now. We do not see, and we have not seen any evidence of any sort of evacuation in progress or any organized evacuation or anything of the such. Again, this is in the far back of the complex where it looks like there are just simple garages and maybe some condo homes on this campus. A very tight-knit area here. So if there is some sort of substance that could be damaging, all of these little homes and villas would need to be evacuated, but we have not seen any sort of evidence of that actually taking place so far. So that is here, again, the scene here at the Beatitudes campus here, the 1600 block of Glendale. No roads are closed. One other point to add in here, since this is an enclosed campus, they've brought all the activity inside. In fact, nothing's really happening on Glendale. You can go by and won't even know what's happening when you're driving up and down Glendale at this time here just west of 16th Avenue. Again, you can see a lot of people here on scene. There's a lot of equipment, and right now there's a good amount of people kind of it's a lot of hurry up and wait at this point as they wait for some experts to get here so they can figure out what exactly this substance is. We don't exactly know how big this container is or this case is, what kind of case, other than the fact that we do know that it was a lead case. But that is about that. Say that again? We can bring that back here if you want for just a second to wrap up here. But I would say we have a few things that we need answered, a few questions that we need answered. And as soon as we can get that, we'll be able to do that for you for now. So this is where we are, just outside of the complex, waiting to get some answers. And we'll send it back to you in the studio for now.
All right, Matt, thanks for the update. If the photographer can keep the shot up of the scene, we'll continue to stream it live here on News Now. And if you get any updates, of course, we'll take you live for those as well. Thanks.
Thank you. My earpiece decides it likes to crap out, so I literally have to
All right, everyone, this is what we're going to do. We are going to continue to watch this scene where uranium was possibly found, but it doesn't look like a rather active scene as of right now. So what I'm going to do, in the corner of your screen, I am going to play this press conference from the UN. They do talk about North Korea's missile testing from over the weekend. So we're going to play that in the corner of your screen. We'll have double the coverage here on News Now.
Earlier this morning, we issued the following statement attributable to the spokesman for the Secretary General on the ballistic missile launch conducted by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. The Secretary General strongly condemns the launch of another ballistic missile by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea on the 12th of February. This action is a further troubling violation of Security Council resolutions. The DPRK leadership must return to full compliance with its international obligations and to the path of denuclearization. The Secretary General appeals to the international community to continue to address this situation in a united manner. Earlier today, the Secretary General spoke to the World Government Summit in Dubai. In his remarks to the plenary, he focused on the lack of trust in today's world and said that the need to improve governance is essential. He said that if you look at the UN, for instance, there's a clear lack of confidence in the Security Council today and a clear perception that the Security Council no longer corresponds to the logic of today's world in relation to what the world was after the Second World War when the Security Council was built. The Secretary General said that there is a need for deep reforms in global institutions. He added that he is committed to driving reform of the UN as head of the Secretariat. On the sidelines of the meeting in Dubai, the Secretary General met with the ruler of Dubai, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. The Secretary General then flew to Abu Dhabi, where he will stay overnight. He just met with His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi and Deputy Supreme Commander of the United Arab Emirates Armed Forces. Over the weekend, the Secretary General was in Saudi Arabia, where he visited the Coalition Air Force's Joint Operations Center yesterday and was briefed on the coalition's air operations in Yemen. Later in the day, the Secretary General met separately with King Salman, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Nayef, and Deputy Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The Secretary General was then hosted for a working lunch by Foreign Minister Adel bin Ahmed Al Jubeir. In a joint press conference afterwards, the Secretary General was asked about the Special Envoy for Yemen, Ismail ul Sheikh Ahmed, and he said that he believes that the Special Envoy is doing impartial work in a very professional way and has the Secretary General's full support. The Security Council is holding an open debate today on the protection of critical infrastructure against terrorist attacks. Speaking on behalf of the Secretary General, the Chef de Cabinet, Maria Luisa Viotti, said that the threat posed by terrorist organizations is becoming increasingly complex, making critical infrastructure, such as energy facilities and water supply, especially vulnerable. She stressed that the transnational nature of terrorism requires the coordinated response of all states and actors of the international community. Also speaking in the debate were top officials from Interpol and the Organization for the Prohibition
All
of
right,
Chemical
guys, it
Weapons.
looks like there may be an update. Let's go ahead and listen in. We'll go back to the UN in a moment.
Yeah, so it is. One second, Rita.
Okay, if you can hear me on Fox News now, right now, we're going to take a press conference here from the Beatitudes Complex to try and understand what exactly is going on here.
Everybody ready? Ready, Danny? So what did we find here? What happened?
So fire crews responded out here to the Beatitudes retirement area to some patio homes. One of the homeowners had come across something in a garage. It was an unknown product. She said that her father-in-law had been a chemist for many years, found something that was in a lead case, so she called 911. So Hazmat crews responded out here to these patio homes, and we take all necessary precautions when we're talking about a substance that we don't know. So Hazmat crews suited up, went in to figure out what substance that they had. They also take meters in, and one of the things that the meters do is they tell us what the environment is, if there's any hazards. And what we did find, we've called some other agencies out here, the Arizona Radiological... Regulatory Agency. Excuse me for not remembering that. I didn't want to get it wrong. But yes, so they came out here to actually confirm what this product was and if there were any hazards, and they found that there are actually no imminent dangers. It is confirmed that it was uranium kept in a lead case, but had no exposures to the public citizens. They go ahead and meter the homeowner that lived here to find out if anybody was exposed. This has apparently been in the home for many, many years. So we have no hazards. We did not evacuate anybody, and we'll be letting everybody go at this time.
Such an odd thing to have in a case in someone's garage. Do we have any idea of how this, did he take it from somewhere? It just ended up in this garage, or any circumstances?
Unsure. So obviously the homeowner, he's deceased, and they came in here to clean out his garage. And as I mentioned, she said that he was a chemist. So throughout his many jobs, probably gathered some material. Uranium serves many purposes. Kept it in a lead case, which is supposed to keep it protected. And then, of course, she wasn't sure exactly what it was, so she called 911 Hazmat crews.
How big was it? How big was the supply?
I am actually not sure of how big the supply was.
Maybe this is a question for your
Come
expert,
on in.
but
give it a shot.
Talk about why you guys responded with so many people, because obviously uranium can be a big concern.
Yeah, it can.
Step closer. Thank you.
We won't fight. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, it can be a concern, but in reality, in this situation, it was in the container, safe container, and it had been packaged in, like Rita had said, encompassed in lead blocks, as to avoid any exposure in that regard. But we had to be cautious, and just in case it was a contaminated environment, so we didn't pick up any readings in that regard. So that was good.
Because I guess uranium comes in different radioactive isotopes, and some are a big concern, uranium-235, but others are pretty much...
They are pretty sure this is uranium-238, which is a really common isotope and used, at nuclear power plants, stuff like that. But this is a real small sample. I think it was in about 3-inch cylindrical bottle, so real small amount. But
how did this come to be in this location?
The resident or former resident of this house was a chemist, as Rita said. He had his own laboratory, I believe, and dealt in a lot of industrial chemicals and products in that regard, and had a little bit of a private collection.
Was the daughter-in-law familiar with what she was looking at? Did she see it and kind of wonder, wait, this doesn't look right?
Yeah, I think that's what generated the call, is that they knew that he had some different types of product around, and they thought it might be uranium, but they weren't certain, so that's kind of what generated the call.
Are you allowed to have uranium?
That's a good question. I'm not sure I have the answer for you on that, on how much and what type. I don't know.
Will the fire department be disposing of it?
Actually, it's the Arizona Radiation Regulatory Association. Sorry, so ARRA, ARRA. They have possession of it, and they'll dispose of it.
Cool. And what's your first and last name, sir?
Tom Taylor.
Can you give us
your last name?
Taylor.
What's your title?
Captain.
Thank you.
Any additional information?
All right, so as you heard there, they found uranium, but they feel like they've confirmed it, but they don't feel that it was any sort of danger to the public or anything of that nature, and they plan on disposing of that appropriately and properly, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any sort of evacuation or anything further going on here, and they're strictly in cleanup phase at this point, and no harm, no foul more than anything else, and no one was exposed, and it sounds like it's the best case scenario when it comes to discovering something like this. We tried to understand just the size of it more than anything else, just to see what kind of discovery it was. Didn't seem like it was very big. I'm not sure what the norms for keeping uranium in terms of size are, but it did sound like this was the best case scenario. And at the moment here, everything seems to be all clear here at the Beatitudes complex here in North Phoenix. I don't have any audio in my ear, so I'm just going to send it back to you on Fox News now. Guys?
All right, Matt, thank you for that update again. We got the live update from Matt. It was uranium. Wasn't a major threat. We are going to cut away from this scene now and take you to that press conference from the UN. Earlier today, they held their daily press briefing, and they did speak on the North Korea missile tests.
The area of Bambari in the framework of its protection of civilians mandate. On Saturday, members of the coalition led by the Front Populaire pour la Renaissance des Centrafriques were approaching Bambari, increasing the threat of violent clashes in the town. The UN mission had no other choice but to stop the advance of the group and the threat it posed, and a helicopter from the UN mission intervened. The mission reports today that UN peacekeepers established a temporary operating base at Tagbara Bridge to prevent further movement of the FPRC coalition towards Bambari. Peacekeepers, including special forces, were also deployed to the area. The UN mission reiterates its call to both the Mouvement pour l'Unité et la Paix in Centrafrique and the FPRC coalition to immediately cease hostilities and to resolve this dispute through dialogue. The UN mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, MONUSCO, expressed its concern about the persistent conflict in the Kasais. Violent acts committed by the Kamuina and Sapu militia include the recruitment and use of child soldiers and targeting symbols and institutions of state authority. The mission is also concerned by the disproportionate use of force by the Congolese army in its response to the situation. It has reinforced its civilian and uniformed personnel presence in the area and has also deployed one of its mobile monitoring response teams to help prevent, investigate, and document human rights violations. The UN Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, Andrew Gilmore, is currently in Somalia for his first visit to the country since his appointment. Since his arrival on Saturday, Mr. Gilmore has held several high-level meetings with senior state officials, civil society, AMISOM, and UN entities present on the ground. The main objective of his visit was to assess the human rights situation and explore ways to further integrate human rights into both security operations and political processes. On South Sudan, humanitarian organizations are appealing for $1.6 billion to provide life-saving assistance and protection to 5.8 million people across the country in 2017. The humanitarian coordinator for South Sudan, Eugene Owusu, said that the humanitarian situation in the country has deteriorated dramatically due to the devastating combination of conflict economic decline, and climatic shocks. He said that in 2017 there will be unprecedented needs in an unprecedented number of locations, and that these needs will increase during the upcoming lean season. Mr. Wusu said that it is imperative that this appeal is funded early and fully so that aid workers deployed across South Sudan can respond robustly and rapidly. The UN mission in Afghanistan, UNAMA, has expressed its grave concern at the recent escalation of violence in Helmand province, which has reportedly claimed the lives of at least 25 civilians, mostly women and children. In a statement, UNAMA said that the people of Helmand have suffered greatly due to armed conflict in Afghanistan, with nearly 900 civilians killed or injured during 2016. That figure was the highest in the country in 2016 outside of Kabul. UNAMA reiterated the need for all parties to strictly adhere to their obligations under international humanitarian law, to take all feasible measures to protect civilians. On Sunday, an interagency humanitarian convoy delivered food, health, nutrition, water, sanitation, and hygiene and other emergency items to Syria's Ar-Rastan area and north rural homes for 107,500 people in need. Some health, non-food items, nutrition, and water and sanitation supplies were removed during the loading process. The UN continues to call for unconditional, unimpeded, and sustained access, including for all health and medical-related items, to the 4.7 million people in hard-to-reach locations across the country, including more than 640,000 in besieged locations. We also remain deeply concerned for the situation of civilians impacted by anti-Daesh operations in and around Al-Bab. It is estimated that around 30,000 civilians have fled Al-Bab city and its surroundings since late December. The UN and its partners are providing assistance to those who are displaced, including through setting up reception and transit centers to receive and provide basic assistance to those in need. Up to 10,000 civilians remain in Al-Bab city, facing increasingly difficult conditions under Daesh control, including severe movement restrictions. The United Nations Assistance Mission for Iraq, UNAMI, condemned the rocket attack on Saturday evening on Baghdad's Green Zone. At a time when the fight against Daesh terrorism remains a priority, this sort of action only serves the interests and objectives of the terrorists. UNAMI also condemned the attack that took place early Sunday morning against the Independent High Electoral Commission Governorate Electoral Office in Basra, in which unknown gunmen fired gunshots at the facility. The use of force and any threats of violence against the Electoral Commission and its staff are not acceptable and should not be allowed to happen. And today, we thank Djibouti, which has paid its regular dues in full for 2017, and this brings the total on the honor roll to 34. And that is it from me. Are there any questions? Yes, Rosalind.
Farhan, thanks. First, on the latest incident involving North Korea, does the Secretary General believe that it is possible in any way to reconstitute the six-party talks process, or should any of the members of the P5, most notably the U.S., perhaps consider a unilateral approach to trying to deal with this constant threat from North Korea?
Well, to reiterate what I said at the top of the briefing, the Secretary General's appeal to the international community is to continue to address the situation in a united manner. So, although different parties might want to consider unilateral efforts, we do believe that the sort of efforts, including the six-party approach that you had mentioned, that have been tried in the past, are an advance forward for us insofar as they keep the international community united in the response to dealing with the challenge posed by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
A quick follow-up. Has the Secretary General had opportunity to have discussions with the U.S., with Russia, with China in particular, about this latest missile launch?
Not about this latest one. Of course, he's been in touch with them on a number of different topics. But regarding the DPRK, he's made his views known in the past, and he'll continue to engage, including through our offices for political affairs and disarmament affairs. Yes, Oleg.
Thank you, Farhan. On the nomination of former Palestinian Prime Minister, there were reports that at first Mr. Guterres got some clearance from the countries members of the Security Council, among them the U.S., and after that he was surprised when actually the U.S. blocked the appointment. Is that true? Can you comment on that?
What I can say is that The action he took in putting forward Mr. Fayyad's name as a potential special representative for Libya was based on the information and the understandings he had at the time. Of course, now in retrospect, it's clear that some of the information and the understandings that we had did not hold up. What the Secretary General made clear today is he said that he believed that Mr. Fayyad was the right person for the right job at the right moment. And he spoke in Dubai just now about Mr. Fayyad's competence. And he said, I think it's a loss for the Libyan peace process and for the Libyan people that I'm not able to appoint him.
Quick follow-up. These understandings he got, were they based on the consultations with all of the council members?
I wouldn't want to characterize it any further than what I've just said. We do consult broadly in the course of making appointments. And like I said, based on the understanding he had at the time, he believed he could go forward.
And does he plan to put forward another candidate, or what? What is he going to do now?
We'll see where we go from here. Right now, as of today, just like last Friday when I told you I didn't have anything to announce, today I still have nothing to announce in terms of a special representative for Libya. If there's an appointment at that point, we'll let you know.
Farhan, same topic. I realize confidences must be kept, but this is a simple question. Did S.G. Gutierrez speak personally with Ambassador Haley regarding this nomination?
I can't characterize the full range of discussions he had. Like I said, he and the Secretariat did consult prior to this, and we believed we had the understandings in hand, but we did not. Yes.
So, I mean, does that leave the SG a bit confused about where the United States stands on things, where, in effect, he announced something and suddenly he's left holding the bag? I would feel a little frustrated or confused myself about who talks for who with the U.S. Is that fair at all? I mean,
well, in terms of frustration, I think the Secretary General put it very clearly today, where he says, I deeply regret this opposition, and I do not see any valid reason for it. Having said so, I think the UN needs to be able to act with impartiality in all circumstances and cannot be biased in favor of anybody. But at the same time, like I said, he did not believe that any real allegations of bias had any real validity regarding Mr. Fayyad and his responsibilities were he to take up the job on Libya. Yes.
Sure. First, I guess I wanted to, it seems like one of the messages coming out of this is from Stefan's statement that he sent out on Friday, is that nationality these are international civil servants, nationality has nothing to do with it. And I wanted to know, first, I wanted to get your response to, if it's true that nationality doesn't matter, will you confirm that after France having controlled peacekeeping now 4 times in a row, that the 3 candidates to replace Mr. Vadsous are Sylvie Berman, Mr. Lacroix, and Mr. Ripert? And if so, if it's going to be French, then how can it be said that nationality is not playing a part in these appointments?
First of all, I think you're trying to tie in 2 different things. What we're talking about is the idea that United Nations staff serve strictly in their personal capacity and do not represent any government or country. That is certainly the case. Regarding geographic distribution of posts, as you know, anytime there are senior posts,